Morning. Ready?
See, I'll remember circles.
So
Morning.
typically they don't allow for input or
Kirk was
discussion.
just here. Okay.
However, you can speak during the public comment.
Okay, so I'll do that then. So I need to change this?
Then just put C2 and then put public comment next to
Okay.
it. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
Yes,
A beautiful day.
in the city beautiful.
Mr. Clerk,
Yes, sir.
you know if the Reverend is here?
Yes, he is.
Okay, perfect. Ready?
We're ready, sir.
Let's get started. Can we Mr. Clerk, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 13, 2023 City Commission meeting. As always, we have a great opportunity to advocate today on behalf of the City of Coral Gables. There's a litany of different issues on today's agenda. I welcome everyone to please feel free. We have an extensive public comment time here in the City of Coral Gables, 1 hour of public comment that is afforded to anyone and everyone. Whatever issue you'd like to speak that is pertinent to city issues, you have every opportunity to speak during that time. I also welcome anybody on Zoom. If anybody would like to call in, you don't have to be in person. So I try to mention that as much as possible in an effort to get as many people active and engaged in our public comment section. With that being said, I'd like to start off this morning with inviting Reverend Lorinda Hafner, Senior Pastor from the Coral Gables Congregational United Church of Christ. Reverend, thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Well, good morning. And I bring you greetings from the Coral Gables Congregational United Church of Christ, where we are so honored to have Rhonda as a member of our congregation. This year, we are celebrating our 100th anniversary, and we are considered the church that George built. George Merrick was the founder of our church, just as he was of this beautiful city. And since then, we have sought to honor him by being a place of community, of worship, of public discourse, public forums, education opportunities, and the arts. So anytime you are welcome to come and to see our beautiful historic space. So I invite you to join me as I offer up a blessing on our time together this day. Let us pray. O Holy One, whom we call by different names because we are a diverse people, but who has called us to live together in community, respecting the uniqueness and gifts of each and every person. Grant your presence among us this day. Help those who make decisions for this community to act with character and conviction. Help them to listen with understanding and goodwill. Help them to speak with charity and restraint. And help all of us to see the humanity and dignity of all who live, work, and visit our community, that no matter how weak or poor, we treat them with the reverence your creation deserves. And now may our presence and participation inform, enrich, and inspire our lives, and also challenge us anew to live out the principles and vision that we each share in common. Amen. Amen. Blessings.
Reverend, thank you for being here. We'd like to extend our best wishes to you, your congregation, and also on your centennial. As we move closer to our centennial, I hope that you can engage with Martha Pantin, who's here, who's putting together a pretty significant celebration. We'd like to be part of your celebration over the next year.
Well, hold December the 18th on your calendars because we're going to have a huge gala and a huge celebration.
Tell me where we can buy tickets, and we'd like to be there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Have a good meeting.
Commissioner Castro, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, is my understanding that we're deferring D4 and D9?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, moving on to presentation and protocol documents, A1. Vice Mayor, if you would help us with that proclamation for the University of Miami Day in Coral Gables.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Proudly do so. Whereas the University of Miami has been chosen as one of the newest members of the esteemed Association of American Universities, a distinguished national organization of leading research universities founded in 1900, and whereas the invitation to join the prestigious organization considered the gold standard in American higher education comes as the university's research and sponsored program expenditures totaled more than $413 million in the fiscal year 2022, demonstrating a critical focus to address the world's most complex issues, and whereas this accomplishment serves to acknowledge the university's award for hard work and at the same time reaffirming its strategic vision while honoring its mission. And whereas the University of Miami received a membership invitation along with Arizona State University, the George Washington University, the University of California, Riverside, the University of Notre Dame, and the University of South Florida. And the addition of these 6 leading research universities brings the AAU's membership to a total of 71 institutions, 69 American and 2 Canadian universities. The member institutions transform lives through education, research, and innovation. And whereas now formally recognized among the top tier of universities in North America, the research taking place at the University of Miami demonstrates the depth and breadth of the institution's 12 schools and colleges working to boldly identify and seek solutions for the world's greatest challenges, and continues to leverage gains in research to attract stellar scholars and across disciplines. And whereas in 2022, the University of Miami launched the Climate Resilience Academy, an interdisciplinary unit that supports the university's 12 schools and colleges in collaborative, problem-driven research and education to train the next generation of researchers, as well as deliver actions to combat climate change impacts and other environmental stressors, in partnership with industry, government, and other stakeholders. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as Mayor of Coral Gables, along with the members of the City Commission, do proclaim June 13th as the University of Miami Day in Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can we please have our friends from the University of Miami join us? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Erin Kobetz. I'm the university's Vice Provost for Research and Scholarship, and I have the unique privilege of overseeing our research portfolio on which much of the AAU designation was based. On behalf of President Frank and other university leadership, I want to thank you, Mayor Lago, the city commissioners, the city manager, and other administrators for this recognition and for being our partners. Something like AAU is not accomplished alone. We draw tremendous strength from being in the City Beautiful and working so closely from you and others in launching research that changes lives. As was read in the proclamation, this is a stellar accomplishment that speaks to the vision of President Frank, President Shalala, and even Thad Foote before them. Thad Foote decided that the University of Miami was going to be a Research One university and started making strategic investments to build the necessary infrastructure that led to the moment today. We're only 3% of institutions are part of the AAU, and so we're really grateful to be recognized for the work that we're doing in teaching, research, and tech innovation, changing lives, and drawing strength from the City Beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Moving on to item A2, presentation of Miami's pioneer eco artist. Well, that's time certain.
That's time
10
certain.
a.m. That is correct.
No, A2 is firefighter.
Yeah. A2 for the firefighter, excuse me.
Morning.
So one of the challenges that we give our firefighters is we say you own it. And when you get hired here, you own the success of your career yourself and that of your crew and the outcome to that of our community. So driver engineer Brandon Ogden has taken that challenge and ownership. First of all, he is a family tradition in the sense that his father was a captain with us here. And now he represents the family tradition with the Coral Gables Fire Department. He was selected as our firefighter of the month. He took the initiative he's a driver engineer, to create a training modality for all our hose packs and how we pack our hose and deploy our hose. He exercised technology in which he created a QR code that now is attached to all the trucks and our training initiatives, so anyone can immediately download the training. Obviously, that's green, but it also gives us immediate access to our aspiring engineers to know exactly how everything should be packed on our truck. So for his training initiative, for taking ownership of the department's success and the professional development, he is our firefighter of the month.
Congratulations. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm very, very, very appreciative to receive this award. I love coming to work every day, and I love to try to make Coral Gables Fire Department better every single day. So,
Listen, we're blessed to have you here in the city. Thank you for everything you do, and especially thank you to your family, which again makes the ultimate sacrifice for you working for the city. So thank you for everything you do, and continue to lead the efforts, because again, you got a lot of young people who have just joined the team, and they need individuals like yourself sharing your knowledge, your expertise, and your wisdom with them. So thank you for that.
thank you very much.
Where's your wife?
My wife's
Let's join them for a picture.
Here you go. Congratulations, brother. Thank you very much. Joining us for the picture is his wife and their new baby girl. So where is your baby girl?
Someone's gonna make that actually.
I bet.
Been up since 5 in the morning. All right, moving on to A3, Innovation and Technology Department presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. First time we have so many IT folks here together here. So we are here to present 3 international Smart City Awards that our city has received for the past 6 months. So we bundled them for efficiency. So the 2023 Smart 50 Awards from the Smart Cities Connect and Smart Cities Connect Foundation, so one of the largest organizations in the country dedicated to the advance of cities. And the award says, Smart 50 Awards in partnership with Smart Cities Connect and Smart Cities Connect Foundation annually recognize global smart city projects honoring the most innovative and influential work. The project that was submitted from the city is the Coral Gables Smart City Digital Twin Horizontal Integration Platform. That is the dashboards that we presented once ago that has all the 3D environment and integrates all the systems in one place. And it was deemed as a very innovative award, so much that more than 1,000 organizations worldwide submitted projects. Out of those more than 1,000, 50 were selected from 8 countries: US, Japan, Germany, Taiwan, China, Spain, Norway, and Canada. And out of those 50 awardees, that we were one of them, only 3 were announced as global overall winners, and Coral Gables is one of those 3. So we are very proud of this recognition. And that is the second time we won this award. In 2020, we won it for the project of the smart districts, the technology on the downtown. The second one is the 2023 Smart 21 Communities of the Year. Intelligent Community Forum is the organization. It's an organization with headquarters in Canada and in Australia for economic development, and is focused on broadband. They look at cities that have deployed a lot of connectivity, a lot of digital inclusion, and broadband connectivity for city services. But they also recognize this year other things like digital inclusion, innovation, sustainability, connectivity, and community engagement. So we were one of those 21 cities worldwide from 8 nations, and they say here, and over 5 continents. In 2022, we also received recently, like 5 or 6 months ago, the IEEE Smart Cities Jury Award from the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, the IEEE, the largest organization, professional organizations in the world. And they say IEEE recognizes city and municipalities projects around that have successfully leveraged smart city technologies and innovation. They're focused on engineering and infrastructure. And we won it for the Coral Gables Smart District Expansion. That is the project where we have deployed fiber optics and Wi-Fi and sensors and public safety cameras throughout the city. The expansion that we have done over the past 2 years, and we continue that expansion today. We participated remotely in the award ceremony that was in Cyprus, in Europe. So what are those specific value, results, and impact metrics that they have looked at? For example, on the infrastructure side, they look at, we have 24 free public Wi-Fi sites throughout parks, community centers, facilities, more than 120 hotspots throughout the city. 22 city-owned underground fiber optic corridor segments. It's a private, secure, high-speed network connecting city services, connecting city facilities. And we started a new phase with 25 additional fiber segments that I presented to the commission. And we broke ground on Alhambra last night on this expansion. Of course, it has a lot of benefits for public safety, for mobility, for economic growth. More than 30 network site hubs that we have throughout the city with fiber optics, gigabit wireless, metropolitan Ethernet that is resilient to survive hurricanes. That's very important in our region. More than 2,800 network devices citywide. So if you count what we have outside on the street, what we have in city buildings, and what we have deployed in mobile units in the field, is almost 3,000 network devices citywide in our fleet. More than 60 smart lighting controllers citywide for energy and operational efficiencies. More than 700 safety, traffic, and environmental sensors. We're talking about CCTV cameras, multimodal traffic counters, environmental sensors, to help with public safety, lower crime, accidents, sustainability, and foster economic growth. More than 70 smart city poles, if you count throughout the city. Even the next generation poles that we are deploying, 5 trailers, 10 public smart city kiosks interacting with the citizens. More than 200 servers that provide high performance and high capacity. More than 200 software applications, including enterprise systems for different purposes, for finance, for permitting, for land management, for asset management, citywide. More than 80 applications that have been developed by our team, including the digital twin that received the awards. More than 2,000 open data sets. So we are a very transparent organization. More than 2,000 open data sets to the public, to the citizens. More than 100 enterprise apps shared with the public in the Smart City Hub for digital services and free tools, and other things. So I can tell you that some of the organizations look at uptime. We have 99.99% uptime in all our infrastructure Some of them look at our productivity and customer satisfaction, 4.6 over 5 customer satisfaction on IT services, more than 4,000 service requests per year, cost efficiencies, more than 50% below national average on IT spending when you look at organizations of our size and our revenue. More than 70 large projects, cutting-edge research with academia, with University of Miami, with FIU, with MIT, UC Berkeley, Department of Energy. Recently, we started one with NASA and NIST, and more than 40 papers published in research scientific journals. And we share everything with the public in our Smart City Digital Library. And process improvement, more than 40 process improvement Lean Six Sigma projects. And in the past, they also look at the history of our city being recognized with 22 Smart City Innovation and Technology Awards received over the past 6 years that you can see at the end of this presentation. So I want to thank my team that is here. I'm very proud of our team, of our organization, and all these projects, and of course, about all this recognition. So thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
Great job as always. Incredible, incredible. Do any of my colleagues want to discuss, or is this way above our pay grade here?
I'm going to wait for the movie. But I honestly want to tell you, everywhere I go where we interact with folks from other cities, counties, you name it, they're so impressed by the work that you all do. I'm not exaggerating. They're so impressed. So congratulations, and I know you're going to keep moving the city forward in the most amazing way. So I guess they're the equivalent of Stark Industries. They're the Tony Stark team. Congratulations.
So dovetail off of the commissioner's comments. So I have a lot of opportunities to interact with other mayors and commissioners, if it's at the League of Cities or one form or another, and they all mention the same thing what the commissioner mentioned. You know, what a great job that your department is doing, how everybody's taking cues and learning from what the city of Coral Gables. And then again, that's a testament to the director, who's light years ahead, trying to play off my buddy over here, the commissioner's comments about Star Trek, and also the manager, because these are conversations that we've been having for the last few years, along with the director, about, you know, giving these employees the opportunity to lead, take chances, take risks. You know, let's find out what no other city is doing, and let's elevate the quality of technology here in the city, especially the experience of people who come to the city and really enjoy or are considering doing business. I've had the opportunity of sitting down with multiple multinational corporations, huge corporations, Fortune 500 companies who have moved to the city. And one of the things that they talk about, besides quality of life and police and fire, is they talk about technology. And they talk about how the city's leading on that front, and it's a testament to your hard work, to your team, to the director. So I want to say congratulations for your recognition. Commissioner?
One of the first meetings that I took after getting elected was with the director, and went in there with a couple ideas, and of course, he is already working on them. He already started showing me the work that he'd already been doing on these issues, because he's always looking for new innovative ways to address the issues that we have in the city, and I commend you for that and your entire team. IT is one that we have had no issues in transitioning in. Gamundi has been there every step of the way, guiding us through the process. Your team has always had an open door and is ready to work with us. So I appreciate the work that you do and making our city a smarter place and a better place to live and work.
One last comment.
Vice Mayor?
One of the questions I do get from residents is, because they can't really touch and feel this, but when I see it in the enhancements to our police and fire department's response times, to the ability to have the technology, to have the drones up, to see where the perpetrator is, to be able to catch people that you otherwise would not have been able to catch before, or to respond more vigilantly to a situation because you have eyes in the air, basically, with the drones, couldn't be done without you all. Clearly could not be done without you all. So thank you.
I want to make a deal with you all. If you find through technology, AI or RI, the ability to expedite our meetings, I will vote to increase your department budget on the spot. Just letting you know.
Let's take a photo.
It's your challenge.
Simultaneous conversation.
Now they're really gonna throw them off with that.
Before we move on to the approval of minutes, I'd like to apologize to Commissioner Menendez. I had a little bit of a faux pas on A1. That was his item in regards to University of Miami Day, and I did not give it to him to the beginning, so I apologize about
No,
that.
UM is for all of us, but thank you, Mayor.
I know, but you worked hard on that, and that was something that was,
And- and
in
thank
your,
you.
in your queue, and I,
That's why I wasn't on track yet. So I was like, huh,
don't worry,
what?
I'll take it all. I'll take it all. So I need a motion to approve the minutes for the regular city commission meeting dated May 9th, 2023.
I'll move it.
Second?
Mr.
All in
Clerk?
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on now to mayor's comments. I'd like to see if we can cover these with as quickly as possible for staff, literally just 2 minutes, 3 minutes on each one of these. The first one is C1. It's an update on maintenance responsibilities for swale areas next to bridges. So this is something that I've been working on for the last year with staff. It's looking a lot better.
Thank you.
It's looking a lot better. But I just want to make sure, are we running into any issues with the neighboring resident assuming responsibility of addressing those swales?
The biggest issue that we have is that in some of these areas, they're technically not our responsibility, and it's not so much. And it's technically not so much the residents, but for example, there's a bunch of these bridges, like both bridges on Blue Road, these are county bridges.
Yes.
They don't do regular, our code requires the abutting property owners, to mow the area, mow and keep litter free there in front of the property. We don't think it's appropriate, realistic when you start going to the bank. I mean, that could be dangerous. The county doesn't do regular maintenance on those bridges as far as, and we have a similar condition on Mainada, for example, which we don't really get a lot of complaints about because we actually end up mowing the lawns on some of those little landscaping strips of that area. Bay Road specifically, we actually have an agreement with FDOT, so we do that, and they pay us some money towards that corridor.
The reason why I bring it up, and we have, I think, certain residents that want to speak on the issue, is because we need to come to a conclusion on who's going to be responsible. The reason why I brought this up and we've been working on it was because, especially on Blue Road, an
Right.
area that I travel a lot, you have 2 different bridges. It was an area for illegal dumping
Right.
for a while. Now that resident has started helping by cleaning it out. The less trees in that area,
Right.
obviously, it minimizes the ability for illegal dumping because it's not a haven for, for an area where people can dump and it doesn't get picked up. And we're talking about chairs,
Right.
beds, furniture that was being dumped there. So they're doing a great job. What I want to find out is what do we need to do to make sure that every bridge in the city is the resident adjacent to it is addressing it. If they can't for one reason or another, we need to come to some sort of agreement, because just because they can't do it, just because the county's not going to do it, somebody's got to do it.
Right.
It's got to be taken care of.
So what's ended up happening is on the county areas, we'll come in and address it. I mean,
But we got to cut back some of those trees. Like, for example, we cut back some of the trees on Bird Road near Granada, and it looks a lot nicer. It's a lot
Correct.
cleaner.
Right.
It's something that I think is important. Plus, it's also a safety hazard.
yes.
Major safety hazard.
So Bird Road specifically, that's an FDOT road, but we have an agreement, so it's being handled by us.
There was a lot of dead foliage there.
Yes.
A few dead trees, that were pretty far gone. And
Correct.
again, if let's say a car catches fire there, who knows what happens with the entire bridge and the entire property adjacent to that bridge. So I just want to tell your staff, thank you. It looks a lot better. And let's continue pushing to see how we can, get everybody into compliance. When I mean everybody, I mean just our areas, all these areas that are
100%.
Mr. Clerk, do you have somebody that wanted to speak?
So, Mr. Mayor, we have members of the public requesting to speak on your items. However, since you haven't brought up public comments yet, do you want to do it now, or?
We can do public comment, whatever you like. It's fine. Yeah, whatever you like. You want to take a back? You want to back step, and then we'll go to public comment, and we'll come back to this item. How would you like to address it? I don't have a problem.
We can take public comments first, and that way.
Let's do it. It's fine. No problem. Take public comment.
So, first speaker on public comments is Ms. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. As to the swales, I'm glad that you're discussing swales. Maybe not, there's no bridge, but the swale across from the youth center is a dust bowl. There's no grass. This is my public comment. It was not easy writing it. Actually, it was very painful, but I have to do it. Once upon a time, not so long ago, in a city by the sea, lived a young commissioner who demanded that the truth be told, and the city manager had to go. He insisted on civility and transparency, fought for residents to have a voice, maintained the Gables was like no other, moved for public comments to be said. Years went by, and he became mayor and was reelected. Now he emulates what other mayors do. Transparency and civility are no more. Lies and untruths became the norm. City beautiful in name only. What happened to our young commissioner, we ask? Oh, where has he gone? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker,
Mr. Clerk, what do we got?
Roland Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak on C2, which is Alhambra Circles, sidewalk, and along with all other sidewalks in the area. So a couple of months ago or last year, you came by my home, showed us plans of what's happening in the area. We're fine with that. We asked to be kept involved. We then came and spoke about the concern about the funding, and that issue got resolved as well. And we continue just to ask to be kept informed of what's happening. There's been stakes put out on the sidewalk. We put in multiple public records requests. We finally got the set of plans showing up to a certain point, it still hasn't gone past our home. So in essence, all we're asking for is to be kept informed of what's happening in front of our homes. And the reason I'm here is because Commissioner Castro was in front of my home yesterday with another resident. And there were some comments said by the resident to my wife that I wasn't too happy with. Some of it that our time of residence compared to his didn't matter, as well as we didn't have a voice as far because it was in our right of way. But we understand it's in our right of way. We don't oppose the sidewalk. We have made that clear. We just want to be kept involved of what's happening. I'm a civil engineer, so I have 25 years of experience doing infrastructure projects to the tune of over $450 million with the Department of Transportation. So we understand the public information process of informing residents, informing business owners of what's happening to the property. I understand it's in our right, not in our right of way, but we still have a voice of what can happen in front of our property. So my biggest concern, obviously, is the way the sidewalk is going. If it's going to meander, if it's going to be in front with the curb and gutter, whatever's best and whatever works, we're open to that. But we also want to have an opinion. Also, concern is the trees. We have massive trees in front of our property. I know I think it's in the item to have an arborist present or an arborist report.
Excuse me, sir. You mind putting your microphone up?
I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Having an arborist report as well. We're open to providing our own arborist report as well if it's needed. We did take the design, the diameter of the tree, and it shows how much of the impact of the root system. So impacting that root system may also, there's huge trees may impact our home. We're one of them to go down. So that's also a concern. So again, we just want to make sure that we're kept informed and have a voice as to what's going to happen in front of our home. With the understanding that it is public right of way, and for the record, we're not opposed to a sidewalk. We just want to have a voice of how that sidewalk is going to be constructed in front of our home.
So first off, thank you for coming here. I know it's not your first time. We've known each other for some time. I actually walked your house with the Public Works Director and the Assistant Public Works Director. And before I asked him to come up, I also want to say thank you for your service to this country. He's a Marine, besides being a civil engineer, so I appreciate that. Mr. Director, will you come up for 1 second? And can you provide a little bit of an update of where we are? I know we're going to talk about now on the second part, but so this gentleman understands that nothing is set in concrete. We're still in the process of really
Correct.
working the process out.
Yeah, we're actually working to finalize the proposal with arborist from Middle Leg. So he can do a proper assessment as to where the best place to put the sidewalk as far as its impact to the trees.
So what I would like to do is once we have that report, take it back to the community again, like I did when I walked each one of the residents that was affected in that area, right on Alhambra, have a community meeting and present it once again with all the facts.
Okay.
I think having the report is important because it takes into consideration, like you said, what if, we go in front of the tree or we go behind the tree, whatever the arborist recommends, how will that affect the tree and in turn affect the homeowner?
Right.
If it potentially destabilizes the tree or if it doesn't destabilize the tree. Maybe it says, listen, it's perfectly fine to go behind the tree. But the stakes that you saw out there, from what I understand, was the survey process, correct?
The property line, we actually
that's-
marked the property lines.
Property line, so I guess there's gonna be a survey, or there was a survey that was done, or maybe in a secondary survey, because I know there was already one that was done a while back ago, so. I promise you, I give you my word, when I knocked on your door with the director, we will have a public meeting, so we can present all this information and talk about the issues one by one, okay?
And one last thing, I know there's residents that are on either side of so there's a new resident as well that just moved in. So I just ask, and I'm speaking for myself, not for him, but that we all have, especially since we're directly impacted, there's 5 homes that are directly impacted, that our voice be heard and taken into account, again, to provide a solution that benefits not only us, but also the community as well. So,
I give you my word that we will.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Robert Ruano?
Mr. Ruano, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. I'd like to also talk on C2, on the sidewalks. And I'd like to first acknowledge the gentleman that said, I was a person out there, and I guess his wife mistook for what I said. I said that we've been working on these sidewalks I've been living there for 20 years. We've been trying to get sidewalks for a really long time. And they just moved in 3 years ago after the project started. So that's what I meant, sir, is that the project has been going along. I think we first were here in September 2019. All those houses, we're talking about 5 houses, by the way. We're not talking about a big section, and you've all walked it with me. We're talking about 5 houses to the side of 3 houses. Will connect 2.9 miles back to Douglas Road. And essentially, we've been talking about this since September 2019. And I've been talking to you guys for at least 2 years. We've walked it, whatever. Why does it take so long? What's happening now is that some residents said, no, I don't want it up against my property line. So therefore, the city has come back and redesigned it 100% plans. And Mayor, you've seen it because I sent it to you, all along the street for no reason other than several neighbors said they didn't want it up against their property line. Okay, I asked for an arborist report back in probably September of last year. The mayor just instructed the staff in April to do March to do an arborist report. I still haven't seen a draft, but I have an arborist report, and it says that most of the trees will be better served if the sidewalks are where they should be. And we all know, and we can pretend that this is some sort of, funky design or whatever to protect the trees. But realistically, we're only going there and we're only going to residents and saying, where do you want the sidewalk? What city does that? We put a sidewalk up against the property line. That's where they go. Since when do we ask where they go? I mean, I'll tell you, and bothers me. And last time I spoke about something else, and Mayor, you said after I was cut off that I was speaking about this, which I wasn't. But the hypocrisy of this city is that a block away on Tarragona, 2 trees and like 4 palms were cut down, no notice to residents, no public meetings, no displays of plans here or anything like that. Instead of enhancing the swale and the area, they just ripped everything out. And it's been there since April 24th. No trees, no nothing, just mounds. And therefore, we're having such consternation about putting in sidewalks for people. Thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker is
One second, Mr. Clerk. I apologize. Mr. Director, I just want to address this issue. And I know the Vice Mayor wants to make some comments on it also. So the reason why this has been a major priority, I've been pushing, the manager's been pushing, I know the Vice Mayor, I know Commissioner Menendez has been pushing, and I know that it's important now for my colleagues that are here on the commission, okay? It's important for everybody. My understanding of the reason why this hasn't started is because there's multiple moving parts. What is that? We're addressing the issue of speed, traffic
Correct.
calming. We're going to re-asphalt
Correct.
the horrible asphalt that's there, that's in much need. We're going to address sidewalks. We had to fix the bridge that was an issue.
The bridge is already open.
I know, but
There's
we
some
had- but that
cosmetic
was-
things we still need to do, but
We're trying to save money. We don't want to do things 2 and 3 times over, so we waited till we had all the traffic calming, not only approved by the county and also and also funded. Am I wrong on that?
you're not.
Okay, so that's why the sidewalks haven't been done. Now, my understanding is also in regards to the meandering sidewalk and why potentially in certain areas it could be behind a tree or in front of a tree, and why we've been waiting for this for 20 years is because residents didn't want sidewalks in those areas for some time, correct?
Correct. What he's referring to, it was a bike lane project.
Yes.
That was going to include the connection of the sidewalks, and the residents didn't want it, so the project died. So it's not that we've been sitting around for 2019. That 2019 project died.
Yeah.
So now we kicked it off again without the bike component. Simply, let's figure out what's the best way to do the sidewalk interconnection. So that's where we are right now. But from I understand that part of the 2019 project will have include this portion of it. But that's two separate things. That project died due to the residents in the area didn't want it, period. So that's where we are now.
Yeah, so I think what we're facing here is when we allow perfect to be the enemy of good. And while certain people may want the sidewalks at the property line, what I'd like to achieve here, and I think everybody would like to achieve, is finally getting these sidewalks done. So when you drive by there, you don't see elderly people, disabled people, people with young children walking on the street to get to the bridge. And eventually sidewalks, in my opinion, and the opinion of all of us, I think have to be accomplished here. It's a long time coming. And it may not be perfect to what everybody wants, but I think it's something that will be dynamic and will change the landscape of that area. Now, talking about the trees, because this is something that we talked about extensively on email, it's a public record. The trees that were removed. Okay, can you talk a little bit about those trees? Because Mr. Ruano didn't mention what those trees were, and I want to put those trees on the record. They weren't oak trees. They weren't massive, significant trees that we would never remove.
The biggest thing that was removed was a sapodilla tree, which was a fruit tree.
Yes.
We had several palms, I believe mostly coconut palms, that were removed.
Yeah.
And a strangler fig that was suffocating a sable palm. And the reason those trees need to be removed, and we mentioned that to Mr. Arano several times, is that we're doing a canal bank stabilization project. It is not possible to keep those trees up there as part of that project. Unfortunately, it was an impossibility. The city commission approved $50,000 on Dina's budget for us to improve that after the fact.
So what's the plan after? That's important.
Absolutely. It was actually on Dina's, it wasn't a capital, it was, I believe, an operational. $50,000 was approved on her budget. She actually has a preliminary design already. We're in the process of sharing that with the 4 property owners that are abutting Tarragona. If there's a desire to expand the beyond that, but right now we're only sharing with the 4 property owners that live directly abut. I mean, that's coming out, Dina, sometime this week. They'll be sent the draft, and that'll be part of the discussion.
Are they shade trees? Is that what we're at?
Mostly, yes. Some areas get really, really narrow between the bank and the canal, so there's some palms along the way. And again, at this point, it's a draft. We'll be more happy to share with the commission as well. It's not finished by any means, and we'll take everybody's input.
And I appreciate it. Vice Mayor?
Well, I was out there for one of the Sunshine meetings and with the mayor, and having spent some time with people that move trees as well as trees that have been improperly pruned by FP&L and the amount of root damage that can occur. The depth that we have to reach for putting in sidewalks is not just the 4 inches of the poured cement.
Correct.
Correct. We have to go below that by 6 inches, I think?
It depends on what the material that we find. When you start excavating, your typical sidewalk base is 4 inches. But if you start finding a lot of dirt, then you got to remove. If the topsoil is very thin, then maybe you don't have to go that far because the rock is right there. sort of varies, but a standard sidewalk has a 4-inch base. It's a matter of what the condition of the existing swell is. How deep do you have topsoil as opposed to, but yes, it will be about 8 inches, basically, if you're gonna do the whole cut all the way down, correct?
So you do have to cut roots if you're going in certain areas where there is, and there were visible root systems up there that could be structural in nature, necessary to support the tree. So the best decision is made, was made as Dina Bell-Walloon was out there, as well as you were out there, to decide the best way to meander the sidewalk throughout the area. And I'll note, as a pedestrian, as a bicyclist, if you always put the sidewalk against the property line, that's not necessarily the best visibility for someone backing out of their driveway. If you have it set out a little bit, you have better visibility, both of the person backing out and the person backing out can see you as well.
Correct. And the issue is also, because that road, that pavement, and it goes back to the overall project, not just a sidewalk. That pavement is wider than it needs to be. So part of the traffic calming process is to shrink the pavement.
Right.
And by doing so, the back of the tree area is a swell, so the roots are actually higher above ground as opposed to having to go underneath the road base. So if you're gonna put that sidewalk, the areas where the sidewalk may end up abutting to the roadway, the roots are actually deeper in that area because you have a pavement and everything is compacted below. But that's what we're gonna go through with the arborist. We're gonna walk, one of the reasons you see we stake the property line. Once we have the arborist on board, we're gonna walk him through it and he'll, we'll go over that.
One last set of questions. Permits were posted along the embankment for the removal of the
Correct.
trees along the
Yes.
embankment. And the reason why we had to do that was because there was erosion from the floodgates being opened.
Correct. Yeah, the embankment is being redone. We actually have a grant that's covering a portion of that work. It's a job that has to happen. We don't know, how much longer. It could have been another 10 years. You could have a storm. Maybe the roadway could have been undermined. I mean, it was visibly undermined, that embankment, and that job is necessary, and that's what we're doing right now.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
That's it.
If you would do me a favor and the commission, please keep us informed in regards to when all the documents are ready so that we can schedule a public meeting with the residents in that area that want to attend in regards to the sidewalk.
100%.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker is Mr. Ed Santamaria.
Mr. Santamaria.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Ed Santamaria. Thank you for allowing me to comment on item H2, appointments for boards and committees. I have emailed all of you on this. As you may have read in my emails, the Transportation Advisory Board is a citywide board that focuses on one of the most important issues that concern city residents, that of traffic. Appointments, if approved as is, the appointments that are being proposed will result in a makeup of the board that will be heavily tilted to one neighborhood. I submit to you that this is unfair to other city neighborhoods. Everyone, all neighborhoods should have a voice on this important board. This de facto disenfranchisement creates an inequity that you should not allow to stand. Respectfully, I request that you defer the TAB appointments until the next commission meeting, allowing all of you to revisit your appointments and afford more city neighborhoods a voice on this important citywide board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to item C2?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we have one more?
What's your name? I know, but you wanted to speak on the actual item. No. You want to do it? Okay, so Mr. Paul Seuss would like to speak in public.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and I want to thank everyone for contributing all their time.
Can you get closer to the microphone and state your name and your address, please?
Says everybody in the public.
As you can tell, I'm a novice at this. Paul Seuss, 723 Biltmore Court. Been a member or a resident of Coral Gables for a number of years. First, wanted to thank you all for your time working for the City Beautiful. It's a big enterprise that you're dealing with and doing a very good job. I just had a couple items I wanted to mention. I saw the one ordinance about the leaf blowers. I'm very, big in favor of that. The noise that they produce is ungodly. Also, most of them just blow the stuff to the neighbor, and then it winds up going back to where it was originally. So that would be one good thing. If it's electric, I'm sure it's going to be quieter, so I appreciate that. Another item I had was for safety of the city. I am on the insurance risk management. I have a lot of experience in insurance and risk management. But the motorbikes that we have delivering food is a safety issue here in the city. And it's something that I think should be enforced more by the police department. Maybe you can have licenses for them, training. But it affects the insurance because you're going to have some claims as a result of these motorbikes not following the rules of the road, also taking up all the parking spots. So it does not make the city look beautiful when you have a horde of people with masks on with their bikes. The other item sort of goes along with this is the crosswalks, the pedestrian crosswalks. Numerous traffic vehicles go right through those, don't abide by the law of the state that you have to stop for people crossing the crosswalk. Same goes with the motorbikes, so that's sort of all the same. And not wanting to take up that much time, just the last issue I noticed today was with the amendment for the lease for the Biltmore. One thing that really I think needs to be looked at and thought about is that the amount of insurance that they are reducing is 50%, and it's an aggregate policy. Seaway also has a big hotel property, I believe it's in Clearwater, out on the West Coast. So now if there is a major hurricane hits both sides, your 50 million that they're trying to go down to, maybe only 10 for the Biltmore and 40 there. So it's just an issue I think that really needs to be addressed. And once again, I want to thank everyone for their time, and once again, your good work. Thank you.
So if I can just address one of your points, the issue of the scooters, the delivery scooters, we put that on the agenda. I put that on the agenda several times, taken photos and shown staff. We're working with the police chief and also the representative for Uber Eats. I had a meeting with him yesterday. I spoke with him, Mr. Castro, Gio Castro, to discuss the concerns that we have and finding a direct place for those individuals to be located. We all agree with you. It's a major issue. It's only expanding the amount of parking spaces that they're taking. The photos that I showed at the last commission meeting or the previous one, and it's not the first time, it's just there. It's out of control. It needs to be addressed. So not only is it costing the city money, it's not aesthetically pleasing. Number three, it's a liability, and we need to address it and find a designated area in the city, working with Uber Eats and those providers to ensure that they're following the rules and that our team, in regards to the police, are addressing and giving those individuals tickets as necessary. So that's already being focused on. We have a meeting coming up probably in the next week or so. The chief is not here today, but when the chief comes back, to sit down and have a conversation with Uber Eats and find that solution. Okay?
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you very
for
much.
coming in.
C2? Let's discuss C2. An update on pending sidewalks. If we could just do it as quickly as possible, because I don't want to take up everybody's time. Where we are in regards to I think we talked about Alhambra already. Maybe we can talk about University, Doctors Hospital, and Blue Road.
Melissa, we have a
Melissa,
very
how are you?
brief presentation.
Listed as I as Transportation Division Manager. Do you want the presentation?
Yeah,
Or do you just want to have a quick?
It's fine.
Oh, sorry.
Billy, C2, please.
So just a quick update on where we are. So with University Drive, basically we're expecting that we're going to be starting construction this month.
Perfect.
At the end of the month. There's some things that need to be done with the trees and stuff before sidewalk actually starts getting installed, but we're planning on getting the project started this month.
Okay.
Alhambra Circle, we already gave our update based on what was discussed. We're working on getting that arborist report, but we're looking at starting construction fourth quarter of this year.
Yeah, there's a few issues there: drainage, trees, everything we discussed already.
Traffic calming, everything.
And again, just for the record, once we have everything, let's have a meeting with all the residents in the area.
Before we, absolutely.
Please, and sunshine the meeting so all my colleagues can attend.
Yes. So Blue Road, We're working with Miami-Dade County. They did have some comments regarding the existing guardrails, so we're trying to get a variance for that, but we're anticipating that construction would start, if we get these approvals that we're looking for with the guardrails and everything, in January of next year.
Okay, this is a critical, so my colleagues are, I don't know if you've spoken to my colleagues on the commission. This is something that I've been working on to connect Blue Road, as you can see right there, to the two bridges that run up Blue Road and take you almost to basically to Granada. And this is an easier project. It's an easier project, not because of the constructability, but it's an easier project because you're dealing with not the frontage of neighbors, you're dealing with side yards. So again, this is something that is required in this area. Imagine when you're walking on Blue Road, you have to walk up a bridge. You're not even walking. It's not conducive. And I think it was Commissioner Menendez mentioned, I think it was in an article I was reading, that when you talk about quality of life, if you don't have sidewalks, again, you can't say that you're all about quality of life and not have sidewalks. So this is a major project, and something that I would ask one of my colleagues to pick up the torch is, why don't we have sidewalks at least on one side, all the way up Blue Road, connecting to Alhambra? That is something that we should look at. We don't even have it on any side. So right now, the sidewalk ends after the Riviera Country Club, and you basically have to get on the street. I walk that area probably twice a week at night with my family. We walk the neighborhood. We go up. We have to walk on the street, and then we have to go on Santa Maria. We find obviously sidewalks there, but that is something that is heavily trafficked area, that there's no sidewalks on either left or right side of the street. So that's something that I want to think about. I know we have our hands full, and maybe one of my colleagues wants to take that on, but I think that's something that we gotta tackle, and maybe we can find state funding for next year, because if you look at the amount of traffic that goes to that street, the fact that it's a cut through that takes you from 57th Avenue all the way basically to Ponce and to US 1. You think about it, just a straight shot, and then you make a right. But it could be an opportunity to find some sort of funding to address the issues. I know that's a very costly sidewalk.
Let's put it on our legislative agenda.
Yeah,
I concur with you.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Mayor, that area, starting at about 2 o'clock, is when traffic begins. It's not even regular rush hour traffic. About 2 o'clock, it's impossible to get around. When I was canvassing, I used my golf cart. Sometimes I was waiting 5 minutes just to be able to pull out of somebody's driveway from the amount of traffic. So there's really no safe place to walk in that neighborhood.
Yeah. So again, not because it's my neighborhood, but I'm pretty sure Blue Road is a major issue when you talk about walkability. It's probably one of the worst, along with that other very small street that we went to in North Gables, Benicia, which we need to discuss also. Okay.
I have a quick question. Is there a ballpark figure sidewalk per block? You know, the cost general, not specific.
It's difficult. We know what the sidewalk costs. The things that we notice that a lot of these sidewalk projects, when we start getting into the details, depending on the topography or the geometry of the road, you end up with a sidewalk, and now you have a guardrail problem. You're creating a drainage problem somewhere else, and then you have curbing, and then, we know what the sidewalk's going to cost us, but how much am I
But
going
if
to
you were
spend
able
on
to pull
drainage?
out just the sidewalk, and I
Just the
understand.
sidewalk, what's the square?
For Blue Road, it was coming out to about 125,000 just for the sidewalk.
Right.
So
Do you remember the length, more or less?
the length I don't have off the top of my head.
Is it
no.
$6 per foot, $8 per foot?
No, it's $6 a square foot. Depends.
So it depends on the specifics, but the sidewalk by itself, you're looking at less than $10 per square foot, and then some restoration. It is everything else that sometimes gets on the way that makes the price go up.
Sure.
So it's $50 for a 5-foot sidewalk, $60 for a 6-foot sidewalk, assuming you don't have poles and everything in the way.
Right. It's not exactly $10. I forgot exactly. It's the sidewalk plus the base, but yeah, more or less, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Next
Right.
one.
And then, yeah, this is Pisano, right?
Yes. So Pisano, we're working on that one, and it looks like we're probably going to be starting construction in the fall because we're expecting to have our final design in our office by August. So
One thing I like to bring about Pisano, based on the availability to the roadway, and with this brought up, there was a concern because that area has, significant parking needs, right? On that side, you have 36 parking spaces. It looks like we're gonna, I'm sorry?
on the north side.
On the side that we're doing this work, and it looks like we're gonna be able to keep the parallel parking. However, I know there's an interest of adding trees, and there's not a lot of space trees. The only way to really put anything there will be to turn them into parallel. Now you're gonna lose about half of the parking spaces.
Well, I mean, again, the hospital has a parking garage.
Right.
This is fully funded, from my understanding, because when we negotiated the deal, I requested that they do all the sidewalks and they pay for all the sidewalks around the entire hospital.
Right.
This is something that's important, that will connect us to Blue Road, that will connect us to University, that will connect us to all the other sidewalks. So I don't have a problem losing parking spaces there. I know the hospital's gonna have a problem losing parking spaces.
Right, that's why I wanted to bring it up.
But, I mean, again, they have a valet lot, and they have internal parking. So they need to come to an agreement, you know, the residential neighborhood is not gonna suffer because of their inability to address this issue. We have to move forward, and we have to deliver on sidewalks, we have to deliver on landscaping. That street has not been repaved. University of Miami did a great job on the other side. I welcome my colleagues that haven't been there in a while to take a look at it. Sometimes it's a little street that not many people traverse through.
Right.
And I think it's important that, again, the hospital, which is more than willing, they were very, gracious in making sure that, they funded this significant project. But we need to get it done. So I need to speak to the manager and to my colleagues and see what they want to do, but I think it's important that we do it.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we get that direction and.
Speak to the manager.
So there is a drainage problem there that you need to know to address at Doctors Hospital. It's
Correct.
extensive.
The issue that you have on Camposano is that and this will be resolved as part of this job, the pavement is depressed down the middle, so you get a big ponding. The water is being trapped there. Really, that water runs, the natural topography runs all the way south. So this will correct those issues.
Is that the corner that I've mentioned to you,
Yes.
residents, corner of Camposano and Pisano?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's flat, or it's almost like a little pond. That's why you also, we're constantly fixing potholes there because the water gets trapped there. It's not really big flooding, it's significant ponding, and this will correct that.
Okay, good.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Do we have anything on Phoenicia?
So Venetia, we're working on the study.
Excuse me?
We're working on the study.
Okay.
So we have a consultant that's been working on the study. We've reached out to the county to let them know that this is coming. And, but that one, we would have to have the study because we're looking at the one-way conversion. And once that's completed, we have to go to the county.
So
have to
have
have a
we
meeting.
had a conversation with the team in the county to see when we're gonna get a response, or?
Well, they haven't reviewed it yet because they were still completing the study. We should have the study soon, within the next few months, and then we would be reaching out to the county with the official submittal to get them, to get their comments.
All right, we'll follow up in a few months then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Looks like we're making progress.
We are.
Great. I'd like to take a personal point of privilege and invite our consul from Israel, who's here, just to speak and first introduce himself. I had the pleasure of taking him to lunch yesterday and having a really good conversation in regards to how blessed we are to have your consul here in South Florida, and the relationship between the city of Coral Gables, all the few synagogues that we have here, Temple Judea, Shabbat of Coral Gables, and the incredible Jewish community that we have here, not only in South Florida, but more importantly in the City Beautiful. I'd like to, I asked him to be here today because I wanted him to talk a little bit about Israel and his post here in the city and how we can continue to strengthen our bonds.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council, Vice Mayor, City Manager, residents, of course. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very privileged to be Israel's Consul General in Miami in the past 2 years. Believe it or not, I'm also the Consul General from Missouri and Kansas. Go figure. But obviously they don't have maps in Jerusalem, but it works. I'm enjoying it. But of course, Florida takes much of my attention, especially southern Florida. And I think for Jews around the world, other than Israel, there is no better place to live in and to celebrate their Jewishness, our culture, other than Florida and southern Florida in particular. Now, you may know that this year is Israel's 75th anniversary. Israel was established in 1948. And this year we are, as we say, we are 3,000 years old and 75 years young. But we are proud to be one of the most developed countries in the world on all levels, economic and cultural and politically and socially, and we've managed to overcome many challenges to establish a beautiful state, a great state which serves as a holy place for many religions, mainly the three main monotheistic religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. And I would hope that all of you would have the opportunity, if you haven't had this opportunity yet, to travel Israel, to visit Israel, to travel Israel, to visit the holy sites, because this is really a mind-blowing experience. I started my tenure over here 4 days before the tragic collapse of the Champlain South building in Surfside, and Israel was immediately very involved. In 48 hours, I managed to bring the Israeli search and rescue team, and we continue to support the community. We are, one of the things that I'm completely committed to is reaching out to different communities, not only to the Jewish communities, which of course I'm coming from, but rather to other communities. And I've had the privilege to have had a few discussions with the Honorable Mayor Lago, whom I can call a friend, a personal friend, and also a friend of the Jewish community. We should all, and I'm happy to see it over here in City Beautiful, we should all fight together anti-Semitism, bigotry, hate, and promote the human rights and the shared values of our society and our community. And I'm completely committed to doing so with you, with your help. So whatever you may think that me as an Israeli official can be of help with, reaching out to community, reaching out to the supporting the men and women in blue. My wife joined the Miami-Dade Police Department just a couple of weeks ago. So I'm very honored to have a police officer. Well, she's not a sworn, but don't tell anybody that. But to work in the Miami-Dade Police Department, we are very honored to serve here in Florida. And one of the things that I thought would be very nice to promote is sister city agreement between City Beautiful, between Coral Gables and the city and the town in Israel. So I bring it to your commission. Of course, you will decide upon that in your time, but I'm completely, again, committed to foster the wonderful opportunities that we have to promote the connection between the state of Israel and Florida, and in particular with the city of Coral Gables. Thank you very much for having me here today.
No, it's a true pleasure, like I mentioned. So for my colleagues in the commission, we've had multiple meetings. Yesterday, we sat down for probably about an hour and a half. We talked about partnerships, schools, police and fire, general employees. We're going to schedule some time. We're going to have maybe a breakfast or a brunch for employees, police officers, firefighters, provided by the Israeli consulate. I'll make sure that the entire commission is available. We also talked about the opportunity of potentially having a sister city in Israel. That was just a very brief conversation. He's going to start doing his research, and I said present it to the manager, and then we'll see how we can bring that together, and I think that'll be something important. But most importantly, I think that the most critical thing that we can do is really build a strong partnership. Build a partnership that, again, is not just about an invocation or a speech at a commission. It's about truly engaging with the Jewish community in one form or another. It's not just about lighting the menorah once a year. It's about really building strong bonds and sending a strong statement, like you said, about anti-Semitism, about inclusion. And over the last 2 years, we had one incident here that I dealt with the manager, and the manager remembers that pretty well, about some hate, some Jewish hateful anti-Semitic statements that were made, that were put on a wall. That again, thank God that through the hard work of our police department and our chief, that individual was caught. But this commission is very clear. That is unacceptable in our community. We will stamp that out, and we will say it from the dais, and we will be very vocal in regards to our position of being inclusive, being a safe haven for people to be able to come and enjoy this community. So I want you to understand and be very clear, like I tell everyone who comes here to this commission, you're welcome to come join us here, speak, come to the commission meetings, send my colleagues emails, anything that you think that we can engage on together and partner. It's a breath of fresh air. I welcome it. So does
Thank you very much, Mayor. Same here with my office. And just a word, I truly appreciate what you have done against anti-Semitism. I also took part with you in a press conference. I think it was in December. Anti-Semitism in general, but also other anti-Semitic in particular, but hate and bigotry endanger the fabric of our society, the fabrics of our community, and we should all stand up and fight it together. And I believe it all starts with education. It starts with empowering the law enforcement officers. And again, I'm committed to support and to engage with any possible project and initiative that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Consul General. I appreciate that so much. Moving on to C3, very briefly, the reason why I put this on the agenda is because I'd like for my colleagues, I already did a site visit with staff, with the director, I think it was about 2 weeks ago.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, I got brought to my attention from a resident who lives on Valencia, the opportunity of potentially, beautifying that street. Right now, it's like a desert there. There isn't much landscaping, sidewalks aren't clean. We had a conversation with the manager of the hotel, and we were having conversations about proper maintenance and, really sprucing up the area. But I would like for you, if you can, please to have a conversation with my colleagues to potentially discuss medians, traffic calming, something that will add value and beautify that street.
So, Billy, could you put C3, and it's just one screenshot of the area so that we can look at it. So we're talking about the block of Valencia between Layún and Hernando.
Simple.
So the discussion that we had on the field was about the possibility of adding some bump outs, especially across from the city parking lot. And so we're actually in the process of getting a survey for the area. At that point, we'll make a determination of what are the potential drainage impacts, right? Because the reality is the sidewalks are too narrow for you to really put any significant tree on the sidewalk. So it will be to put in bump outs. When you put bump outs, you interrupt the flow of drainage. The topography of the street will tell us where that goes. So once we have the survey, we'll put together some sketch for the commission to tell us, how many parking spaces are we willing to lose, how many trees do we want, and along with, the drainage portion of the work, which, every time you create a bump out, unless you happen to be right at the high point, you're gonna have to put a drain there, which, it's just part of it. And then, the discussion will have to be done at that point also will be where is this gonna be funded from? Because this is not a funded project as we speak right now. So we can come back to you with some preliminary, maybe, is there a meeting in August, Billy? So maybe in August, we can come back, if that's okay?
Mr. Clerk, I'd like to put it on the agenda for discussion in August. I'd like for my colleagues, if possible, to please visit this area. You're very familiar with this area, probably a lot more familiar than I am.
Well, this was part of originally some of the drawings on the Bacardi project, and there was, the vision of narrowing the lanes, putting in a narrow median, because it kind of creates that visual slowdown. Plus, we have a problem with that circle getting plowed over by vehicles many, many times. So I've been talking to residents in that area for a long time. They do want it done, absolutely. And we do have a city parking lot across the street that will alleviate the parking issues of losses. And most of the time, it's not even half full.
So the median, I'm sorry.
So I drove by last night, and I noticed, I think there are townhomes there, multifamily units. So, I just want to be sensitive to their parking needs on that, on-street parking needs going forward. That's my...
We'll come with an idea.
Yeah.
And then we can add or delete from that.
And it's my understanding from the gentleman that I met with, who's a physician, I think he lives in those townhomes, and he's the one that's kind of calling about traffic calming.
Yeah, no, traffic calming, landscaping, I think is great, but I just want to make sure we...
No, each one of those townhomes have parking. Each one of those apartment buildings have parking through the alley.
Yeah.
Okay, I've talked to the building owners of one of the buildings on the corner. They have no issue with losing some parking because they have adequate parking inside their building. And if we could stretch it to right around the corner on Hernando, and just complete that, I mean, 1 or 2 trees would make a world of difference.
Right, the median of...
Commissioner Fernandez wanted to say something.
I drive through this block quite a bit. There's something that's being employed in Europe as a traffic calming measure, where your traffic is on the right side of the road and then it curves over to the left side with trees so that it's forcibly slowed down because it's not a straight line. So it's being slowed down because both lanes of traffic will move from side to side. That may be something we can contemplate here as a test. I think there is a lot of traffic on the street. I take it a lot, especially traffic coming from the other side of, I guess, heading westbound for the most part. I don't know, just something for you to look into if you can, what they're employing in Europe, because it may be something we can consider as options going forward, and it would add space for green space.
As long as we shade the sidewalk.
Correct.
It has to shade the sidewalk.
Exactly.
We'll take the survey, you know, it's a 60-foot right of way, and that's really the big limitation, right? It's not a wider,
right,
you know, but once we have the survey, we'll see, like I said, we'll come up with an idea for everybody to discuss. We can add, delete, change,
Okay.
you know.
All right. We'll see it in August. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Moving on to C4, discussion regarding TPO multimodal and roadway analysis recommendations regarding transforming US 1 into a boulevard. I sponsored this item when I was in the TPO. I requested a study to be completed in regards to accessibility to the underline. We just got the report back. I shared it. I should have shared it. I think I sent a memo out to staff.
I haven't received it.
I wanted to see if our staff has reviewed it and if there's any information or anything they'd like to add on to that.
So we've reviewed it, a quick review. And we've reached out to DOT. DOT last month hasn't crossed the desk of the traffic operations manager. So this is something that would basically have to be implemented by them. There's some short-term recommendations and some long-term ones. The short-term ones seem like they would be feasible recommendations. The long-term ones, there were two that seemed like they would need to do some initial analysis because there was like some feasibility concerns with the elevated bike path. But one of them, which was like a traffic circle on, on Lejeune, seemed like it might be a good idea.
So I just asked Gabby really quickly to forward the memo onto the commission. The purpose of this, again, the city didn't pay for this report. The study was done by the TPO. You know, this is an opportunity, again, to see how we can figure out ways to have people use the underline. And how are we going to use the underline? You got to find ways to get there. And once you're on the underline, how safe can we make it? So I'd like for staff, if possible, you know, over the next few weeks, maybe we can talk about it in August, sit down with my colleagues in the commission. Once they've reviewed it, maybe have a conversation with Matt, have a conversation with the manager, have a conversation with anybody that deals with transportation, anybody that deals with the ACM, any ideas. Just pass it along and see if we can come up with something that, again, are we gonna potentially move forward on this? Is it too costly? What are the opportunities? Do we need to partner up with the county over the next few years to budget this and see if the county will help us? What can we do to just make people use the underline as much as possible and get to the underline as safe as possible?
All right.
And I'd like some ideas from my colleagues on the commission after this study, because this is a pretty robust study and that the TPO paid for. And I'd like to see us take advantage of the fact that we have this study done.
Thank you, Mayor.
Listen, just trying to find solutions. Trying to find solutions any way that we can. Thank you to the team. I appreciate it. C5. Oh, this is a simple one. You're right there, Mr. Director? I know. Get some water. Get some water. All right. So really quick, C5, shopping carts. I met with Publix a week and a half ago. If you probably noticed, there's shopping carts everywhere. This was brought to my attention by Commissioner Ralph Cabrera a few months ago. He said, Vince, do something about the shopping carts. They're everywhere. So I contacted Publix. They have a system in place that basically locks the shopping carts, but they're going to be working on, you know, making it even more technologically advanced. I met with Whole Foods yesterday. Whole Foods does not have the system in place. They're going to have it in the next 6 months. The nice lady who I met with told me that she ordered 100 shopping carts a year ago, and she's down to 33 shopping carts. Okay? She also said that it's been a major issue in regards to homeless, which I spoke to the manager about already, which is another topic that we'll be having. I had a conversation with Commissioner Regalado yesterday. we're gonna be having a meeting where she's gonna invite the mayor, the city manager, and the police chief from every city to have a discussion about homelessness, especially on the underline and areas of concern. She told me that since the Winn-Dixie closed in South Miami, they've been having more of an uptick in regards to homelessness there in front of Whole Foods. And the big issue there is now she's got to figure out a way to be able to, with the new technology, to be able to allow people to use the shopping carts, get to their car, and not move past 1 block. Because there's a limit. And she's working on that technology. She says that within the next 6 months, she's going to have that. Another issue that we're having now that we're going to have a meeting with is with Target. If you look at Lejeune, and I'm send this to Gabby and to Chelsea all the time, is the issue of the shopping carts. The shopping carts are all over Lejeune. They're dumped in the front of buildings, and someone's got to pick those up. I send them to Public Works daily, like I do with the graffiti and code enforcement issues, to try to resolve it. So I'll be meeting hopefully with Target. Gabby's working on getting us a meeting. If you have any other ideas, if you see issues similar to this that need to be addressed, where it's a multinational corporation that is not holding up their end of the bargain in regards to beautification, in regards to their properties that are not being cleaned, in regards to their parking lots that should be maintained, where maybe they're storing 18-wheelers, where they're doing things, again, that are outside of the city code, we need to bring them into compliance. We need to bring them into compliance because slowly this erodes the fabric of the city beautiful. And if you'd like to get involved, please, you can come to the meeting that we're trying to schedule with Target to try to find a solution. Whole Foods is well aware. Publix is doing what they can. They're gonna even, change a few things that they're doing, and they're looking forward to the new revamp of the store, which I've been working with the manager. Mr. Manager, since we're talking about Publix, can you do me a favor? Can you please share with my colleagues what we've been working on for the last 2 years with Publix? We've finally come to a really nice design where there's potentially going to be a 20,000 square foot park on the corner that we've been able to negotiate with them that will come to the city in the middle of downtown. That's something that I've been working on for a long time, and I take a lot of pride in because I think we're trying to put as many parks in the downtown as possible. And they're moving forward with that. So think about different ways. I know people may think this is ridiculous, Vince. Why are we talking about shopping carts? But it's not.
Correct.
It's not.
I live close to Sedano's, and Sedano's for years has had that issue, but Sedano's actually has a truck that goes around picking
Whole Foods
up.
does it too. The lady who I met yesterday picks it up but it's every 2 weeks.
No, Sedano's is on a regular basis. Every day they're going around town picking up shopping carts. So I would say sometimes we see the uptick. Let Sedano's know. They immediately have the truck go through the neighborhood that are seeing the impact. Because most of the time it's on the Miami side, not on the Coral Gables side. I don't know. Is there any way that we can require that they check on on their shopping carts on a regular basis?
So the issue with that is, and I'll let the city attorney address it, we have some preemption law in the books, right?
Correct. We are really preempted as to what we can do in terms of, citing or fining or assessing any costs. We're preempted by the state.
I live off of Lejeune, and there was one weekend we had 10 shopping carts. It seemed like I learned quickly of all the types of stores we have in the area because I had a pretty much, and even city of Miami, from the city of Miami side east of, somehow they were stacked. I have a question regarding preemption. What's that expression, finders keeper? If one of their shopping carts goes astray, can we impound it?
So what the state law says is that the rightful owner of any shopping cart with a registered name or mark found on public property shall be immediately notified of its recovery.
So by the way,
that doesn't
To
mean
let them know that we found it in.
Commissioner, in the same line as what you're saying, I passed a piece of legislation with your support, which now says that if you put up a sign, MOT sign, a maintenance of traffic sign, the city can go pick it up and fine you. But that's different, though. We have that in the books already, and we're employing that. Now,
Right,
the
but here
issue
we would be, in this case, Mayor, we'd be preempted from doing that.
Commissioners?
Yeah,
Castro?
there's an electronic system that locks the wheels, and there's a designated boundary that after it goes through that boundary, it locks the wheels. How come? Is there any way we could enforce that? Maybe.
So what I was telling you was that I met with Publix. They already have that in the books, and they're just going to tighten up the geofence And the second one was Whole Foods. Whole Foods, when I met with them yesterday, here, the representative, she told me that they're employing that same technology in the next 6 months. But what she tells me is she's heard from other retailers that they just break the wheels. Like Publix told me, people just break the wheels and drag the shopping cart.
Sure.
So
But you're able to lift it. If you lift it enough off the ground, it doesn't trigger the magnet.
There's another technology that is a magnetic strip that when it leaves the store, it stops the cart.
Okay,
the issue with that is that they're trying to get people they want to do something to their car, especially the elderly and the disabled, and then stop it there. So they're working on what their geofence.
Okay, so I'm going to give you the real life story. 4 times over the past 10 days, I have called Publix to pick up 2 carts, all the way within a block of the youth center. Okay, spoke to the manager. Okay, 2 days ago. I'll see if it's picked up tonight. They got to have some tagging technology to be able to find these things. I give them an address, I give them an intersection, but if they don't have tags on these things, just like we have on the motor scooters, so that they can find where their little scooters are to go pick them up, round them up, and take them back, we're going to be talking about this for the next 10 years. So there's got to be a tagging technology rather than playing hide and seek and figuring out it's behind the AT&T box, between the hedges and this one and that one, because I shouldn't have to make 4 calls to get these picked up.
Okay. So just wanted to put on your radar and ask you to please help me out with that, engage. If you have any ideas, I welcome it. And I'll be meeting with Target. If you'd like to be at that meeting, we'll sunshine it. Moving on to G1, time certain, 10 a.m.
Mr. Cortada. He has a project ongoing with the Coral Gables Museum on heat and has some words of wisdom that he can share with us about his project.
It's a pleasure to be here at the political center of the City Beautiful. And it's a city beautiful that I've known for almost all my life, for 56 of its 58 years, as a central place to Miami-Dade County, the heart of Miami-Dade County. And what makes, I think, your city, our city, a city I work in, I'm a professor at the University of Miami, so it is our city. Beautiful, I believe, is the tree-lined canopy. I think all of us can agree that the filtered light that one sees across a day shining on our streets and homes gives people a sense of place. But those trees do more than filter light. They block heat. They sequester carbon. They protect us from flooding. They are essential, not just for aesthetic purposes, but in a warming planet for our health. It's getting hotter in Miami-Dade County. In 1993, when I walked up and down Miracle Mile, there were 13 out of 365 days where I could consider it to be dangerous, problematic from a health point of view. Heat can pose threats to health and human safety, such as fatigue, heat stroke, heat exhaustion, and heat cramps. During a heat wave, the feels-like temperatures can also reach levels that cause hospitalization and even death for certain individuals, particularly the elderly, infants, pregnant women, and people with chronic diseases that are present among diabetics, people with high blood pressure. These are the victims of heat. Today, as I walk down Miracle Mile, there's not 13 out of 365 days that could cause me danger. It's 50. In just 30 years, 50. And it is projected that 1 in 4 days, 1 in 4 Coral Gables days will be dangerous days, heat days, by 2053. That's a problem. That's a life-threatening problem. And it's because of our addiction to fossil fuels and our determination to stick to antiquated systems in building, in planning, in transporting ourselves. Climate shouldn't be a partisan issue. It's a political issue. It's about tax policy, it's about regulation, but it should never be an ideological issue. It's a human issue, a health issue. It shouldn't take an act of courage to ask the legislature to enact environmental regulations that ask businesses to have more sustainable practices, because we would be not focusing on instant gratification or present-day profits, but sustainable practices so that your grandchildren have the ability to live and walk in Coral Gables without suffering a heat stroke in 2053. It shouldn't take an act of courage to call an electric utility out for greenwashing, when in one hand, they have public service announcements telling them how good it is, and on the other hand, there are amendments duping people into believing that solar power is something that they should vote against. It shouldn't take an act of political courage to invest, indeed to model best practices in a wealthy city so that your neighboring municipalities can benefit from your wisdom, but also from your actions. And the reason all of this shouldn't take an act of courage, it's because it's not an ethical issue alone. It's not about loving your neighbor. It's not about loving your grandchildren. It's not about loving and protecting ecosystems. It's about money. It's about profitability. It is about your tax base. It is about your coastline. It is about property values. It is about business interests. It is about the profitability that a business has when you have your outdoor workers have hydration, have shade, and have rest, because you'll have a productivity of 7 to 14%, which means that building that is being built by those construction workers is going to get built on time and in budget. Right? So the reason I'm coming to talk about this issue, and the reason that we've launched a campaign at the Coral Gables Museum, is because it's important for us to understand the reality of the project, of the problem. Not as something that is hypothetical, not something that will happen in 30 years or 40 years, but something that can happen at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Someone could suffer from a heat stroke and wind up at Baptist. And that's completely preventable. So as you legislate, as you innovate, my challenge is to figure out ways of not just thinking about what you do internally within your city boundaries, but how you, for your own self-interest, for your own tax base, can find ways of helping your fellow municipalities who are interconnected financially with the work you do here. In many ways, I would almost prefer your 46,690 residents to plant a tree in Abuelita's house or their cousin's house or their co-worker's house outside of your city boundaries than of your own. You're the city beautiful. You have the most dense tree canopy. But the lack of tree canopies in urban heat islands, islands where there aren't trees, where there is asphalt that beams heat, where there are internal combustion engines, cars that emit heat, where there are building air conditioning systems that throw out wasted heat. Those are spaces and places across the county that make it uninhabitable. And in time, those outdoor workers that we need, the people who care for our pools, who mow our lawns, who collect our tomatoes, who build our buildings, who patrol our streets, who take care of people and give them CPR as paramedics, the people who are at our parks, the camp counselors, the kids who are in after-school programs engaging in recreational activity, the hundreds of thousands of Miamians who will suffer in heat are literally your business. Because if Miami's economic future begins to dwindle as global climate threatens and makes our communities more vulnerable, even the prosperous city beautiful with its tree-lined streets will suffer. So my challenge to you as an artist who uses the elasticity of art to work across disciplines is to really find new ways of thinking, of reframing issues, of making sure that if something feels partisan or political, that you turn that around. And to let our community know through your example that being an environmentalist is not something you do when everyone is in agreement with you. But being an environmentalist is to lead when it hurts. If you put your timeline not as instant gratification here and now, but something that will inure to the benefit of this city for decades to come, then you're thinking sustainably. Then you're being an environmentalist. At the Coral Gables Museum during, and I have the executive director of my foundation here. Adam, when is the Family Day? But when are we giving out the trees? Right. So on July 10th, we'll be giving out trees and welcoming people to the Coral Gables Museum as part of our Keep Cool Miami-Dade campaign, an effort we launched a few weeks ago at the museum, and are engaged in constant programming to have your residents help us through this engaged art process to find places where bicyclists can cool, to find ways. Heat season is here, but summer starts for kids. And as of next week, it's going to be a really hot week. And these kids who are used to air conditioning are now going to be in summer camps, and they haven't adapted to heat. And there's going to be some 13-year-olds, out in the field running, and they're going to get hot. There needs to be campaigns and awareness so that these children and the camp counselors understand what's going on. And just like that, working with the Coral Gables Museum, we're trying to educate your residents, your recreationals, your cyclists, and all those folks so that they can begin to understand the symptoms of heat. And we also, Adam, if you could give some cooling towels out. Commissioner, you have yours because you were at our event, but we'd love for you to have some of the cooling towels that we launched that week so you can use them. This is in cooperation with Mission, a corporation that funded the effort. Thank you. And the reason they're doing this, they literally give cooling equipment to UPS drivers, is because they understand the profitability of having workers keep cool. And just like that, if all of us could keep cool during budgetary issues and instead focus on the big prize, which is how do we protect our city as it faces a future with rising seas and with extreme heat, then I think we can all work together to make the city beautiful, the city sustainable. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you coming to share your words of wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for putting this on the agenda, and thank you, Mr. Cortala, for being here and for your generosity. Thank you. Moving on to consent, my understanding is that we have one item that is going to be pulled.
Yes, item E5, I believe it is.
Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, E5.
With the exception of agenda item E5, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion on any other item on the consent agenda?
Yeah. Let me get to E5 just to make sure that's not the same one. I want to pull the one on Transportation Advisory Board.
No, that's
later?
That's
Okay,
later.
then I'll pull that one.
Okay, may I please have a motion on the amended consent agenda?
Is there any discussion from anybody want to talk about? There's no public comment at all?
Well, it's on agenda item E5.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to E5.
So E5 is a resolution of the City Commission approving a form agreement for the location of certain underground utilities with FPL for the location of certain underground facilities within the right-of-way to facilitate the undergrounding of utilities within the city in accordance with the FPL Storm Secure Underground Program and such other programs as may be approved by the Florida Public Service Commission, and authorizing the city manager to execute such agreements with corresponding exhibits on an ongoing basis for specific location requests mutually agreed to by FPL and the city.
So I asked to pull this item because I thought I've received a lot of questions about the undergrounding process over the last few months. And as I discussed with the city attorney's office, there were questions about the location. So go ahead and.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. So as all of you know, this is a process that's been going on for years, discussions, the process, the planning. This is just the next step in that process. So if you recall, back in August, the commission adopted a resolution accepting the FPL's plan to start working on the overhead conversions. In December, we even adopted an ordinance that would require property owners to cooperate and comply with these utility easements and allow them access to the property so that they can go in and harden the overlying facilities. The current item that's before you today is basically FPL is going to seek to install in place underground facilities within and on certain streets and right-of-ways throughout the city. Giving the sequencing of this undergrounding process, it's kind of imperative that the city approve a general form so that as they come online and the requests come in, we already have a form that was approved by our commission, and authority has been granted to the city manager to go ahead and execute those agreements. We expect, frankly, dozens of these in the next months, years, and probably even decades. This is a process that will take 20, 30 years to complete. So what you're approving today is just that form agreement that was attached as part of your packet item. And as the items get sent to the city, our public works team, our city manager's team will review every single request to make sure that where the location is approved. So it's not that you are giving FPL a blanket statement, install them wherever you like. That's not what's happening today. You are approving a form agreement, and then as the permitting process moves forward, they will come and request part of the agreement. There's an Exhibit A and Exhibit B, and that will delineate exactly where they want that particular installation to occur. It'll be reviewed by our public works team, it'll be reviewed by the city manager's team, and then will be approved.
Now, I did have another question. On here, it says there's two attachments, or the attachments are not on there.
That may be the attachments for the form agreement. We don't have any form agreements submitted yet, so that's probably the two exhibits that's referring to.
Got
Those, Commissioner, those attachments should delineate the work.
Okay, perfect. So those are attachments that will come as this process is approved.
Correct.
Yes.
Do we have a current map or schedule of where we have the process has started, where the process is continuing?
I do not have that, but I can go ahead and see if we can get that to you and send it over to you.
So the process started, we had a ribbon cutting, and the actual work started. I know we have representatives from FPNL that started right across the street from fire station on US 1, adjacent to the Chinese Village, where we started working on that already. Would you like to give us a little bit, can you come up and talk a little bit about that?
And Mayor, if I may say that all this work is permitted through the Public Works Department through our right-of-way.
So the process started probably, when did we have that ribbon cutting?
March?
I think it was March.
In March. So, again, it's been a process that we've been working on for years. We were gonna spend close to $300 million on a bond that the residents were gonna have to pay a portion of it. We came to an agreement with FPNL that hopefully over the next 10 to 12 years, how much of the city will be undergrounded?
In 10 to 12 years, we expect about 60% of the city will be undergrounded. That's including what's already undergrounded. So good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. My name is Addis Carrilla, Amy Bonilla with FPL. Our office is at 4200 West Flagler Street. So yeah, we started the undergrounding process in March of this year. That's phase one. What we're trying to accomplish with this is we're still gonna go pursue private easements from residents, but where we find it, where the engineering is not possible to be able to get an easement or location, that's when we will pursue this form agreement. And the attachments will be the locations, which will be vetted by your leadership, will be looked at, to make sure that they're not in conflict. We'll need a permit, and then they'll be approved so that we can continue with the project.
Okay. I have a question. I guess the map as a reference, how often does that, how far into the future do you have like a map that's showing the areas? I mean, is it on a 6 months, a yearly basis, and you go, or do you already have it mapped out for X number of years?
That we have identified undergrounding. So we have a map that shows locations for the next 10 years till 2030. I'll let Amy.
Sure, thank you. So as of right now, we currently have those maps and designated locations through construction for 2023 and 24. So we do our annual selection on an annual basis. So all of the projects that are selected and that we're in conversation right now have met specific reliability criteria with the Florida Public Service Commission. So the ones in question right now are on our construction plan for 23, and then on an annual basis, we can review that 10-year plan.
Would it be possible to, on a yearly basis, provide the city for our knowledge and also for the residents on a year? I'm not asking for 5 years, 10 years, because things change, but on a yearly basis, we get an updated version so folks can keep track of how things are going.
So it's actually on our website. We have an undergrounding website, and that will provide all those updates. The map is on the website. The map of locations underway are already on the website, and they will be updated as the plans proceed.
Can we put it on, if we haven't already, in our e-news, that map?
We have done that. We will put it again.
Again.
That website also links to the FPNL website. And we've had it on e-news a number of times. We will put it again, Commissioner.
So
Is that on the City and Development Projects page?
No, it's a separate landing page. It's undergrounding project construction updates.
Because like everything else, I think it's important for make it easy to find for, folks are perhaps not, just regular folks that are interested in what's going to happen in their neighborhood. So not on your end, but at the city's end, make it as easy to find and access. So if we can do it e-news again, and I'd be more than happy to put it, in my circulations.
So I'm going to add to that. What people also need is for future planning purposes, knowing when you're going to come through their neighborhoods. So if you can have that included on our webpage, someone might want to be putting in a pool or doing an addition, and to be able to coordinate the timing of items, so that they can dovetail in with when FPNL plans on hooking up their area. It might be, next year, so they might want to wait a little longer.
Absolutely, and that's an excellent point and benefit to bring up. So our outreach actually starts 1 year in advance of construction, where we'll start engaging with the city, of course, let them know of the selection. We'll start hosting community meetings. We'll start actually even door knocking to let them know that we are doing this work in advance of construction, and that's where we also request those necessary agreements. So we definitely take pride in that, and any partnership that we can continue doing to make sure the communication is clear, we're happy to do so as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think something very important is this project proceeds in accordance with the engineering requirements.
So I need a motion on this item. There's no further discussion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Not a problem.
Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm glad that we were discussing this today because it seemed a little arrogant to mention exhibits and not have them where you could see them, number one. Number two, I'm glad that there's a three-legged stool, Florida Power and Light, the city, and the people that pay the taxes, the residents. And I thought it was very interesting that this agreement, sight unseen, is going to be signed and that the city and FPNL will work on it. Hello? What about the people that are going to be affected? What you said right now. How do we plan our lives if we do not know when these things are going to happen? Okay? Please remember, the city is almighty and the city knows everything that's good for us. But you know what? Like parents will tell you, the kids also know what they want. And we are the people. The city doesn't belong to anybody but to those of us that pay taxes. We are the city. The city doesn't exist if we don't pay taxes. And all of you wouldn't be elected if we were not here. So please, when you come up with agreements, remember the third part, the residents.
Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to time certain item 2-1, 10:30.
Mayor, this is a resolution of the Waterway Advisory Board requesting the city administration to conduct research regarding current vegetation trimming and recommend an ongoing financing program to restore safety and navigability to the waterway and its tributaries. So this is a resolution of the Waterway Advisory Board. It's not on for a decision by you all today.
Mr. Mayor, board members, Mr. Manager, my name is Doug Yoder. I reside at 4800 Alhambra Circle. I'm the vice chair of the Waterway Advisory Board that was created 6 years ago to advise the city on recommendations for improving health, safety, maintenance, sustainability, and accessibility to the Coral Gables waterway and its tributaries. This resolution was unanimously adopted by the board to address the issue of excessive tree growth on the perimeter of the canal that limits navigability and it creates safety hazards. Our understanding is that the city has the legal authority to require property owners to trim their vegetation for those purposes. We had a presentation with the permitting director of the county's Environmental Resources Management Division, which operates and manages the program, particularly related to mangrove trimming. And in an abundance of transparency, I'll point out that when this program was created in the 1980s, I was the assistant director of DERM. So to the extent that you may have experienced what I would call the rigors of procuring a permit, I suppose I bear some responsibility for that. But there is a provision in state law and the county code that if a city sponsors and operates a program, individual permits are not required, and the city can operate under something like a general permit and conduct that work and be in full compliance with the law. So the intent of this recommendation is that the administration can really evaluate the need, quantify the need, sort of monetize the need, develop an ongoing program to address this problem over time, and it's going to be less expensive, less burdensome to the residents, and it will create a situation that is going to be safer on the waterway for everybody who uses the waterway. So we're just requesting your support to undertake this effort, and presumably it might come back in the form of a budget item or whatever in the future once it's clear what the costs are and what the benefits are going to be.
Thank you, Mr. Yoder. I appreciate that. Mr. Manager, would you like to add any comments or kind of provide a little guidance in regards to our discussion?
Well, we have, as far as the city code is concerned, the property owners are responsible for their property. We would be responsible in the areas where we have bridges and so forth. But there's also the issue of dredging. This is an extremely costly issue. Dredging is extremely costly, and this is, and also maintaining all these waterways would be extremely costly. Now, Durham does have the ability to work with property owners and has kind of a reduced permit requirement for this kind of maintenance. So we feel that we are responsible for our areas, but the property owners are responsible to maintain their areas.
So I do have a question. Would it be possible for having one general permit on the trimming, and therefore, and then the city can enforce through code enforcement or otherwise the trimming of, and it's mostly mangrove trees hanging out there? That's why the permit would be necessary. I mean, I recently kayaked up and down and in and out all the tributaries from the navigable areas that I could do. And yeah, there are areas that definitely need trimmed, and everybody's interpretation of how much to trim is going to be different based upon their knowledge of how much space is needed for navigation. So is there a way to do that?
Vice Mayor, I think Durham has a expedited permit for property owners for trimming these particular areas. We knew this was going to be a problem when some of these subdivisions, let's say Coco Plum, were done, when those plats were done, because you have basically a dock that extends, that you have a walkway that extends to a dock within the mangrove area. This was obvious that the mangroves are doing what they normally do, which is extending outward and generating land, and that this was going to be a trimming. This was going to be an issue. So within those documents and within the city code, this is a requirement of the individual property owners. There is an expedited permit that Durham has for maintaining waterways, for maintaining that walkway open. I think for us to start getting permits on a general basis for all the property owners would be a problem. I think that we can probably help getting some of these permits, but that expedited permit that Durham has is not.
Let me rephrase it then. How about having more code enforcement on the waterway? Just like we have an obligation to maintain our swales, someone needs to go up and down the waterway, identify the homeowners that are not trimming what they need to trim, and, then require those homeowners to do that trimming.
We are currently doing that, but not in a, aggressive way, but we can certainly.
Say at least once a year, someone's got to go up and down the waterway.
And these subdivisions are realizing that there is a problem. There's also a dredging problem, which is a huge cost also. And so I think addressing all these issues, fortunately, a lot of these subdivisions do have HOAs, and this really should be an HOA issue as far as what these costs are going to be and how to implement that. We can certainly provide really some technical advice, but I think Durham has reduced permitting options that can deal with the individual property owners.
Well, I think, if I may, in my experience, the property owners are likely to want to do trimming if it's an issue either with accessing their own dock, or if it's a view corridor kind of issue where they want to be able to see the water. And I think the question here is more sharply defining the need for trimming for navigation and safety, using kind of a uniform standard that is not just the property owner's interpretation. That could be done by the city having a sort of a standard and periodically surveying the waterway, using the code enforcement process to require the individual property owners to do the trimming. I think our board's thought was that it may be done more efficiently if there is a centralized program that could be potentially charged back to the property owners on the waterway, so that it's not imposing a cost to everybody else, but that it is a consistent program that happens on an ongoing basis. I mean, keep in mind, the reason that the mangrove trimming ordinance was created was to protect Biscayne Bay from excessive mangrove trimming, because mangroves are critical to the bay. And the exception here is that you want to do this for safety and navigation purposes. You want to do it in a way that is as protective of the mangroves as it can be. But you can't, I think, kind of leave it to the individual property owners to get that done on their own.
Mr. Yoder, if we could. Go ahead, Mr.
Same here. I believe it should be done through the HOA on a subdivision basis. And that's something that the HOAs can do, something that we can assist on and get that. And however, start doing a project in which we are doing the work and as an improvement district where we have let's say a waterway improvement district. I think that this is better handled. These are private waterways. Excuse me, they're not private waterways, but they act like private waterways because there's very little accessibility except for those individual properties. And so I think it's better handled through the HOA, and it's better handled through the HOA as a subdivision issue than as an individual issue, right? And so we will certainly help the HOAs from any technical, for technical issues from that respect. But I do think for us to handle as an improvement district and back charge those areas, and then dredging also, which is going to be millions of dollars. I think it's something that the HOAs can handle. We'll be very happy to help with any technical aspect.
And I think now that I sponsor an item here which creates a board which brings in HOAs. So what I think we could have is a potential opportunity for that board to also take the lead and have this as a focal point that needs to be addressed. But I'd love for the board to continue working with the manager to highlight these issues and find a solution. Find a solution where the HOAs they take bull by the horns and they address the issue and they start addressing this. That's the reason why you said, for example, there's a permitting process to be able to address it. Just as much to cut as to protect.
As far as code, what does our code currently stipulate should be the maintenance of the waterways, I guess?
So our code says that it shall be unlawful for any owner or owners of any lot, parcel, or tract of land abutting a canal within the city to permit trees or shrubbery to extend over such canals as to constitute a nuisance. And it has a process for providing notice and time to correct the nuisance.
Have we noticed these properties, though?
I don't know.
But the mangroves are a completely separate issue. Completely separate issue.
There's also plat issues that put that on the actual property owners. I do think this should be handled, as Mr. Yoder said, on a more of a subdivision basis, and so that trimming can be effective. That subdivision has been around for 20 years or so, or maybe more, 30, and if it's handled kind of holistically, it's a much better way of doing it. But for us to do it as an improvement district, I think it should be better handled through the HOAs and we can certainly provide technical help.
The only question I'm not sure of, and this is probably just ignorance on my part, is the extent to which all of the properties that are adjacent to the waterway are part of a homeowners association, kind of like the Cocoa Plum situation, which is certainly different than individual properties along the waterway. I would say if it...
Mr. Yoder, I think along the waterway it's different because it's not a mangrove issue. Along the waterway it's more of a tree issue inside the actual properties. So Australian pine, things like this, there is no issue with those. I think the big issue, the big environmental issue is the mangrove. And that's the issue along the coast. And that's not really an issue along our waterway. Our waterway is all bulkheaded, and what we've got is tree encroachments, which we handle that through the code enforcement process.
And a lot of these decisions came back to whether you had a seawall, you didn't have a seawall. And they didn't implement the seawall. Obviously, you had the cantilever structure over the deck that cantilevers over the mangroves that have grown over a certain time period. So I think the process here has to be done by a professional. You have to follow the county code that requires certain standards be used. And like working with the manager and the HOAs, now when we have this board in place, I think it'll give us an ability to address the boards in a one-stop shop with, who knows, 10, 15 entities in one room saying, look, this is the way that we're going to address this issue moving forward, because it is a problem. I've heard from multiple different individuals who have told me that the waterways are becoming less and less navigable.
I will report back to the board, and I thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
We're gonna move on to G2, which is time certain for 11 o'clock, but we're gonna take a 5-minute break. It's Commissioner Menendez's item. Take a 5-minute break.
Okay, let's do it.
No worries, sir. Take your time. All right, we're gonna move on from the time certain item at 11. We'll come back to it. Let's address F1. Moving on to ordinances on second reading.
F1 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 34 nuisances, Section 34-105, abandoned or junk motor vehicles on public or private property prohibited, exceptions to prohibit the parking, storing, or leaving of vehicles under car covers on city swale areas, providing for severability clause, repeal the provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. There was one change, Mayor, made since this was last heard at the last meeting. If you give me 1 second. Assistant City Attorney Gus Zavallo is the one who prepared it, but I can pull it up if you just give me 1 moment. So the change that was made, is that there can be a vehicle can be parked with a car cover on the right-of-way as long as it's the driveway approach, not the grassy swale area.
Can we also, as a sponsor of the item, can we also, if my colleague, the vice mayor, will allow me to, can we amend that just a little bit and tweak it so that we make sure that we're not, obviously it doesn't allow by the code anyways, that we're not blocking the sidewalk or blocking the street?
Right. Yes.
Sure. So as written, it's not that specific. I'll turn it over to Mr. Ceballos to answer about.
But yes, all other regulations regarding parking and blocking of sidewalks, all other regulations would apply. And the exact language, Mayor, is this section does not apply to vehicles parked wholly within the improved surfaces of a driveway approach if the car cover is form-fitting and does not retain water.
Right. My requests were that it had to be fitted, not with rubber bands on the holding it on. And there are fitted ones designed for your car. I did do a recent little tour with my brother-in-law when he returned back to the Gables and saw a sundry of car covers from a tarp to filthy ones to ones that are being, held on with bungee cords, et cetera. And I agree with you, it's unsightly. But they have to be clean and no mosquitoes breeding for the variety of reasons that I indicated, because the leaves promote ants to breed inside the car and etch the leaves, the juices will etch the paint of the car.
Okay.
But Mayor, certainly if you want us to end within this section, clarify that they can't block sidewalks and those other regulations and restrictions, we can certainly add that just to make it abundantly clear.
Yes, that was one of the things I asked
Can you
for.
incorporate that?
And I think also that car covers in general should be in good shape.
Yes.
Because, for example, there's one on Bird Road that has tears on it, that needs to be refreshed. If you're gonna have a car cover, we need to make sure that, again, it's in good shape.
I agree with all of that.
I'll make sure to incorporate some language that it'd be free of tears and openings.
Yeah, and they do go through the washer, so people can.
I'll make a motion.
Clean.
I'll second.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez? Yes. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item F2.
F2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code, Chapter 82, Vegetation, Article 1 in general, Section 82-7, annual registration required, in order to remove provisions conflicting with state law and add provisions regarding the proper parking of vehicles, providing landscaping and tree trimming services in residential areas, and amending Chapter 1, General Provisions, Section 1-7, entitled Penalties, to include penalties for violations of Section 82-7, providing for a repealer provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. There's been one change, which the Deputy City Attorney will explain.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. This item was adopted on first reading during your last meeting in May. Since the first reading, there has been one change, adding that enforcement of the newly amended Section 82-7, which sets forth those restrictions on parking, will not begin until January 1st, 2024, following an extensive educational campaign.
Is there any comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Move it.
Second?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F3.
F3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables zoning code, Article 14 process, Section 14-103.2, membership terms, vacancies, removal, to amend the manner in which one of the required 7 members of the Board of Architects is appointed, providing for a repealer provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. There have been no changes since first reading, but this is a public hearing item.
Mr. Clerk, are there any comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Okay.
Okay. No, Mr. Mayor?
No comments? Okay.
Motion?
I'll make the motion.
Yep. Your item, all right?
Yeah, sounds good. You want to?
Second?
Second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F4.
F4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 46 of the Code of the City of Coral Gables entitled Pensions, amending Section 46-87 Members Selection to have the Director of Human Resources and Risk Management serve on the Retirement Board and remove the Labor Relations Resources and Risk Management Director from the Retirement Board, and providing for repealer provision, codification, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. There have been no changes since first reading. This is a public hearing item.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, are there any comments?
No, sir.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion?
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right, moving back on to time certain, 11 a.m., G2.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I bring up two gentlemen who are very involved in our community, Coral Gables residents, going back to a recurring issue that we've dealt with, I think, in an amazing way, led by you, Mayor, on many levels, is, in our city, we are sometimes short of park space, available land, and the city has made it a mission of its to find opportunities to increase the number of parks our city has, because we are a growing community and we have a lot of especially young families coming in, and it's what adds to our quality of life. And I think also in this environment that we live in today, national, state, and local, opportunities to cooperate with different other local government agencies and community groups is scarce. And I was approached by the Friends of Gables with an idea that they had. And the beautiful part is that there seems to be support not only for the Friends of Gables, the community, but also the school board. And it's about the opportunity to take an amazing piece of land that we've sometimes taken for granted and perhaps converting it into one of those crown jewel parks for our community. So with that, I'd like to bring up to the podium both Darrell Payne and Tom Parker to address the commission and the administration and the public about this, I think, wonderful opportunity.
Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, and thank you for having us. I'm Tom Parker. I live at 419 Camilo Avenue, and I am the chair of the Friends of Gables High. Although, as we are a not-for-profit, we're not here in that capacity. I'm here as a citizen of Coral Gables. And as Commissioner Menendez said, we think that Gables High has an amazing location and a potential as a park for the city of Coral Gables. We have been talking to Commissioner Rojas at the school board, and as you know, the school board has committed to invest $46 million into the renovation of the facility. However, that $46 million is for the facility and not for the perimeter, not for the campus outside, not for landscaping, fencing, et cetera. And so our hope is that cooperation between the city of Coral Gables and the school board can come up with an interlocal agreement that will properly fund renovation of the athletic fields, of the fencing, of the landscaping, and create the park that Commissioner Menendez just mentioned. So that's why we're here today in support of that, and specifically to begin the process of getting the stakeholders of our community on board, and specifically would propose to you all that you consider hiring Dover Cole, architectural firm that you all are familiar with, to start the process of getting the vision that each of you have. The mayor has a vision, Mr. Menendez has a vision, all of us have our ideas to get into so that we can start to talk to the community about where this park space can go.
Go ahead.
Thanks, and I just wanted this, my name's Darrell Payne, I'm also a former chair at Friends of Gables High. I'm a longtime Gables resident. I just realized I think it's been 6 decades. I go back to the 1960s. But I just want to talk a little bit about Gables High and our role in supporting the school and helping the school become really deep in its ties to the community. So Friends of Gables High was started a few years back when we realized that city, community leaders, alumni even, and parents didn't realize what an undiscovered gem we have here. And I picked up the most recent issue of Coral Gables magazine, and you'll see the amazing schools that students are going to from Gables High every year. Always 3 or 4 of the Ivies, Chicago, Michigan, Virginia, great schools. You can't get a better education anywhere in the state, and people don't realize that. So we were formed to connect alumni, students, community leaders like yourselves with the school as a large. The school board, as Tom mentioned, has stepped up to the plate. $46 million renovation. And if you've been on campus, you know it's not even halfway done, but you see what a difference it's made. But there are things the school board's not going to do about the perimeter and bringing the school up to the standards of Coral Gables, the landscaping, the the architectural fencing. They are going to commit to a totally renovated gym. And you know, driving along Lejeune, that facade needs to be better, and it will be better. We envision that the field space can become, as Commissioner Menendez mentioned, a true partnership integrated with the community. Merrick Park, all the new apartments going up there, with the school obviously continuing to use it, and that space can be used in a way that benefits the school, the students that are there, and absolutely the city of Coral Gables. How proud would we all be to be able to drive by that new campus when it's done and let Gables residents know, you know, if you want to go to another school, you can, but you have a public school option right here that is unparalleled. And one step on the campus, our businesses, our new residents coming in will know this is a place I want to go and I want to be. So we're here to answer any questions. We want to support and encourage you to put some funds to helping us to to develop a site plan with input from everyone, students, schools, school board, everyone. We know it's worked for Key Biscayne. They've got a compact, and you see what they've done with Mast and their field space, and St. Agnes. I'm sorry, not St. Agnes, but the K through 8. Miami Beach has done it. Coral Gables has done some partnerships, but we want to deepen that.
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Parker. We met, I think it's an excellent vision, but you were instrumental also in helping address some of the residents' concerns in getting that netting moving to prevent the balls from flying across Riviera and into other people's roofs. So I want to thank you for that. I look forward to looking at this in further detail in the future.
And this actually came up several times in the School Community Relations Committee over the last few years. The district was the one that was really against use of the fields as a park. So it's welcoming to hear that the school board is now changing their idea of this. And this is definitely, it's an area that doesn't really have a park. So this would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood. And it's a very large area, so there's plenty of usability. I mean, I'd say that's probably the same size as Phillips Park.
Yeah, I would say significantly so.
So, thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. I would like you to know that from a perspective, there is a little bit of competition for this area, so it would be helpful to get moving. I had a long conversation with lead counsel for the school board, and he mentioned the soccer club on Key Biscayne has got their eyes on this location too. So that was something that the attorney brought up, and I just wanted to mention that we as a community need to move forward and begin these conversations with the school board and see if there truly can be a great partnership for this location.
So my suggestion is, with the help of the administration, the city attorney's office, is two-pronged. One is, if the commission is supportive, to have them come back our next commission meeting with details as to, what they mentioned, the gentleman mentioned about Dover Coal, creating a vision, and what funding source, how much would it be Well,
we do have an initial proposal from Dover Coal. It's $50,000 for a phase one, which would include their gathering the vision from the various stakeholders and putting it on paper. And I'm happy to circulate that at any time.
If my colleagues are comfortable with bringing it back next month with perhaps suggestions from the administration, what funding source we can use, unless you have some ideas now, and have it come back so, we can move forward on the vision part. And then at the same time, I think if we can have the administration and law department also start at least engaging Maritere Rojas and the school board. So, if this is something that the city wants to embrace, we can move in a coordinated fashion. I leave it up to you all.
Well, you're the sponsor of the item, so why don't we have these two gentlemen speak with the manager? And let's put together something so we can have it on the next commission.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to have them bring it back next commission meeting. A plan with regards to Dover Coal funding source and something that the commission can approve, and bring us also an update with regards to interlocal agreement. Perhaps you can sit down with our city attorney and her staff on the mechanism of an interlocal agreement. That way we keep things moving in an efficient way.
I'll second it.
Okay. We got a first and a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
See you next month.
Oh, and Daryl. That's Cavalier's, right here, intern. Say hello, Valeria. Other Cavalier.
We'll move on to F5 before I take the time certain.
F5 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code, Chapter 34, nuisances, Article 6, noise, Section 34-166, definitions, and Section 34-169, enumerated prohibited acts in order to prohibit the use of gasoline-powered leaf blowers within the city, and amending Chapter 1, general provisions, Section 1-7, penalties, in order to add associated penalties, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. Deputy City Attorney Stephanie Throckmorton can present the item, and this is a public hearing item.
Good morning again, everybody. This item before you today changes some sections of our noise code to address gas-powered leaf blowers. It adds a definition of leaf blower, and it finds that as an enumerated prohibited act, it is prohibited to use a gasoline-powered leaf blower within the city. It provides that battery and electric-powered leaf blowers may be used, provided they do not exceed a decibel level of 65 dBA, which has to be shown on the manufacturer's label affixed to the leaf blower. It is also subject to the noise and time the time and noise restrictions that we have elsewhere in the code. So those time prohibitions still apply. In the event of a hurricane, tropical storm, or similar extreme weather event, the city manager, in his discretion, may temporarily suspend provisions of that subsection to permit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers. There's also a financial hardship waiver for individual property owners or principals of small businesses who want to get a hardship waiver for a year through a form that we will put together with the city manager's office, and it provides for a penalty of $250 per violation to be assessed.
So let's talk about this just for kind of lay the groundwork. So in May 10th of 2022, I sponsored a resolution to the commission establishing a goal to cease use of gas-operated leaf blowers by city staff and city contractors by 2024. That was also sponsored by Commissioner Menendez and Commissioner Anderson. On April of the 26th, we had a discussion regarding leaf blowers, banning leaf blowers, which I sponsored. On August of 24th of 2021, we had a discussion regarding leaf blowers in the city of Coral Gables, sponsored by Commissioner Menendez, Anderson, and myself. This has been a discussion that has been talked about for the last 3 or 4 years ad nauseum. I'm in favor of this. I use an electric leaf blower in my house. It works well, not as well as gas. The battery doesn't last long. I have to use 2 or 3 different batteries to do all my property. It's costly. But what I want to really understand here is, are we passing laws to pass laws, or are we finally ready to do this? The city hasn't adopted this, correct?
I don't believe the city is fully electric. I'll defer to the city manager, but there has been some movement in green space management to purchase some, and I believe there's a new need request for the next budget for some parks
So
purchasing.
that's my first question. Number 2, how are we going to enforce this? So I passed a piece of legislation that now has been preempted by the state, which required all gardeners, landscaping companies to be placed on a list and for them to register. That is no longer allowed as of this year. So moving forward, are we going to fine the landscaping company, or are we going to fine the resident who hired the landscaping company?
So as written, it's not delineated who would receive that citation, both one or the other. We can certainly amend that to
Right,
to-
so if
to
I can
indicate.
answer, I guess, your 2 questions. For starters, this commission in the past has taken a lot of efforts to get us to where we are today. This was an issue that came out during the campaign repeatedly. I'd say it was probably the 5th largest issue that residents were addressing, because a lot of residents are working from home, and they are being impacted by the leaf blowers constantly blowing throughout the day. The way that I discussed this with staff was to piggyback off of what we already have, which is requiring that the city be compliant by the end of 2024. This would give residents and landscaping companies more than enough time to make the transition to electric leaf blowers, and it would give us enough time to put out PSAs and information out to residents to inform. This specific ordinance, as I sent it to staff, is really 2 different versions. Naples and Miami Beach, who have already enacted it, And I have actually asked staff for a second reading not to come before the commission until September, because as they were recommending, there are two other municipalities, South Miami and Miami Beach, who will go into effect over the next 2 months so that we can see what measures they're taking for enforcement, and we can fine tune ours before coming up for a second reading.
I know the beach enacted it, but they haven't started it yet, correct?
No, I believe enforcement begins in August.
Right.
So I'm all in favor of this. I don't see how we're going to address two issues. Number one, the fact that the systems do not compare to the strength that is provided by a gas-operated system, number one. So when you talk about heavy machinery like landscaping companies, it's very different when I just blow my leaves from the morning or from the afternoon compared to a landscaping company that has to really elevate the quality based on the simple fact that when you cut grass and it's wet, it sticks to the ground. You just can't lift it with an electric blower. There isn't much strength. Number two, the cost is pretty significant. So we're gonna have to address that issue on who's gonna get the fine. So if your landscaping company is not in compliance and your neighbor calls and says, listen, the following landscaping company is using gas blowers, code enforcement will go out there, stop them from cutting the yard, hit them with a fine or a warning, whatever that may be. That's the second thing. The third thing that we've encountered here, which I think was brought up today, is the issue of addressing, which we've never been able to address, and the only way to address is with enforcement, is the issue of the blowers just basically blowing into your neighbor's yard. You know, that's something that, again, no matter, we would have to hire hundreds of code enforcement officers to be on every single corner addressing that issue. Because do you remember how many landscaping companies registered? Do you remember?
I don't know that number offhand. I think it was done through the finance department.
I think finance maintained that database.
Yeah.
But I remember that it worked because, as a matter of fact, up to 3 months ago, our team in code enforcement actually caught somebody illegally dumping, and they went off the sticker that was still on that landscaping company's car. So I'm in favor of this. I just don't know if it's really enforceable this year or even next year, because these landscaping companies, the cost is pretty significant. And the idea of I want to see what other municipalities are going to do, and the technology is not there because I use this technology in my house, and I don't see it working at a commercial grade level. I just don't see it.
Can I just want to add a couple thoughts? If we haven't mentioned it, it seems every time we do something, the state turns around and preempts us. So I just want to make sure, though I understand a lot of residents want this, but during the election cycle, and I wasn't even running, I got a resident yelling that we were taking away their rights because we were forcing people to go to electric gas blowers. When I explained to them, no, it's the city. It was like Emily Latella from Saturday Night. Never mind. But I got, so though there are, I think the majority want us to go in that direction, there is still some that don't. So I'm also concerned if we go in too hard like a sledgehammer, the state may turn around and start coming back towards local government. So I want to be very careful. So I have a suggestion. One is, when is the date that this would be started?
The end of 2024 is what the city has
So it would
mandated for
mirror-
itself, so that's what I would.
Yeah, okay.
So as drafted, it's June 1st, 2024, but if the sponsor wants to amend that to be the end of
Yeah,
2024, we could
I'd like
certainly
the
do
dates
that.
to mirror each other.
Yeah.
This is a suggestion, and you can accept it or not, but I would like to see us staggered. I would like to go first with the commercial landscaping companies, and then a certain amount of time later, have it impact the residents themselves. We want to see how it works with the landscaping companies before we throw everybody in at the same time. Staggered.
Can I ask you a quick question? Again, I don't have that much.
I don't have a gas. I don't have a
cut my
leaf
own
blower.
yard. I don't have. I just like the blower.
Yeah.
Just to keep the front area clean. That's it. I would love to know. I think it's got to be 95% of the city has a landscaping company that probably comes and cuts their yard.
Yeah.
Or 90%, or something to that effect. So at the end of the day, everybody's affected because they're going to pass the cost on to the residents.
Yeah.
They're going to say, listen, you want me to spend, Mr. Manager, what are we talking about in regards to an electric? Just a little one that I have is $400 from Home Depot. An industrial one with the backpack, which has the battery pack in the back, that last longer, they've got to be,
Actually,
pretty
I think
expensive.
Fred has the numbers.
Fred, do you
because,
know what the
they've been
numbers are?
purchasing them.
We were looking at some, and, you know, it is an industrial company. It's a big-time manufacturer. It's not like what you get at a Home Depot. It's like Husqvarna, which is a big manufacturer. The setups that we saw, that my guys demoed and liked the best with the unit and the backup batteries, because you need a second set. Because if not, you're going all the way back to 72nd if you're Greenscape, or you're going back to Granada if you're Parks. It was about $2,500 a setup, and we need several setups. And then there's an ongoing cost annual because the batteries burn out.
And how do they match up with gas-powered blowers?
My staff told me that they're adequate, but the gas blowers they're more powerful. But there's a thing that I mean, you know, you will get technology will continue. There's more and more emphasis on electric, so I think you'll continue to get it more. So as you go and you get replacements over the years, you'll be able to get more powerful ones. The hope is that at one point they'll match up to the performance of the gas ones.
We're talking, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, finish up, and then I'll take over.
I think by the time this is initiated, I mean, plenty of time has come for the technology at least to improve. That's what I'm hoping. And the reason why I wanted to focus first on the landscaping companies and the residents, I think we have the ability to deal with the landscaping, with the issues that arise through the landscaping companies than trying to deal with the issues that arise with every single resident in Coral Gables. I just find it as a proper step one before we go into full mode.
So, as someone who actually cuts their yard and uses leaf blowers and has been doing it for her entire life, okay, I'm going to give you some insight. The leaf blowers for the homeowners are the easy lift, okay? I've been running one, electric one, for at least 10 years, okay? Same one, just change out the batteries every once in a while. I've offered them to people that I've had come onto my property because I prefer that over the gas. And there's technique as well that you use. You got mahogany leaves. Your best bet is to loosen them first and then blow, because they're glued to whatever surface they land on, especially when wet. So I spoke to a landscaper and asked him for his input, and he says, you know, the stuff that we have, and he's referring to the grass, causes a lot of carbon impact. And the amount of carbon impact from lawn maintenance is equal to the vehicles that we drive down the street. That's amazing. He was not opposed to going to electric. Okay, and I think if we do it by the end of 2024 with the way that battery technology is evolving, they're lighter and lighter as we go. If I compared the batteries that I originally got for this machinery to the ones that I have now that I can buy, they're half the weight than what I used to get, 10 years ago. And the charges last much longer, the discharge is deeper on the battery. Enforcement, of course, is going to be one of the key items. I'm glad you brought this forward, okay? I'd like to add to it. I'd also like to suggest that we start off a little lighter on the penalties, $50 on the resident for the first year, 100 for the second year. And if you want to go to 150, we can do that on the third year. That encourages people to find a solution. Go out and buy the electric leaf blower you want. You can have it on your front porch for the guy to use, or you can make arrangements for that, or have extra charge batteries for them. There's a way to work around this. So the other thing I'd like to add to it is, in following years, weed eaters and then lawnmowers. I've had people send me, I've been using an electric lawnmower, battery powered, for well over 5 years. Sounds like a fan running, makes, 25% of the dust. And if you really know what you're doing when you're cutting a lawn with these bigger machines, you point the grass to go in a direction so you don't have to blow the entire yard. Okay?
So Vice Mayor, if I may ask you, I want to understand with the intent. I'm in favor. Is this for commercial use, for the landscaper showing up at your house, or is this just for residents and the city?
No, it's both.
Right.
We can
You want
state
across the board, everybody?
across the board, everything. This was a huge complaint because you get the chorus of leaf blowers going, blowing all the leaves down the street. Even our staff, every single leaf doesn't need to come off the AstroTurf, because the kids have fun playing with them.
And
You know,
also, in regards to the fines, so if, again, like to avoid a landscaping company just paying a fine for an entire year, is it a one-time fine, it's $50, or is it when they get caught over and over and over again using the same equipment, is it $50, $100, $150? How's it gonna work?
As drafted, it's $250 for each violation, so each time you would be cited for that. So if you got house by house and you got caught 10 times, that would be 10 fines.
And remind me where those fines came from?
The fines are similar to Miami Beach's fines, but again, happy to amend however the commission
I'm in
wishes.
favor of it. I already use an electric blower in my house. I'm just saying that we have to figure out a way in 2024, if the technology's not there, to address city staff.
So I'd say, you know, rather than every single property, let's say day one, they get a fine. They're not going to be able to buy an electric leaf blower immediately.
So there's maybe some logistical issues with code enforcement not giving, so for instance, if a company works on one street in one zone and then goes to another house in another zone, one zone, they might have been cited that same day, and then they go to another zone, the code enforcement officer might not know that that company received a citation. One thing is also keeping track of companies versus property owners. In our systems, it's easier to sort of keep track of a property where a citation was given. It's a little bit harder if somebody puts ABC Lawn Corp and then one person puts ABC Lawn Corporation or just puts ABC Lawn. You know, there's some sort of differences.
But you have
track versus folio numbers, for example.
But we have tag numbers, right, on the vehicles.
So not any longer with the landscape registration tag.
No.
No, I think she means license
Oh,
plates.
they're license plates?
License plates. So when the citations come into us, we can have, a maximum up to per day. We can put a cap on it so that it's equitable and not so difficult to enforce. So when they come in, and most tickets get computerized and entered into a system somehow, we combine it with the vehicle tag number, you'll be able to know who's already been cited for that day.
So I'll have to
I think-
defer
I think
to
the,
code enforcement on
development,
that.
you were saying no?
Well, we can add it. We can add it now.
For purposes of tracking it, I'm sure that there's a way the code could
Yeah.
sort this out. We just thought that it would be kind of a more direct and easier process if it was just per violation.
Yeah.
But I'm sure code can figure out a way to
I mean,
track them.
we can put whatever's the will of the commission, we can figure out. I'm not sure of the process, how it's
Commissioner
entered
Castro?
in now.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how it is that the legality behind finding the lawn company. I think if it goes directly towards the owner, and maybe the first one we could start off as a warning, we'll be engaging more in like a campaign of them knowing that this is like an active ordinance, instead of going directly towards the lawn people that they could use different ones, or it could be a little harder to track.
So it would really be up to the commission whether you want to cite the landscape company, the property owner, or both, right? You could do
So,
both.
On
In
that
terms of-
question, we currently have fines for a specific, like, for example, doing work on a holiday. Who gets fined, the homeowner or the landscape company?
I don't know specifically right now without looking what the code provisions is,
Okay.
but generally, anyone who violates a provision of our city code is a violator and can be cited, generally, unless otherwise specified in the code. So we could make it so that both of them can be subject to a citation, or you can specify to be the property owner. It's really up to the commission.
So since the sponsors mentioned it, second reading would be in September, right?
We could even move it to October to give more
Yeah.
time to see how the
My
enforcement's working in
suggestion
Miami
is
Beach.
if it's the will of the commission to pass first reading, we have time to come up with the nuts and bolts of how it would be enforced, implemented and enforced. Gives us time, and obviously each one of you can work with the administration, with law. My point again is, we all want world peace. But to get there, you have to make sure it's not a straight path. It's a series of twists and turns. I want to make sure every turn we do is the right turn to get there. So that's why my position is start the date that we discussed a little while ago. I would like to see phased implementation so we just don't have to deal with everything at the same time. but I'm looking forward to more of the details, but I'm there with you.
So, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do.
Okay.
Ms. Joanne Marr?
I apologize for my casual attire. I just came here from Coconut Grove Food Pantry. I wasn't planning to speak on this, but, and sadly, I think my comments may engender laughter, but I wanted to put it on the record because maybe there's a possibility for educating people. So nothing I say today is going to change anything right now, but what's wrong with a rake? I feel that that the blowers are bad news. And if as I speak with my landscape architect, she backs me up in this because over time, the leaf blowers blow all of the great soil that's on the top, which has all the good insects and everything out of your yard. And you end up with roots exposed for your plants. And so in the end, you're not really doing yourself any favors for your yard by blowing the leaves out of them. So I know that this isn't going to stop tomorrow, but perhaps there's a way to continue to educate residents as to the benefits of, one, shrinking your lawn, creating garden rather than lawn, which doesn't necessarily contribute to the environment, creating lawns that have flowering trees that flower at different times, and the butterflies and that kind of thing that can still be very, very beautiful. And then also helping them determine and talk with their lawn people to say, okay, let's rake out this part of it, and then you can blow it and use the lawn blowers less and less and less. And it's all about education, and in a way, we'd be helping the residents rather than telling them, oh, you can't do this, taking away a right. We're actually helping them understand the benefits of using the leaf blowers less and less.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Does your landscaper use?
I don't have a landscaper. I have an old-fashioned, my grandfather's lawnmower, and I rake it.
The reason why I was going to ask you is maybe there's a home next to the vice mayor's of a resident that I forgot her name, that her whole front yard is like planted with native brush. It doesn't even have one drop of grass, and it looks beautiful.
My front yard doesn't have any. I have some grass in the back, and of course my swale. I'm still working on trying to get rid of the grass in the swale. But yeah. So I don't have any grass in my front yard.
Yeah. Incredible garden.
Thank you.
If I didn't have two greyhounds, I probably wouldn't have any grass either. But you'll be happy to know that I don't blow my grass in the grass section. I just blow off the sidewalk, and I put it back in the grass.
Yeah, there you go. So it's all education.
It's mulching. I mulch it down in.
Mm-hmm. So
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. What is the will of the sponsor?
So I would say, let's vote on it with, I would make a motion with Vice Mayor Anderson's recommendations and Commissioner Menendez's recommendation to phase it in October 1st of next year for commercial and at the end of 2024 for residents. Would that work for you?
So let me ask you if you're willing to include the other suggestions I had. And that is the year after, bring in weed eaters, and the year after that, mowers. They exist right now. I have a video of a rider mower on battery power. So
I suggest we add that later. Don't fill this one up too much.
weed eaters are easy.
Rakes are easier.
Are you going to
I
scissor
listened.
your sidewalk of grass growing? I know you don't.
I'm
do
hiring
lawn.
her, so
Yeah, but
So,
edgers used to exist with motors. Now we use weed eaters, and the battery-powered ones are fantastic. And mine even has a plug for a cord.
I use the one with a cord.
Yeah, I have. Mine's both. I could use a battery or a cord. So weed eaters are easy, guys.
Weed eaters are easy. I think the lawnmower is the one that's a little bit more difficult because I don't know that the
I'll send you
technology is
guys-
there. Right, but for landscape companies, that may be a very.
I'll share the video.
So
Do we have weed eater
let's work through the
legislation already in
chair.
place?
We-
Oh, sorry.
Let's work through the
agree on
chair.
weed eaters.
Let's work through the chair.
Through the chair and the mayor, does our code even mention weed eaters?
I'm not aware offhand. I know we have some information about landscape maintenance equipment being used. I think the noise code addresses them maybe separately than, we used to not have a definition of blowers until this item. So I think it was all lumped into landscape maintenance equipment. I know the city of South Miami's item does address those other landscape maintenance equipments. The other items that the commissioner looked at do not. They are leaf blower centric.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference between having a two-cycle engine and having an electric motor. So that's a difference.
So as I understand, just the sponsor's motion was the October 1st commercial, January 1st residents, and then incorporating the vice mayor's suggestion about citing the individual vehicles once per day and the phasing of the fines 50, 100, 150 over those 3 years.
And just one clarification, when you say start by citing commercial, you mean the landscape companies that are using the gas-powered ones on commercial properties?
Or commercial companies.
That was Commissioner Menendez's recommendation, so that would be. the
Commercial versus residential. What do you mean by commercial? Do you mean for when they're used on commercial properties?
The landscaping companies that come into the landscaping on at people's homes.
Okay.
I'd like to go have this apply with them first, and then bring in residents that aren't using landscaping.
So then you're saying start citing landscape companies, so the code provision's the same, start citing landscape companies October 2024, and then later start citing the property owners
But I
as
would
well.
like, just to see how it goes, we can, based on how it goes with the landscaping companies, we can tweak it before it goes straight to the resident. I just want to have a cushion to make adjustments along the way if we realize we needed to add something that we didn't add.
So,
Mr. Mayor, if I just may ask the sponsor, did you all come to a consensus about who would receive that citation? I assume then it would be the commercial vehicle.
Correct.
The operator or the landscaping company operator if the application doesn't apply to residents in that October to January period.
May I ask you a
Okay.
question?
Please.
So if you find the commercial operator, how do we enforce that?
We have limited capabilities as we can't lien unless there's property in the city. So it's
So we would issue us a
Madam
ticket,
City-
essentially.
Madam City Attorney, it's unenforceable. So this is what I'm saying, what I said in the beginning. This is what I said in the beginning. They're not gonna follow the rules if it costs so much money when you're cutting people's yards for $50, $60, $100. It's unenforceable. This is the issues that we have with the lien rights. So we can pass a law. I'm gonna vote in favor of it. I'm just saying that there's no teeth to it unless you're willing to fine the residents.
That is why we had the fine on blowing into other people's property go to the residents. I know I had some construction folks, when they were putting in windows at my home, start working on a Saturday, I went out there and I stopped them. And that's what a homeowner needs to do.
I mean, I'm in favor of that. If we're currently finding probably residents, because I don't think we're finding the commercial companies if they're working on holidays, then we should follow that same guideline that we're currently using.
I'll defer to code enforcement on who they ticket when those items come up. I think without knowing what the code provisions exactly say, generally we could do both or either as a matter of
What do the
law,
other
but
cities do?
I'm not sure. We didn't look at that issue in
So-
advance of this, but we can certainly between first and second look at
Look for teeth.
look at what they do.
Perfect.
Commissioner Castro.
Surami, code enforcement cannot cite a tag, correct?
That's correct.
We can cite an individual, but if they don't pay, we can't really do anything.
But they don't cite tag numbers, do they?
We could keep track of them via tag number, but we can't, we're not the DHSMV. We can't like withhold registration or put a ticket on someone's tag.
To ask them to give us their name, and if they don't want to show us their driver's license, they don't have to, so it's.
So it's an easier process to go ahead and find the
resident.
The resident of the property, the resident.
Right, the tag number was
So
for
you
the
hope,
purpose
you
of
hope,
tracking it.
the purpose of it is that you hope that after a year of education, that you have a conversation with your landscaper and you're clear about the guidelines for the city, that you don't want to receive a fine, and that the fine will be attributed to the resident if their landscaper is not following the rules. that may throw things into a tailspin unless other cities adopt it, because they may say, listen, I don't want to be your landscaper anymore. I'm just giving the worst case scenario, and you may have to find somebody new.
understand.
You know, that may happen.
Well,
That
South
may happen.
Miami's adopting.
No,
So
no,
they're-
but I
it's
mean-
at least it's our neighboring municipality, so I would guess that many of these landscapers are probably working in a similar area.
The hope is that West Miami adopts it, Miami-Dade County adopts it, City of Miami adopts it, all the neighboring communities adopt it, so that we can build some consensus here. If we're gonna do something, let's do it where there's actual teeth to it, because right now, the Vice Mayor is correct. You're not allowed to blow that ordinance that she proffered and the commission approved. You're not allowed to blow your clippings or your leaves onto your neighbor's yard.
No, that's correct.
But I'm gonna take a guess without knowing. I don't think we've done 10 fines in the city, because the residents have to turn the neighbor in. You know, you have to call code enforcement. Code enforcement has to go out there, and there has to be some proof of it, and you know there has to be a dispute. And again, we have to be neighborly, and we have to be thoughtful of your neighbor. That's a person you see every single day, but at the end of the day, it's going to be difficult to enforce it. Commissioner
So to
Menendez.
move this to second reading, what are the key pillars of legislation that are needed now so that it can move to second reading? And what are the pieces that we don't have to agree to now, but you can come back later? Because I know there's certain key pillars of legislation that are required for us to vote on.
Sure. So as I understand the sponsor's suggested motion, it addresses the enforcement date, which is 2 separate dates, and it addresses the fine amounts, which are escalating fines versus certain years. And it addresses who would receive that citation, which I understand to be the vehicle, the landscape company.
Okay, but why don't we?
No, we said
Okay.
resident. We said resident.
So ultimately,
We said the resident.
Okay.
So then no staggered enforcement date, because you're just going to start with enforcing against the
Okay.
property owner.
But I would like, okay, if we're not going to do staggered, I'd like an extensive warning phase.
So maybe we
Because
can.
if the
right.
landscaper comes twice, once every month, by the third month, the resident has seen the warning. So it's not a surprise.
So we have in the past with other ordinances provided for like a 6-month warning period. So enforcement to begin, let's say January 1st, 6 months of warning, no actual citations given until June 1st. Like we can build a warning period in like that. Code obviously always retains discretion to give warnings in certain situations like this. So there'll always be, one-off warnings given, but we can build in a general educational campaign warning period like we did with cardboards and swales, fertilizer. We've done that in the past with other
Yeah,
items.
I'm okay with that.
All right, can we, in that warning period, also give them reminders of the other blower ordinances we've had on blowing in other properties?
Of course, we
Take advantage
can-
of the media?
We can work through the manager's office and the communications team to make sure that whatever notice goes out is comprehensive about the time that blowers can be used, where they can be, dispersing the leaves, et cetera. So a 6-month educational warning period to begin.
I would actually feel more comfortable if we would issue months, because they could get the first warning right at the ending of the 6 months. You got.
Understood. That may be a little bit, yeah, we
It
could do
can
that.
be done.
Yeah,
It can be
we can do
done.
it.
3 warnings, if that's
Yeah.
what the commission desires.
Yeah.
Within the 6-month period, and after that, it's no more warnings?
Yeah.
So,
And
Is
like
it
the
easier
deputy
to-
city attorney
is-
mentioned, code always has the discretion to issue a warning instead of a citation immediately. So they can do that. The officer has the discretion to do that.
Yeah.
But I think what the direction was, a significant period for just issuing warnings before starting actual citations.
That may mean that individual homeowners get, if they have a landscaper come once a week, they may be getting 24 warnings by the end of the 6-month period rather than just 3 if they have a landscaper,
I just
depending on
want
how
them to
code
know
goes
that
out.
there's going to be a kickoff date where they will be penalized.
Yeah,
I
a
don't
standardized
want them-
kickoff date.
Okay, so
Kickoff
do we,
date.
can we, so let's bring it back to the chair. So do we have an actual amended ordinance on F5?
As I understand it, we do, with the
motion.
changes to the citations, the who gets them, the amounts of the citations. The only clarification I would ask is that when that 6-month education warning period begins, October 1st, January 1st, whatever date, since we've had a couple dates. I just would like to clarify that.
So do we need clarification today, or can we do that in at second reading?
I would suggest we do it so that the second reading ordinance comes with a specific date. If you all have that in mind, if it's January 1st, 2025, or October 1st, 2024 were the dates that were suggested before. for when that 6-month period would begin or end, if you all have a consensus on that.
October
as the
1st,
sponsor-
2024?
As the sponsor, what would you like?
And then that way we'll know that by April 1st of 2025, the fines will be issued.
Understood. So I
I'm
think
good with
I
that as well.
understand the sponsor's
Okay.
motion at this
All right.
moment. Thank
So
you.
we have a motion,
So I'll do a separate one for weed eaters later.
okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes?
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F8.
Thank you. And
Starting
just,
11:30.
just to clarify, we'll bring that back when the sponsor's ready, but
Yes.
no earlier than
Perfectly
August,
fine.
than September.
Right.
As discussed.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
moving on to F8, time certain item, 11:30.
Mayor, F8 is consideration of an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at Balboa Plaza, a local historic landmark located at the intersections of Coral Way, a local and state designated highway, and a contributing resources within the Coral Way Historic District, DeSoto Boulevard, South Greenway Drive, and Anderson Road. The application requests design approval for the alteration of the historic street grid and the introduction of a vehicular roundabout. Mayor, if you allow me, because this is a unique situation, doesn't come before the commission very often, I'd just like to give a little bit of an explanation.
Of course.
So, as you may recall, several years ago, the commission designated historic, or the city plan was designated historic, and there is a process in our zoning code for amendments to the historic city plan. And so what that process dictates is that it goes first to the Historic Preservation Board for their review, and a recommendation is made. The recommendation of the Historic Preservation Board was to not recommend approval by a 7-1 vote. The City Commission and the Historic Preservation Board should review the proposed amendments to the city plan under a balancing of interests test, weighing the following factors: historic integrity, development, and public purpose. Just want to make sure that you understand this is not an appeal. This is not when you have a decision by the Historic Preservation Board that comes before you, and you're bound by the record below. This is different. You are all deciding whether to approve the special certificate of appropriateness. This is a quasi-judicial item, so any witnesses should be sworn in, and any ex parte communication should be disclosed.
Mayor, the county's downstairs. They're coming up shortly. They want to extend their parking.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, I'd like to put on the record that I received probably about half dozen emails, both in favor and against, in regards to item F8.
Same here, City Clerk.
The same here. Same here.
Great. So the entire commission, same. Madam Assistant Director, how are you? Thank you for being here.
So we have the county here. They're going to be doing a short presentation on the project, just so that you know, you're aware of what's being proposed. The city has been working with them.
Ms. Desayas, I think we should wait so everyone can be sworn in, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
All right? All right,
It's okay.
we're ready?
All right, all those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Anyone will be speaking on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us. Yep, please go, speak into the microphone, your name.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Janet Fernandez. I'm with the Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works. Hermes, how do I move the presentation? Here. Okay. Okay, I'm coming to the board today to present a project that Miami-Dade County is proposing at the intersection of Coral Way and Anderson. The reason why this item came here is because Coral Way, as you know, is designated a historic road by the Florida laws and the county ordinance. Specifically, there's no issues with the project that we're proposing, since the law of Florida just prohibit improvements when you have state funds. In this case, we're using road impact fees for the improvement that we're proposing. And with respect to the county ordinance, it just says that you're not allowed to expand the plazas or remove any trees. So as a result of us having to come to the historic board for Coral Gables, we had to do some research on how the area had changed and specifically why the project was proposed. This is basically an aerial view of 1994. You have some development on the southeast corner that was implemented since then. But basically, the only corner that hasn't changed is the Granada Golf Course on the northeast side. Another photograph from 2007, and the present. This is some data with respect to the daily traffic along Coral Way and how the population has changed since 1990 to the present. Basically, this intersection is free flow for Coral Way and stop control for the side streets. There's no pedestrian crossings at the moment along Coral Way. The photo on the north is looking eastbound, and the one on the south is looking westbound. The purpose of this project and the reason why this project was generated is because the county received, as well as the city, a lot of requests from the residents, various requests from the residents that there were crashes at this intersection. As a result, several studies have been done, and they all lead to the same improvement, which is to propose a roundabout at this intersection. I have added here some data of the dates that the numerous requests that we have received and some of the studies that have taken place. As you can see here, the most predominant crash at this intersection is angle crashes, for which in this case, you had a total of 24 angle crashes for 3 years. As you can see here, we received a request in 2006. In 2014, the city conducted a study. In 2018, county reevaluated. And in 2023, we get to reevaluate again and implement the project, or trying to implement the project. This is some of the studies that have been done with the crashes that have taken place at this location. The recommendation, as I mentioned before, is still the same because this type of treatment is considered to be the best one to address the safety concerns that you have at this intersection, while at the same time allow the flow that you have along Coral Way to continue. Just some examples of the crashes taking place in 2016 and 2017. And these are additional safety studies that have taken place. As you can see, angle crashes are still predominant, the predominant type of crashes. What's been proposed is a roundabout. As you can see, this is not going to have, it's not going to be stop controlled. It's going to behave just like the roundabout of Segovia, where all legs are supposed to yield. In addition, you're going to have crossings at all 4 legs, pedestrian crosswalks for all 4 legs of the intersection. Just to have a comparison, I've added an aerial view of the intersection now versus how it's going to look with this project. As you can see, this project will propose additional green area. Therefore, you have less impervious area, and you're going to have crossings along the 4 legs. The landscaping that the county does on these type of standard projects is just regular landscaping. However, if the city desires to later on do something special for the circle, I mean, that'll be up to the city to install and maintain. these are just samples of what we typically do. And definitely the design of the roundabout is going to have lighting. The county pays for standard lighting. In other words, the conventional lighting that you see in any typical street. However, we have been in coordination with the city Public Works Department to replace them. Instead of proposing conventional lighting, just propose decorative lights, something similar to, and I think there, oh no, I thought there was an example here, but something similar to what you have there now. It's on Coral Way. On the west side of the intersection, we need to have the low type of lighting, pedestal type, because of the canopy that you have there. And then on the west side, the rest of the legs of the intersection, we're planning to have the taller type of lights, light poles. Basically, this is a presentation, and we're coming to you because we need a decision in order to proceed with the design.
I just have a quick question, if I may, through the chair. In terms of those types of circles, is it a single lane? I'm not a fan of double lanes like we have on Segovia because that's just chaos. People can't maneuver those very well. Hermes, anybody?
It is a single, I'm trying to put this, how do I put this? Okay.
I just want to try.
It is a single lane in each direction. I'm going to try to put the,
Because nobody knows how to maneuver double lane circles. They cross over, crash into each other.
And the paint wears out very quickly.
No, they just, the one on the inside's making an exit in front of the one on the outside, so just want to keep things as simple as possible in terms of design.
but yes, it's going to be a single lane entering and a single lane circulatory through the roundabout, yes.
Mr. Manager, is there a presentation from staff, from our staff?
Yes,
Or-
we're trying to get that now.
Okay. Would you like to have public comment first?
I think you should probably just have staff present, Mr. Mayor.
So,
Here you can see that you have a single lane entering in all directions and a single lane through the roundabout.
Okay, so staff doesn't have a presentation. What we had was just a single slide at the end of the presentation that showed examples of the type of lighting that we've been working with FPL with to get. So an example of the lighting that we're looking at is one on Lejeune and Miracle Mile. It was just one slide with two pictures, and it's basically a black light. It's a little bit more decorative. It's something that we have in certain locations of the city. One of the locations, I believe, for a sample of the pedestrian light, it was by the plaza. They have some shorter black pedestrian lighting. They're very attractive pictures. They're part of samples in the FPL catalog that we can use, and the taller lights would be the ones that you see on Lejeune.
so a quick question, in regards to landscaping, would we be restricted as a city in regards to frangibility for what we would be interested in putting in that island?
Anything that you propose for the center of the circle has to meet side distance visibility requirements. As long as that's met, you can place, I mean, the city's going to maintain.
Because I wouldn't want to put a palm tree there. I'd want to put something like provides a little bit more shade, that kind of, it goes with what we have, the feel that we have on Coral Way, which is a beautiful kind of promenade that leads people into our city. I think it would be something nice to have. So maybe again, you told us that any additional landscaping, the city would have to come up with it. We can work on that, that's fine. But I just want to put my opinion on the record so people, especially in the commission, who have this same idea or oppose it, can give me some ideas on what they recommend. I think the palm trees would just be, I don't think it would be something that would look beautiful. I think we should have something, a little bit more shade, maybe some color, you know.
Through the mayor, I mean, you can look at some of the circles on Maynada.
Yeah.
I mean, we have some gorgeous stuff that we can put in there that you can't necessarily appreciate elsewhere, because at least here then you'd have the sight lines. And I wanted to point out a couple things that I noticed in the presentation. Over 25% of the accidents involve injuries at this intersection right now. For pedestrians, it's a horror trying to get across there because, well, the design of the plaza made sense back when George Merrick was here. I didn't anticipate how much development was going to continue out west. No one did. I mean, I remember when the Palmetto Expressway was just a two-lane highway. So the other thing is you need to anticipate, too, that there is going to be a push for more shade trees to be planted along that pedestrian walkway. So we might want to rethink which lights you put there to anticipate that there's going to be more canopy in the future. Last comment, is the bus stop being fixed as part of this?
So part of the plans that are shown that we've been working with the county, they do have connectivity to the bus stop. So right now, it's basically just a bus stop with no way of getting to it. Part of the plans would add accessibility for that.
Okay, so that's a really important point, because there's no way for an individual in a wheelchair to access or get to that bus stop. And I've crossed that street, and it's like playing dodgeball trying to get across. You have to run across, because the drivers can't see you, because we have these nice historic monuments, and I think that the circle will help solve that problem with the way the crosswalks are designed right now. I've walked that entire site, with the team previously, and we looked at many of these issues.
And if I may add to the question of landscaping, obviously subject to this commission approving for the project moving forward, we already engaged a landscape architect. We have a proposal which will proceed with the design, which obviously we'll have to share with the county to make sure that it works within their visibility parameters and tracks angles and stuff like that.
And Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, we're looking at enhanced lighting, enhanced landscaping, and working with the county on that.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, can we have some public comment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
First speaker is Maritza Jacobson.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for your. Okay, I'm Maritza Jacobson. My husband Robert and I are residents and owners at 2401 Anderson Road, Apartment 1, since 2002. Our building is directly in front of this intersection. My husband is also on the board of directors of our building, and I have Juan Parada here, who is also on the board of directors of our building. We are writing this letter on behalf of ourselves and the board of directors of Avignon and the Gables in support of the roundabout. I was present at both the HPB meeting of March 16, 2023, and the recent Transportation Advisory Board meeting to present our support for this roundabout. Over the last 21 years, we have witnessed hundreds of accidents in this intersection, including rollovers. My husband and I use this intersection regularly to walk our dogs on the golf course and drive through it only if absolutely necessary, preferring to go the back way to Granada in order to head west on Coral Way. This intersection is extremely dangerous for both drivers and pedestrians with the high rate of speed of the cars on Coral Way. These cars are blind to the cars and pedestrians trying to cross Coral Way, both from Anderson Road and South Greenway, until they are at the intersection, which is the cause of all these accidents. Additionally, and I didn't put this in the letter because someone reminded me, coming out of our garage, which is on Anderson, you look both ways, but the people that are crossing South Greenway and crossing Coral Way from South Greenway speed up. So I personally had a car accident there about 5 years ago where somebody T-boned me as I was making a left turn, because I looked to the left, looked to the right, looked to the left, and before I knew it, that person was right on top of me. We were very distressed that the roundabout was turned down during the Historic Preservation Board meeting, and that priority was given to the aesthetics and historic aspect of this intersection rather than the safety of the residents. We are all for historic preservation, and the importance that is given to it is one of the reasons we moved to Coral Gables over 30 years ago. But historic preservation needs to take into consideration public safety. Our population and traffic patterns have changed significantly since these plazas were built, as Commissioner Anderson mentioned. Various proposals have been discussed over the many years that the safety issue of this intersection has been raised. The roundabout seems to be the most viable solution. Miami-Dade County, in coordination with the city's Transportation Board, have approved it, and it is my understanding that the county is funding most of the cost of this project. We urge you to approve the roundabout and accept the county's proposal and the city's Transportation Advisory Board recommendation.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you so much.
John Parada?
Yeah, he was.
Okay. Joanne Marr?
I might open with a question coming from the historic perspective. Will the monumental build, I'm not sure what to call them, the pillars, will those remain when this circle is created?
Yes.
Yes, they will.
Okay. I can certainly appreciate all the concerns of safety concerns mentioned. Absolutely. My concern is that the Historic Preservation Board heard things that caused them enough concern to vote it down 7-1. So I am hoping that as you think about this, that we don't end up with that both needs can be met, that we don't end up with something that looks super modern, that all of the surrounding historic structures can remain. And I was happy to see that, at least in the proposal, we're talking about more green space rather than less. And I love what I'm hearing about planting, something significant and beautiful and colorful in the circle. So if there's a way to work together to create something and get it done and not obliterate one for the sake of the other, then that has my support. I came here this morning to say absolutely, absolutely not. But now after I'm hearing this, I've got to say, we do have to take both things into consideration. I just hope that very serious consideration will be given to the historic integrity of that circle.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
The monuments will not be touched.
Right. Having done a walking tour of it, the plan, having done a walking tour of the plan, I can tell you that it doesn't impact those monuments.
And we're going to plant something beautiful, and I promise it's going to look very nice in context with the city.
Carelia Carbonell?
Good afternoon, Ms. Carbonell.
I'm here representing the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. I was involved, or our organization has been tracking this since last March 15th, when it was brought up at the Historic Preservation Board. And as you have learned, it was denied, the request to alter that area. And I, as far as our position, it has not changed. And I'll just read what I have written here. But again, this is not to minimize, obviously, the safety issue and the public safety and, of course, the residents and how, it impacts their life and lifestyle. But again, we have to take into consideration that if we do an aggregate number in terms of accidents there and if we take a full stretch of 6 years, I think as the numbers have shown, it's really less than 1% of accidents. Again, not to minimize, one accident is enough, but in terms of what we're dealing with, and again, it's not about not mitigating the situation, but in terms of the design of that roundabout. And again, I hear that the structures aren't going to be touched, but again, I want to put on record our position. HPACG asked the City Commission to affirm the Historic Preservation Board's recommendation to deny request for design approval for the alteration of the historic street grid and the introduction of a vehicular roundabout. Remember, that street grid is also historic. So even if those pillars won't be touched, you are going to tinker with the historic grid. And we do live in a historic city, and we have to then balance historic with safety. Again, it's not that mitigating the safety issue shouldn't be a priority, but why is a roundabout the first option? And that's really, if you read the transcript from March 15th at the Historic Preservation Board, that is what really prompted the vote. Why the roundabout as the first mitigating option? Why not other options? Why haven't other options been discussed? Now, I hear that there's a lot of been discussions back and forth for many years, but at least that hasn't been, what residents have heard. And if I can just go on, please, the roundabouts are not the end of all traffic mitigation. On March 14th, actually the day before the Historic Preservation Board meeting, this commission, there was a traffic discussion about roundabouts and traffic calming. And the discussion was that sometimes they're hindrances and people actually speed over them and they don't yield or stop. There's a roundabout, if you're coming out of that street, you take a right, there's a roundabout right 30 seconds down the street. You go around and you get back on Coral Way. There's actually a crosswalk there as well. So we're going to have 2 roundabouts, so many crosswalks. Anyway, we have to think about that area.
Ms. Cabernet, will you do me a favor? Will you finish your statement?
Yes, I will. And again, I mentioned about the accident statistics. It's like less than 0.001% if we aggregate the numbers. So again, on behalf of the Historic Preservation Association, I ask the commission to please affirm the Historic Preservation's recommendation to deny the design approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
On Zoom, we have Ms. Cheryl Gold.
Ms. Gold, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission.
Mayor, excuse me, she hasn't been sworn in, so.
Ms. Gold, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this very serious subject. I already spoke at the Historic Preservation Board and at the Transportation Advisory Board. So this is my 3rd appearance on the same subject. And today I feel so strongly about this that I am calling in from New York to give testimony. I want to share with you my perspective as a resident that lives around the corner from the intersection. I reside at 721 Biltmore Way, and also as a lifelong historic preservationist who actually was instrumental in getting an entire single-family neighborhood designated historic. It was a Carl Fisher subdivision over on Miami Beach. So I think that demonstrates my commitment to historic preservation. But I want to point out, and I'm glad that I'm following Coralia, because I recently resigned my membership from that organization because I find the leadership taking increasingly extremist positions that don't necessarily represent the preferences and views of historic preservationists. So Mayor Lago always encourages us, the residents, to come with our concerns and at the same time bring solutions. I think I've adhered to that approach every time I've come to this commission. What I find terribly disturbing about the position of the Historic Preservation Association is that they don't come with any solutions. They're just criticizing. They're not appreciating the fact that None of the structures will be disturbed. The landscaping will be enhanced, and the quote, integrity of the historic grid, we can't be frozen in time and say that we have to live with conditions that no longer provide public safety. And as far as I understand it, and this is, I guess, the strongest message, is that public safety is the number one responsibility of government. So I encourage you, and I like what I've heard so far from the commission members, to approve this county proposal, which will mitigate for the accidents which have been minimized by Corellia, but actually probably accounts for about 200 over the last 20 years. But one fatal accident would justify this. So I think that we have to do what's in the best interest of the entire community, because it's not just the residents like me and Maritza Jacobson that experience this unsafe condition on a daily basis, but it's really the whole entire community. So we will be helping out all of the drivers and pedestrians that have to go across this dangerous intersection. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Gold. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. With that being said,
One more comment.
Madam Vice Mayor.
I just want to point out, if you have the drawing up in front of you, in addition to providing pedestrian crosswalks here, it's also going to increase the green space next to the sidewalk. And if any of you have walked along, and I don't remember the name of the building here, it's right on the edge of the asphalt. So all this will be green space. All this turn lane here will be green space, which will provide an additional buffer to the historic structures in the little water feature that we have here. The ornaments themselves that are additional ornaments that are historic are way back here underneath the canopy. So that'll be an addition there. There'll be more green space here as well. So those are some things that may not be so apparent to you when you've seen this presentation. I want to make sure you're aware of those.
Commissioner Menendez?
I just want to mention, well, Mr. City Clerk, do you have the image
Yes,
I
sir.
just sent you?
Yes.
I love our history. That's Miracle Mile, Coral Way, looking east from City Hall.
Wow.
That's the photos 1940s. One thing you don't notice are the medians. At best, there's a white line.
Or trees.
Or trees. But today, right now, safety. Trees are good, though. And I assure you, once Miracle Mile became Miracle Mile, they realized that there were probably plenty of accidents without a proper median. And the city, even back in the day, from George Merrick's time, we've always done things to improve our roadways, even that intersection, to make it safer. And now we have a beautiful median, and the safety traveling up and down Miracle Mile is much better than it was when that photo was taken. My point is, Coral Way is historic. Miracle Mile is historic. But the value of life throughout our history has been in the forefront. If we were able to modify Miracle Mile and Coral Way over the years to make it safer, I think we can make this intersection safer without really tainting our history, but actually preserving life.
Mr. Manager, will you do me a favor? Will you make sure that when the city finalizes these plans, that we've discussed with the commission and obviously the neighbors, the exact tree that's going to be chosen on the median, any of the shrubbery, the lighting, so everybody's aware, nobody gets caught off guard. And also, there's going to be pavers, correct? Some sort of paving system around. There's not going to be pavers around the median.
My understanding, there's no pavers.
Around the median? Around the median there is. Yeah, in the center of the median. Can we make sure that those pavers are, as Coral Gables style as possible? Understand what I'm saying? I don't want super hot yellow or pink or any. Let's do things that are subtle, that match the historic pillars, something that looks good, tasteful. Kind of when you look at our speed humps, they're tastefully done. We've gotten a lot of compliments from other cities after they've done theirs that ours are a little bit, higher quality. They cost a little bit more, but again, we're going to do this circle. If we're going to do a circle and it gets approved today by the commission, You know, I'd rather just upgrade those simple features that will put the traffic circle in a more tasteful outlook in regards to the city. And maybe you can come back to the city and say, listen, Vince, to upgrade the pavers, the commission to upgrade the pavers is X amount of money it's gonna cost the city. Or the lighting and the tree. You know, there's a lot of things that we could do there instead of just putting some palm trees. We could put some beautiful flowering trees, something, you know, bougainvillea, something could be nice. It could be something significant that would bring a lot of life to that.
We can certainly do that, Mayor. We can look at the pavers in the median, but in the circular area. And we can look at the landscaping, and we're looking at the lighting right now. So we can make sure that those are really comport to what our branding is.
I want compatibility. I want it to be as
and from a historical aspect also.
a brand, perfect set, Commissioner.
The other thing that, along the same lines that we were saying, is it possible instead of doing pavers to maybe do coral rock there? Since it is a smaller space, would it be possible to do coral rock so that it's more historic? As far as the historic concerned, and I'll leave you with that question. I don't think you'll have an answer for it. But as far as the historic aspect, I understand the value of the historic. But as Vice Mayor Anderson was saying, I think there's going to be more protection for historic features with the addition of the landscaping in the front. It's also not going to be very invasive. It's really following along the same lines of where the roadway currently is. So we're not going to see a major change. I personally have had 2 near misses trying to cross that road on my golf cart. And like the lady was saying, somebody sped up as I was trying to cross because they were upset that a golf cart was trying to cross. This is a very dangerous intersection. And I understand there are also some concerns with the flow of traffic. I don't think there's going to be a major issue with flow of traffic. You don't have a lot of north-south travel, which also would not make it open for a 4-way stop. So I think this will actually be very complementary to the rest of the city's master plan in this area.
So with that being said, if there's no further comments, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
So just to be clear, it's a motion to approve the special certificate of appropriateness?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. Moving on, now we have a time certain item, F7. I'd like to see if we can finish F7 and F6 and then go to lunch. Possible?
Mayor, F7 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing the city manager and city attorney to amend the property insurance requirements of the amended and restated lease between the Biltmore Hotel Limited Partnership, a Florida Limited Partnership, and the City of Coral Gables, a Florida municipal corporation, executed February 10, 1986, and amended and restated July 29, 1999, amended on January 2, 2001, and on March 29, 2022.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Yes, Mayor, this has to do with the issues that I think we've all had with insurance this year. And they're certainly due to the fact that we have a Category 4 hurricane on the West Coast. It's caused quite a number of issues as far as the insurance requirement, especially for named storms. We've had a number of cities that have reduced their actual coverage. We've had, for instance, Miami Beach at 30 million, City of Miami at 25 million, et cetera. So it's been very trying. We expected it, really, when we have a major storm that hits Florida. We have Mr. Tom Prescott here from the Biltmore that will be presenting. They're looking at a reduced windstorm insurance to $50 million for the $100 million that they normally have. This is for a 1-year period, and maybe things will change in the future. And with that, I'll let Mr. Prescott.
Mr. Prescott.
Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me and us. I'm Tom Prescott with the Biltmore Hotel. I'm joined by my colleague Bob Butler, our treasurer, and of course Vincent Zolo and Brett Gilman from Lockton, our insurance broker. And to Commissioner Menendez, Mr. Gilman can address your issue on the lanes if you'd like afterwards, since he has background in that area. As the manager mentioned, we're here today seeking approval to amend that specific portion of our lease with regard to the insurance requirement due to the inability to fulfill our windstorm subscription at the time of renewal. Due, largely speaking, of course, to either a decision on a crippling financial situation, given the market conditions associated with the Florida market. As you no doubt are all aware, in no small part because of your own broker and the city challenges that it has, the state now holds the inevitable claim of having the highest property insurance rates in the nation. This is problematic on a lot of levels, not least of which affects all of our own home insurance. But as it relates to us here today, it has prevented us from obtaining that supplemental windstorm amount that we would carry for the landmark. That being said, and to note a couple of key points before turning it over to Mr. Gilman to elaborate on any of these points and address any of the issues that the commission may have, the current coverage request today is still sufficient to protect the landmark in the event of not only a 500-year but also 1,000-year storm based on accepted industry standard statistical analysis and RMS modeling. Again, Mr. Gilman can elaborate on any of those points. And, as the manager mentioned, this is strictly for windstorm coverage. All other perils remain intact. That includes fire, explosion, lightning, aircraft impact, which is something I didn't realize we even had being so close to the airport, but that's what we have. That remains the same coverage levels as years past. Second, given that we feel that insurance is only one protective measure associated to maintain a historic landmark like we have, and my family is personally charged as stewards with, since 2017, we've invested over $50 million in fortifying the structure. Namely, as many of you well know, we've replaced all of our windows with hurricane impact windows that can withstand all the way up to a Category 5 storm in certain cases. We've repaired roof deficiencies cited by prior adjusters and appraisers. During our 2018 renovation, which the mayor and many of you are familiar with, where we went all the way down to the wall studs, we also replaced all of the insulation, the framing therein, as well as any structural compromises that were apparent on the time of the exterior walls of the building. And to ensure that areas related then as well as now, so that includes, again, what we did before and what we do on an ongoing basis here in a yearly capital expenditure component, even future water intrusion points we address. Those that we know, those that we can anticipate, we attempt to address them on an ongoing basis, among other things. So in sum, notwithstanding, today's storm that's brewing downtown with a certain individual, sorry, that was a poor attempt at humor. We have fortified our structure, the structure that is beloved to the city, so that it can withstand a significant weather-related event in the future. This approach, we feel, has proven correct based upon the fact that since 2017, we have not suffered any storm-related damage, despite the significant, severe weather-related events from that time, including Hurricane Ian. While unfortunately some of our other hotel peers in the area did. Now, I understand that it's different for us because we had the benefit of continually doing these improvements during our renovation. Does that mean that we've taken or ensured that every conceivable storm will not cause some damage in the future? No, of course we haven't. If you have what I like to dub a finger of God type event like we had in '92 with Hurricane Andrew, those are things that we will do the best we can to be prepared for. But it does mean that we've taken all the necessary preventative measures and in mind, continue to invest further in the property at a very basic level all the way to structural integrity and strength, to minimize that potential for any significant damage moving forward. Another critical point that I wanted to note in relation to this particular request, which hopefully will assuage any concerns that others may have in today's discussion, is that we, the Biltmore, are not benefiting any way, shape, or form financially from this amendment. Specifically, even with this change, we're paying almost double in our premium from last year for a lesser coverage amount. If we were to take us from our 2020 levels, we're actually paying close to 3.5 times, as the manager mentioned, which is inherent in the entire Florida market and consistent with the treble increases that you're seeing relative to national rates, according to the Insurance Information Institute, which is a well-known industry association that tracks such movements. So again, this is not an attempt to circumvent any responsibility we have. On the contrary, it is to try to continually improve the property, but at a rate that will not actually compromise the business itself. The last important point that I wanted to flag for this commission is that the provision adjustment is limited, as the manager just said, for only windstorm coverage from the 2023 March levels to the March of 2024 level. This is not an indefinite change. We are continually actively seeking to fill that replacement. We intend to continue to do so, as Mr. Gilman will mention, at the commercially reasonable levels in that supplemental amount, regardless of what the RMS model shows. Additionally, and this resolution, as you've seen before you, it still contains the protections for the city to require the additional coverages and other remedies at any point during this interim period should market conditions change dramatically in those coming months. So again, this temporary measure in this request is so that we can continue to try to seek that supplemental amount. But regardless of that and irrespective, we still have the appropriate coverage levels as determined by the worst categories of storms in that 500 to 1,000 year period. So with that, if you'll allow me, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Gilman, who can actually speak to some of those points specifically as the experts in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So as Tom mentioned, I'm Brett Gilman and with Lockton, based in Atlanta, and from England, hence the roundabout comment he made at the start.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So I'll be very succinct. I'm not going to educate you guys or try to on the insurance market. You're all perfectly aware of the challenges that are there. But I'll say that in my 25 years, this is certainly a generationally challenged insurance market. Put simply, there is just a significant imbalance of supply versus demand. And the net outcome of that is less limits available, and the price for those insurance limits are beyond many economic reasonableness. At the tip of the spear, it's not just because of Florida, but obviously Florida, because of hurricanes, gets the impact into the tip of the spear on that. But the contributions are all sorts of natural catastrophes in other parts of the country. Wildfire, tornadoes, hailstorms, you name it, it's happening, and that's what's driving the imbalance of capital wanting to play in the insurance space. Okay, unless there are specific comments about that, I was going to then just jump straight to the catastrophe modeling, the RMS model outcomes that Tom referenced. Certainly, I know in my past city manager, we've exchanged on the CAT modeling in several years back. The limits, the 50 million limit that we have in place currently for the Biltmore equates to probably just over 1,000-year return period. That's just a statistical measure. If I put that into percentage terms, that's a 0.1% chance per the CAT modeling of a loss exceeding that figure. So just relative numbers, we're talking about very low probabilities. Most insurance buyers, when they're in full control of their insurance purchasing decisions, they will look to 250-year or 500-year return periods to try and determine what their risk tolerance is, the appetite, and versus the cost. When we enter into negotiations on behalf of our clients with lenders and their advisors, they are typically not quite as aggressive as 250, and we will invariably land around the 500 to 1,000-year return for traditional lenders. There are certainly exceptions to those rules. I'm not going to stand here and say that we're successful every time. Every case needs to be judged on its own merits. But just in terms of understanding how CAT modeling is used in the industry, those are sort of the return periods and the probabilities that most decisions are being made from. So I will pause there. And
just to clarify to the City Commission, the building code is about a 700-year return period as used by the ultimate strength design, by the ultimate wind load criteria.
So with that being said, what is staff's recommendation? What are we hearing from our team in regards to, obviously, I think the commission's number one objective here is to ensure that we put ourselves in the most optimum position to protect this asset. At the end of the day, this is one of the most important assets in our portfolio. We want to make sure that, I know we're talking about a 1 in a 100 chance, 1 in 500 chance, 1 in 250, but again, no one expected Andrew to show up here, and it showed up. So I need to understand a little bit about what staff's recommendation is so that we can make a decision moving forward.
Again, Mayor, this is all about probability.
Of course.
And somebody wins a lotto, so, yep. But that doesn't mean you're going to, right?
The chance I'm not going to.
Doesn't mean that, I mean, not you, of course, I mean, one is going to.
I can give you like a good chance I'm not going to win the lottery.
But the RMS modeling, as we went through it a number of years ago, is a statistical model that looks at hurricanes in a sector method in Florida. The probabilities look quite high because they're based on a change that was done years ago as far as looking at an ultimate wind load model based on a service wind load model. To give you an idea, it's about if we look at a code storm, which is about a 700-year return period, it would be, according to the RMS model, we would need about $35 million in insurance. What they're proposing is that with about $6 or $7 million they would have to come up with on their own, right? With the deductible and with what's not covered for the first 20%. We looked at the actual policy to obtain that additional 20% from that $50 million is about 1.28 million, about 1.3 million. So we would deduct that, so we would need probably about a $6 million. They would have to have
An escrow.
$6 million escrow.
So before this policy binds, did this go before the Insurance Advisory Board?
Looking at a code storm, right? Now looking at a Category 5, these like that, those terms are thrown out very easily, as Tom Prescott did, without really understanding it, because I'm sorry, Tom, but it's a layperson's thing. But what we have is according to a very legitimate study, based on wind probabilities, similar to what we do in the wind tunnel business, and looking at the strength of the building, right? Because they have different categories for the building. So we would expect around a $35 million loss, approximately, for a code storm, which is approximately 700-year return period. Okay, so they do have coverage for that with about a $6 million escrow. So the question is, do we have the escrow, or do we pay the $1.28 million additional premium to take care of that escrow amount up to $50 million?
Second question. The gentleman who spoke during public comment mentioned that that Tom Prescott also owns an additional hotel, and he correlated the hotel.
We get preference on the insurance, so we are covered first. Their hotel on the West Coast is covered second. The fact that one's on the East Coast and West Coast, the probability of getting hit with the same category event on both sides is very difficult.
We've seen a hurricane go up the entire spine of the city, of Florida at one point, of the state. So
we have, Mayor, but if you get on the East and West, you have to go through the entire state.
I know, it'll slow it down.
There's a hurricane decay issue.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may just address that point, as the manager mentioned, the priority of payments is very clear. The Biltmore gets the entirety of the first $50 million. I'll have a different headache on my hands if that happens and it hits 0.1% on both sides. But I hear you. The Biltmore is still secured and the priority. No questions.
Vice Mayor?
I have some questions. I guess the deductible is one of my big concerns, but as far as priority, what if we have more than one storm per year? I mean, my in-laws lived in Kissimmee and had four storms.
This insurance is event-based.
Event-based. So if there's 4 storms, okay, and nothing hits the Biltmore, but the last storm that comes through hits the Biltmore, we're no longer at priority?
It's event-based.
Well, the answer was yes. We're no longer priority?
No. So the policy, essentially, the limit restates after every occurrence.
Okay.
So as long as
full.
So you have $50 million for Storm 1, you have $50 million Storm 2. Even if you have a $50 million loss, you still have another $50 million. They're per occurrence limits, unlike flood and earthquake, which are typically aggregated, so it's just one bucket of coverage. But the hurricane is per occurrence restates.
It's based, Vice Mayor, on the event.
I got it.
Name storm event.
Per hurricane, yes. Per storm, per tornado, per whatever. And I applaud your efforts to strengthen the Biltmore, getting the impact windows, taking care of the roof. I mean, I restrapped my roof. I got a reduction in my insurance as well, because we all know that once the windows are penetrated or the roof is lifted off, you know, then the major damage occurs. So I applaud you for that. But talk to me about the deductible and how you're going to come up with your portion. Aside from the additional insurance policy, you still got some cash to come up with.
Yes, I'm going to let our treasurer address that point directly, and
Okay.
I'm happy to elaborate on it further,
The question is,
specifically to the
sure. Probably the most compelling answer that I could give is to reference our 2022 audited financials. And our CPAs provided a letter to the city that pointed out some of the strength that's shown in those financials. Not only our cash position, our working capital, and our profitability that we showed in 2022. So we believe that we do have significant strength to address any potential calamity, if you will, that might come our way, including windstorm.
Is it possible to tie a letter of credit or bond to the cash requirements needed, the self-insured portion? Let's say you get the additional, you got to come up with millions of dollars on the front end to get things repaired.
So I believe in the resolution that that's something that we'll be discussing with the city staff. And
But
The
today,
answer is yes, and that's why those protections were built in, because between the first and the second reading, it is something that we specifically were going over with our partners in the city on that point specifically.
Mayor, on your point, I just want to ask a quick question, I think, to add more color to the conversation. When do you bind this?
When did we bind?
Yeah.
March 27th of this year.
so in the meantime, we'll look at either a letter of credit or a bond to be able to secure the cash portion that you'd have to come up with for the deductible.
We want to work with the city to assuage any remaining concern in that regard, and we'll do so, yes.
Okay. All right. I mean, we're in hurricane season, so we got to move forward.
Right.
And this is a huge priority for us, to the extent that the city has even taken millions of dollars out of its own pocket to ensure that, that we can continue the renovations, which have been moving forward expeditiously. How much have you spent on renovations over the last 10 years, would you say?
Over $50 million, Mr. Mayor.
This is a property that is going to require an immense amount of attention over the next 10 to 20 years. I mean, it's incredible how significant. I don't think people really understand it until you go into the property and you see it. It's going to have a lot. There's going to have to be some sort of revenue attached to protecting this asset. Because at one point, it's going to become unsustainable with the cost of construction today. Commissioner?
Question that came up from a resident. We've been talking about the gondola building renovations costing us $1.75 million or whatever it is, 1.5. That's for a small building. The estimates that you have, do those factor in the historic restoration of the Biltmore? Or is it just renovation to new standards?
Based on the RMS study, those are based on about $238 million worth of replacement value. And that was with, the value I gave you was with amplification. It means that with amplified after a hurricane, because there are additional costs.
Okay. And plus, you'd have to build it to, Commissioner, to the new construction standards.
Correct.
So that building, again, how old is that building exactly?
1926.
Yep. So we're talking about that you would have to apply completely new standards of construction that are in the code now that weren't obviously in the code back then, which costs a lot of money.
The RMS study does look at type of construction.
Okay.
And when they look at these amplified costs based on the named storm, which would be what I mentioned, about 35.3 million is approximately the RMS study for a 700-year return, which is the code requirement, the Florida Building Code requirement for new construction.
Got it. And I think piggybacking off of the Vice Mayor's comments, my concern is you basically have to come out of pocket $12 million because of the deductible and the 10%. the coverage is only 40 million in reality. You had to come up with,
Commissioner, it would be to get to the full 50 million, you'd have to come up with approximately $10 million.
plus the deductible, which was 2 million.
Includes the deductible because assuming they don't pay the 1.28 million, which is the additional premium.
Got it.
My only question I have, and I agree with the Vice Mayor, the direction she's going with bond. For the purpose of the general public listening or watching, the savings, the one-year savings that we would have, how are those going to be used or benefit not having to do this?
Savings? There are no, you mean from?
In terms of not going in the direction that, you're requesting, I'm sure there's a benefit to the hotel other than.
Well, no, we're paying almost double from what we paid last. It's not as though there is any financial savings with this move. This move only ensures that we do this in the interim basis, ideally get past the hurricane season, because that's where obviously right now everybody is in a little bit of a different state of mind. But there are no savings that are realized. What I still take solace in is all of the improvements we've done to fortify the structure, which make me feel comfortable that the number that's being cited by the manager, by the study and everyone else is sufficient to provide that coverage, even in the event that some cataclysmic event were to occur between now and March of 2024. But as we've been mentioning to the mayor, the vice mayor and all, we still have discussions with you all in the city to ensure that we assuage some of those other concerns.
But I guess off of his question, what would the cost be of going to $100 million?
It would be an additional
I'll clarify. So to buy 50 million excess of the current 50 would be another 2.5 million in today's marketplace. When we did this in March, the market has moved on. It's become harder, not easier. So to take from 50 to 50 is another $2.5 million.
Right, so I guess his question was, where's that 2.5 million going to go? Or where wouldn't it be taken out of? I guess is the question.
Where's it being sourced?
Correct.
You mean in terms of the operation?
Right.
Yeah, so
Oh, sorry. Okay, I apologize. I didn't understand your question in that regard. So like any business, we have to then make decisions on where we remove that. It obviously, the biggest variable expense that always comes into play would be staff. Would be the wage aspect. Not something that I'm really excited about reducing because that affects service levels, the standard that we all have come to expect for a luxury property, the crown jewel of this asset. So that is probably an area that we would have to look at. You don't want to take away from the ongoing capital expenditures because, as I mentioned, this is done purposely so that we continue to improve the structure itself. You can look at cuts of service time, outlets that are there in operation. There's no good. It's just a question of what's the least bad to do, and everybody will have a different opinion on that matter. But the biggest single variable expense is labor. I hope that addresses your question.
Any other questions?
Does staff have any other comments? I know I had a meeting with, regarding the numbers as comparing to other municipalities.
Well, as I mentioned, City of Miami, named windstorm is 25 million. Miami Beach, named windstorm is 30 million. Their assets are 1.4 billion. Miami-Dade County has 135 million in windstorm, and the Miami-Dade Public Schools have 200 million in windstorm for all their schools here. Fort Lauderdale has 25 million in windstorm coverage, and Hialeah has 25 million in windstorm coverage.
Mr. Mayor,
I
you
think
had a
everybody
question.
has unfortunately has reduced that because of the expense involved.
The mayor had a question that wasn't answered, though. What was the recommendation from the Insurance Advisory Board?
The Insurance Advisory Board, I don't believe there was a quorum when I was there.
Yes.
There was not a quorum, so there was no official vote.
Okay, so what I would like to do, if possible, I don't have a problem supporting this on first reading. Get a few of the things buttoned up, like the vice mayor mentioned, and also potentially having the Insurance Advisory Board take a look at this, and then bring it back to us on second read. We need to move expeditiously. Again, I know they locked in their program in regards to the rate, but this is only going to get more expensive, depending on where we head. So we're in the middle of hurricane season, and I want to make sure that the manager and his team is as comfortable as possible. Yes, sir.
And Mayor, the reason we brought it quickly is because we were in hurricane season, and unfortunately, there was not a quorum. But that's why we brought it quickly, because we are in June.
I think we're backed up against a wall. I think we got to move quickly here. So, I think my colleagues, someone should make a motion in regards to this matter, address the issues that the vice mayor brought up, and then also obviously take it to the insurance advisory board. Try to find, have a meeting
Happy
to
to
have
make
this
a
discussion.
motion after Ms. Castro has her additional comment here.
Do we really have time to wait?
Well, we are currently covered with what we have,
Okay.
right? With the current policy is already in place. What we're
There's a
talking about
delta.
is augmenting the policy to, one would be a full 50 million without the escrow, and then the other one was a full 100 million.
And the issue is that the longer that we wait, the delta that we're discussing is only going to get more expensive. So that's what we're addressing today, is the delta in the amounts for the insurance. So I think we are in a hurry if we're going to move in a different direction. This is only going to cost more money. So we need to get this buttoned up as quickly as possible and bring it back to the commission for a second reading with some sort of guidance in regards to what are we going to require from the Biltmore. Obviously, knowing that the city itself our premium is up 37% this year. And the Biltmore just mentioned that their premiums are up double. So I don't think we have much time.
Yeah, these
I'll
are,
second.
yeah, these are hard choices that we have
These
to
are hard
make.
choices, very hard choices.
And what we're saying is 1 year?
Less at this point, Commissioner, because it goes to
March 23rd to March 23rd.
And by the way,
Commissioner?
I'm not an insurance professional. I've never been in the insurance industry. I just pay insurance for properties that I own, like all of us do. This insurance is not going to go down.
It's not.
No.
It's not. Hopefully, they're hoping the legislation that's gone into effect this year, hopefully brings more competitors into the market. But you're talking about maybe a window of 2 or 3 years down the road.
just for Florida.
Just for Florida. You're not going to see a response in a year. I think insurance rates are going to go up next year again. So, and that's where we're going to have a conundrum, because the tax bases, they went up this year, but people are saying that potentially next year you could see a flattening. So you're not gonna have a cushion to be able to eat up some of these increases in fuel, mobility costs, insurance, maintenance, labor, negotiation contracts. So those are where we're gonna see potentially even more of an issue next year in regards to costs. So we have a motion on the floor in a second.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a member of the public
Oh,
requesting
okay,
to speak on the item,
Good.
Maria Cruz.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we can.
All right. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I have a concern. The question was asked, where would the money go or come from if we have to buy that type of insurance? And the answer was, oh, we would have to cut staff. That would mean services. What about profit? This is, the management company makes a profit, or else they would not be in this business. So what about sacrificing some of that profit to be able to come to an agreement? Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager, what is your opinion in regards to the cost?
Mayor, we have tough choices this year. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, we do. We do. Those are exactly it.
We do.
So unless anyone has anything else further to say, we have a motion and a second. We've addressed public comment. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time,
We'll
Commissioner.
see each other on second reading. F6. I placed this item on the agenda. I asked the city attorney I have an older agenda, so I don't know if I sponsored this item, but
Yes, Mr. Clerk, the mayor asked to be added as a sponsor. I apologize, Mayor, I hadn't told the clerk yet, for F6. F6 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code by creating Chapter 2 Administration, Article 3 Boards and Committees, Division 11 South Waterways Homeowners Associations Advisory Board, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm going to just briefly give you an overview of the purpose and the membership requirements for this board that the City Attorney laid out the title of, the South Waterways Homeowners Associations Advisory Board. The purpose of the board will be to furnish and relay citizen input to the city regarding the communities located along the waterways in the southern areas of the city, and to formulate recommendations regarding security, waterway use, landscaping, and traffic and road issues that are common to such communities. As drafted, each member shall be a city resident living in one of the communities, which I can read out for you if you'd like, listed below, that are located along the waterways in the southern area of Coral Gables, and such members must be designated by the homeowners association for the respective community in which the member resides. That member will be designated to be evidenced in written communication from the president of each association. From time to time, as needed, the City Commission may amend by resolution the list of homeowners associations to add or remove and to designate, add or remove associations that are entitled to designate those members. This would come back to you for a second reading. In between, as we do with the creation of every board, the city manager's office would put together a memo describing the staff time, costs, et cetera, associated with the board as required by our code. I'm happy to read out the 11 associations if you'd like me to, but they're listed in the ordinance.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I think this is evolving, so I'm asking my colleagues over the next, between first and second reading, to take a look at this. Give me your input. If you wanna add an HOA that you think is viable, that fits in, that's an actual HOA that has legs. And I also wanna craft, I think we've done it already, but if you wanna add more to the discussion and it makes sense, what is the purpose of this new board? What is it gonna serve? How is it gonna add value to the city of Coral Gables? So between first and second reading, I hope that you can bring some additional insight, all of you, in regards to this new board and the opportunity that we have as a commission to enact a new board through the manager. I think that we could get a lot out of this, potentially. There's a lot of people that want to serve. There's a lot of people that want to voice their issues, their concerns, their insight, their guidance, and their expertise that live in a lot of these communities.
I just want to add that I mentioned, I think last time when we had the discussion, the footprint of the city of Coral Gables is pretty broad, goes deep down south, and a lot of folks, I think, over the year felt a disconnect with City Hall, with the central part of Gables, and I think this is a good way. Obviously, you've got to work out the details, but to bring them into the fold, where they're part of our daily, weekly, monthly decision-making, and they're part of that procedure, because I think the further south you go, the further they feel that, the less they feel that they're part of the decision-making that we make. I think it's a fair vehicle in that direction.
Okay.
So, Mayor,
Commissioner Fernandez?
I have a couple of concerns, and I mentioned it last time. My concern obviously is with the Sunshine Law and the restrictions that it may put on some of these individual board members. These boards, some of these boards already meet on a regular basis, and maybe another way to do it instead of creating another city board is for us to have, for the city to participate in those board meetings. That way we don't create another board. I also received some calls from residents specifically on Biltmore Way who are concerned that we're starting an HOA organization for the folks in the south, but they don't have an HOA to address their needs up here in the northern part of the city. So just wanted to put that out there.
Again, everybody knows how the Sunshine works. It's nothing new. It wasn't invented yesterday. We all have to abide it. If you join a board, you have no other choice. If you sit on different boards, I sit on the board of a hospital, we have to be very careful the communications that we have between the board members. So if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then we can always scrap the board. There's no harm, no foul in attempting it. I've gotten a lot of calls from people in the South, very similar to Commissioner Menendez, that said, listen, we would like to have an opportunity just to voice our statements on the record, just to be able to send it to the commission once a month, once a quarter, and say, listen, this is what we're interested in. Just take a look at this. We have issues with the mangroves. We have issues with this. It's more, the board will serve a purpose of just amplifying, amplifying their voice and being able to just tell the commission, these are the issues we have. And again, it's nothing more than just a platform for an area or city which sometimes feels neglected.
Right, and the fact that it's not quasi, it's an advisory board.
Advisory.
I like the fact that, we can contain and manage it like we manage other advisory boards. That's
So we
where
could-
I'm comfortable with it.
And we could certainly look at, this doesn't address how often they would meet. If this is something you think maybe is worth a quarterly meeting rather than a monthly meeting or something like that. As far as the Sunshine, just to note that it's only one representative from each of those associations, so there should certainly, hopefully be no sunshine issues with two members in the same association on the board. However, I do understand, as you mentioned, Commissioner, that they may often meet, the presidents of those associations may meet. So we would need to make sure that those members are
Not the
probably not
presidents.
the ones designated to this board, so that don't have recurring conflicts there.
So,
Vice Mayor?
Mayor, I appreciate you bringing this. I brought it to the attention of the city attorney. Let me know that you're already working on it, so that was addressed. I have had conversations with individuals interested in having these boards to be able to have a unified collaboration on issues of common interest and be able to communicate with one voice to the commission. And I do think that the assistance of staff can help guide them as well as to what is possible on particular issues. We were just talking about mangrove trimming earlier today, so that's just one example of what we would have to do. So I'm in favor of this, and like the Landscape Advisory Board, they can choose our finest are at work, whether they want quarterly meetings or something more frequently.
So if we can get to lunch now, we can be back by 2 o'clock. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make it motion.
Second.
Are there any public comment on this?
No, sir.
Okay, so we got a motion, a second?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Sorry, it's lack of food.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. All right, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Let's do it.
G3. All right. And we're back. So we're gonna start working on city commission items, starting with item G3, update on city assets. Commissioner Fernandez is not here, he stepped out for 1 second.
And then the next one is
Yeah, his is also, well, he deferred G4.
Missing phone.
All right, let's go to G5.
it's mine.
Let's move to G5 while we wait for Commissioner Fernandez to come back. Let's do G5, which is Vice Mayor Anderson.
Okay, let's see. G5, what do we got? Oh, yes. Mediterranean ordinance. We had the presentation done at the museum together with a number of architects that spoke about the strengths and weaknesses in our Mediterranean code. Bear with me, I got to put my password in. And one of the architects in particular pointed out that much of the architecture that we have done in the past, not all of it, is more like a wallpapering. It lacks the fenestration, it lacks the detail, lacks the necessary height at the base of the structures. We took some steps last year to improve the Mediterranean code, and I've been working on and going to propose some additional changes to provide additional guidance to architects that are coming to our city. Some of them don't need the guidance, a lot of them do. And I'll just give you one concept that we talked about, and that is adding a couple more buildings, not necessarily from the city, but those buildings, for instance, that inspired the building of the Biltmore Hotel, the Fink Studio. I mean, the inspiration came from somewhere, most likely from Spain, and I've asked certain members of the Board of Architects to weigh in on which buildings should be selected. There is a general consensus that the San Sebastian Hotel, or apartments, I should say, it misguides a lot of architects into what the city is really looking for in the way of a Mediterranean revival type of architecture. So this is a work in progress. I hope to have something to the commission no later than this fall. But as you all know, this is a process to do any change, and it takes a lot of work and dedication and to hone it until you get it as best as possible. And then I'll bring it here for our discussion and input at that point.
By the way, I wanted to thank you for putting that memo together, and obviously the symposiums at the library. Excuse me, not the library. I apologize. At the museum were incredible. I know I was only able to come by one day, but I was able to catch up on it, and a lot of people spoke to me about how well that was done.
Well,
very professional, very insightful. And I really appreciated the memo too.
The recordings will be eventually available, and there are a couple key ones you may want to just drop in on and listen to Stefanos, and I can't say his last name, and maybe the last presentation, because there was a nice Q&A session where we vetted out different ideas and got some response directly from our Board of Architects members who were present, as to why certain things would work and why certain things wouldn't work as far as efficiencies for the Board of Architects. So that's it. I just want to give you an idea of what I'm working on.
Perfect, thank you. All right, moving on to item G3, update on city assets. Commissioner Fernandez.
I had asked staff to update us on city assets. This was way back when we did the town hall, because there were some questions during the meeting about some of our assets. So Director or Manager Sardinez is here to update us.
Okay, so Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. Zeta Sardinez, Asset Manager, and I'm here with the Public Works Director. So last year at the June 28th, 2022 meeting, the Mayor and the Commission directed me to move forward, and the Manager approved for us to start doing yearly inspections of all the properties, all of the city-owned lease properties. For that, we contracted an independent firm that conducted inspections for us in August and in November of last year. Also, in combination with those inspections, we have been reviewing the fire department's annual inspections that they do of all commercial property with the pertain to our properties. I have also been reviewing the Department of Professional Regulation inspections that they do on commercial properties that pertain to restaurants, the health department inspections, and so on. With that, I compile lists. I observe anything that needs to be addressed. And then I work with Public Works, depending on where the responsibilities lie, depending on the lease, whether they lie on the tenant or on the city. And I monitor compliance. So I make sure that if it's the tenant's issue, that they address it, and if it's Public Works, that we address ours. I have circulated a report that I have been circulating quarterly to you all. I just sent it to you last week. That has all of the properties and what we've been working on so far. And I'm not going to go through each property. I think you guys have the detail there. And if you've had a chance to look at it, you can ask any question that you have. And then I think the Public Works Director has also.
If I may add something to your item, Commissioner. So on May 31st of 2022, I sponsored an item on the commission because as a result of what happened with the gondola building, before we went to Tallahassee to get the funding for it, I received several phone calls of, how are we keeping tabs? And I was working with Zeta already coming up with an idea to document and memorialize our existing portfolio of properties so that we can get a better handle as budget season comes, where do we stand? And not just listen, the following building is in bad shape, okay? To have an outside entity come in, perform a routine audit, quarterly report that is disseminated to the manager and to the commission, so everybody in the commission understands very clearly where all our assets stand. So if a resident or a business owner comes up to you, or anybody in historic preservation comes up to you and says, I would like to talk to you about a following project, you have a document at your disposal that you can say, okay, 1 minute, where are we in this project? What was the review? What does the survey say? Are we having issues? What are the deficiencies? So that started May 31st, 2022. That was a discussion item regarding quarterly that I sponsored. And then on June 28th, I sponsored a resolution that requires that Zeta, through the manager, do a quarterly report on all the conditions of all city buildings. And that is what we get every single quarter, which provides us a robust understanding of the current temperature and status of every single building, historic and not historic. And I think that's critically important because we have leases with third parties that we need to make sure that we don't have issues again like we had at Le Parc, where we walked in there and had to spend an immense amount of money. Or, for example, Burger Bob's. Or, for example, if something's happening at the Biltmore that we're unsatisfied, she goes and checks and makes sure, she checks, but she also has a third party that goes in there and gives us a thorough report. So that is basically in the books and provides everyone in this commission at the drop of a hat what's going on with this piece of property at any given moment.
Are we doing random checks ourselves in addition to these quarterly visits by this entity?
Well, the inspections are done annually by the independent entity.
Annually, okay.
What I do is I revisit the reports and I monitor the inspections online that are done by the other agencies and the inspections that the fire department does. To make sure that health and safety is taken care of, and that they also notice other things when they go with the fire department. If there's things they see violations, they put them on there. So I monitor that as I go along, and I obviously visit the properties on an ongoing basis to see. And I work with the tenants to make sure that that's done, and with Public Works to make sure that we address the things that are our responsibility to do.
So in a year period, how many, I guess, visits are they getting, whether from the entity, from fire, from your office?
Probably 3, 4, 5, and the times that I go, the time that inspector goes once a year, and the fire department goes once a year, and I probably will go 3 or 4 times a year.
Okay.
I mean, listen, it's a lot more than what we were doing before.
Correct, exactly. And I think this will prevent the issues we had before.
And it's also when you finish an asset, for example, like the Think Studio. When the resident brought me the Think Studio that was for sale, and I brought it to Kathy, I said, listen, we need to buy this asset. This asset's incredibly important. It's the first time that it comes back into the public's hands, potentially in 60 years. That building needed love, TLC. We spent how much on that building, the city?
Which one, Mayor? I'm sorry.
The Think Studio.
Well, Think Studio is about 2.1 million.
I bet you if we were to do it today, it would probably be like $3 to $4 million easily, with the amount of work that we did there. Now the issue is, let's make sure we maintain it, so that we don't have to spend another $3 to $4 million on that property in 10 years. Man, maybe we have to refurbish it in 25 years, 30 years, but by doing this simple task and hiring this company, it brings a lot of accountability, and that's I think what you want to do, and you were the intent of both of your town hall meeting was accountability. This is accountability in a document from a third party that has Zeta reuse it 3 or 4 times a year, plus our fire department for life safety, 40-year cert, and all that kind of stuff. So.
And I think the important part is the documentation part. So in any effective property management practice, you document, because then if you fall into an issue, and you have to go the legal route, then what Christina wants to see is that we've documented, right? So that's what I do, right? I go back and I say, hey, here are your deficiencies, and then I collect receipts. They send me pictures that they've, here's the receipt and here's the picture that I've corrected what I needed to correct. So that's what we're doing.
I think this plan really has addressed the concerns the community had were when issues came out about Bob's, about the country club, the issues with the gondola building. The concern was, what are we doing? And I think the commission last year really tackled this issue, and I commend all of you for putting forth a plan. And I think with this plan, we'll be able to prevent some of these issues going forward, which at the end of the day should be our main responsibility, because as you said, if we maintain, we're not going to have a large bill at the end of the day because something has been in disrepair for 3 or 4 years or 20 years, as the contract was, because we didn't notice. So,
in addition to obviously the repairs and maintenance and inspections, do we have anything that would be sort of like a digital map of the city, identifying where our city assets are located in the broader spectrum of what the city's map is?
So I started working with IT to create this map, and we started trying to pull from the folio numbers. The issue is that we ran into some snags there about the way things were titled and the way they were trying to pull. But we're working on that because the manager wanted to actually pull and have an actual map created.
We want everything on GIS.
In GIS.
And the idea is to get everything on GIS. However, there's a lot of things to put on GIS because you have to populate GIS. So it's easier said than done. But we are working on getting everything, all our assets, everything on the GIS platform.
When that is done, whenever it's done, could you all circulate it to us so we can have access to that?
What ends up happening is it's not as easy because the city of Coral Gables, then it actually pulls things like sewer stations and pump stations and things so there's a lot of little dots everywhere, so we're trying to clean all that up.
We've got our infrastructure, we've got all our covenants are on there now, so we are populating everything in there, and that will be part of that, of what that dashboard is about. We have the internal dashboard, the external dashboard, and then we've got our website. So the power users will be the dashboard, the regular users would be the actual website. Or we may have some residents that want to be power users and we'll get the resident dashboard.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Listen, I appreciate it, as always.
Just one comment. I mean, the amount of teeth that our city attorney has now placed on our leases is not the situation we were dealing with the country club. So going forward, I think your job's going to be a lot easier than trying to get access to some of these properties under the circumstances of yesteryear. So thank you for the hard work.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may say, Vice Mayor, the contracts that we're using now are public sector contracts. We've got everything in place, and those kind of contracts, as we can get rid of them, we're weeding those out. Those old contracts.
Right.
We had a lot of underperforming assets, a lot. The restaurant at Miracle Mile, we had obviously an issue with Burger Bob's, we had an issue with the country club. We had a lot of things that needed to be addressed that resulted in millions of dollars of deferred maintenance that the city had to pay. And those things have been taken care of. You know, we're still working on Burger Bob's, that'll be taken care of, but I think this is the key to accountability, and it's at your fingertips. So literally it's there, anybody can see it, and it's a public document. So if anybody wants to know what's going on with the building, just ask the clerk. It's a public document, it's sent to all of us. You can look at it and you can review every single building in the city's portfolio, I think, which is awesome. I think it's great. For once, I'm not guessing, and I can see it. I said G6. Thank you. Vice Mayor and Commissioner Fernandez.
Mayor, our office worked with the city clerk to prepare a presentation, basically setting forth and outlining all the various options for changing the dates of our election and different impacts of such various changes. So Deputy City Attorney Stephanie Throckmorton has a presentation to show you, all of you. And I know the clerk also probably has more information as we go through the presentation.
Yes, I'll point to the city clerk when I need his help, which I'm sure I will on some items. Could we get up the presentation, please? Thank you. And thank you to the communications team who made this look nice, because I sent them a very bare bones presentation. So thank you, everybody. So just a quick overview. As you all know, these are the 3 provisions of our charter that address elections in the city. One section states that the election should be the second Tuesday in April. One section, which was added in 2016, added the runoff, which is 2 weeks after the general election on a Tuesday. And Charter Section 2 has to do with term limitations of 8 consecutive years for the mayor and 12 consecutive years for the commissioners. That term limitation issue will become relevant as we go on in this presentation. Just a brief recap, I'm sure you all remember the 2023 election. We had a general election on April 11th, the runoff on the 25th. The cost, and the clerk will confirm that those numbers are not final yet, were $125,000 for the general election with 3 early voting dates, and approximately $125,000 for 2 early voting dates, both of which were at one site only at the Coral Gables Youth Center.
Please keep in mind, these costs do not include the cost for advertising and that comes associated with each election.
These are our costs paid to the county.
Correct.
So it doesn't include any staff time, overtime, et cetera. So turnout, 20% in the general election, 17.5 in the runoff. You can see the numbers there, almost 7,000 and almost 6,000 registered voters voted. So if we do nothing, these are our upcoming election dates. So put them in your calendars, I guess, if we don't do anything. But that's what those dates would be in April of 2025 and of 2027. And those would be the runoff and swearing in dates. So just to keep in mind as we go forward. So mechanisms for change. The state legislature has actually adopted 2 statutes, both of which allow us to amend our election date via ordinance, regardless of what our charter says. One of which provides for the orderly transition of office resulting from such date change as well. The other is clear that we can move it to any date concurrent with any statewide or countywide election. As always, this is in the charter, so our charter can always be changed via charter amendment. But the state does allow for those changes to be made via ordinance. That has been the trend in recent years, locally and nationally, to move to concurrent elections with those general elections. The clerk, and I'll go through some recent municipalities, but the clerk mentioned that lots of other cities are doing that, and we found that throughout the country. And for the reasons we'll discuss, turnout and cost savings, a lot of municipalities and counties are going that way. In fact, there were efforts at the state legislature a few years ago to make us transition to a November election. Obviously, that didn't succeed, but it could happen. So just to give you a brief overview, and this is just a brief selection of other municipalities around Florida and what they've done. Apalachicola changed their elections from September of odd years to November of even years, which are those general elections, by 2026. So to account for that change, they shortened terms for those elected in 23 and 25. So it didn't affect any sitting commissioners. They did it going forward for 2 terms. St. Petersburg did this similar change via charter referendum in November of 2022. They moved from odd years to even years beginning in 2024, and it extended terms approximately 1 year, and that was 70% approval when it was presented as a charter amendment in the city of St. Petersburg. North Miami changed from May of an odd year to November of an even year, starting with the 2023 election, moving to November of 2024, and that was done via ordinance, and there was a change in terms there. And then South Miami in November of 2020 put on a ballot question for a charter amendment to change from February to November of even years, which resulted in a 9-month extension of current terms, and that was also approved by 66% of the voters. So municipalities are going at it different ways, charter amendments or ordinances, but clearly they can be done via ordinance as demonstrated in state law. So option 1, and Commissioner Menendez, I will point you to the ordinance that you sponsored a few meetings ago, if not the last meeting. That is this option, keeping the April election with a 3-week runoff, or another date, whatever you would choose. I think we presented 3 weeks at the last meeting. Little change in cost, little change in turnout, little changes to the terms, depending on the swearing in date, excuse me. One thing to keep in mind, and I think we discussed this on the dais last time, was the timing of our May meetings. As you all know, we have a sort of 2 meetings in May. One is early in May, so if people are being sworn in that first week of May, I don't think the commissioners would want to go from a Friday swearing in to a Tuesday commission meeting, so we may need to look at that calendar if we go this route. And just also spring break and Easter holidays, as you all know, in April, there's often overlap between those holidays and spring breaks and our election or runoff dates. So just something to keep in mind. It's nothing much different than what we've been dealing with already. Option number 2, and I'm just throw this out here because we were looking at all options, was to keep the April election and remove the runoff. That would require a charter referendum. That option was added in 2016. It was passed via charter referendum, adopted by 69% in 2016 and added then. Every election we've had since 2016 has had a runoff. Changes in cost, approximately $125,000 per election, plus those extra costs that the clerk mentioned. Changes to turnout, obviously none if we kept our April election date the same. Changes to the terms, minimal. We'd have to look at the date of the swearing in if there was no runoff. So if that charter provision was eliminated, perhaps we would address the swearing in date there, but likely not a substantial change in the amount of terms. And timing-wise and mechanisms for that would require a referendum, likely in November of 2024. And if that change was approved, could apply in April of 2025. Option number 3, and I think this is the one that most of you expressed interest in and what more municipalities have been going towards. So this would change our elections from April of odd years to November of even years with a runoff 4 weeks later. And I'll explain why that has to be 4 weeks in a minute. The cost of the general election would only be approximately $20,000, and that's based on the cost to the county. The clerk got an estimate for November of 2024 of
November of 2024, correct. It was 19,000 change, so $20,000.
Yeah, and obviously those costs could change over time if we're looking at 2026, but as of now, that's our best estimate. The runoff would still be a standalone election, so that cost would remain the same. So that would be an overall savings of about $100,000. Change in turnout would be expected to increase for the general election in November of 2022, which was not a presidential year, it was a midterm year. Was 62.96% turnout for Coral Gables registered voters. And then I'll show you the terms and the term limits and that stuff in a minute. So why 4 weeks later? This would coincide with the national and state elections, which means that the Miami-Dade County Supervisor of Elections is dealing not just with our election, but with all of the voters of Miami-Dade County. So they need longer to certify elections. Normally, when it's just us or one or other municipality, they're very quick, 2 or 3 days. Tuesday election, by Friday, they can certify so we can do a runoff. They require at least 10 days, maybe 2 weeks to certify an election when it's a national and statewide election like that. As you can imagine, there's many more questions, there's many more ballots, it just takes a lot longer. So 3 weeks later would put us, so 2 weeks later is too short, 3 weeks later would put us at the week of Thanksgiving. So the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week, I don't think we would want to schedule an election the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week. So this would push us to November, which is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. I'm sorry, the first week of December, which is the Tuesday, likely the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. So the recommendation from the clerk's office, from our staff, and I think from the supervisor of elections would be to do 4-week runoff. This would be the same as the city of Doral, who has their general elections the first week of November on an even year, and then a runoff 4 weeks later. So to keep that in mind. I have additional data from you guys all if you want to know about other municipalities, but just we'll go through this quickly. So changes in terms, I'll show those in a minute, and term limits we will discuss. I would ask the clerk to tell you guys a little bit about what we've discovered in the past when we have Coral Gables items, namely charter amendments, on a general election ballot, that there is some voter drop-off due to ballot length.
Correct. So in 2016 was the last time we placed an item on the November election. The city of Coral Gables as a whole had an 82% turnout on that election. However, when it came down to our items, basically after presidential, everything with the state, there was about a 4,000 vote drop-off.
So down to about 60-something
Yes,
percent.
so it's still a lot higher than what we normally get. However, for that, when it comes to our items down at the bottom of the, you will see undervotes. Something else to keep in mind is if we have early voting during the November election, our voters would have access to all early voting sites throughout Miami-Dade County.
Mm-hmm.
So if you work in downtown Miami, you can go vote in downtown Miami. However, for the runoff election, 4 weeks later, will only be in the city of Coral Gables because, again, we would be a standalone election.
Yes, so it's generally, and unless the supervisor of elections changes this in Miami-Dade County, there's approximately 2 weeks of early voting in Miami-Dade County before an election. So our general election would get, for no extra cost, 2 weeks of early voting, as the clerk said, countywide. So residents down south could vote at the Pinecrest Library, residents who work downtown could vote at Government Center, et cetera.
Yes, going back to that, last election, no one down south took advantage of early voting in the city of Coral Gables.
So
So something to keep in mind.
So I have a question. You mentioned Doral has gone to 4 weeks later on the runoff. Are they on even years?
Yes, so they've moved to this exact schedule. They moved to even years, so November of even years and runoff 4 weeks later in even years.
So hypothetically, if Doral's having their election at the same time as we are, and we have individuals who reside in Coral Gables, you know my question, could they vote over there?
It would be 2 individual standalone. On our election night, whenever the city of Coral Gables has elections, so does Miami Shores.
Yeah.
We can't go vote in Miami Shores and they can't vote in ours.
Yeah, so they're still standalone elections. They're different ballots, different canvassing boards, et cetera. So unfortunately, we can't piggyback on that election and save some money for the runoff. But election staff knows how to deal with a 4-week runoff that first week in December because they've been doing it. Yeah. So I want to give you a little demonstrative aid there to show you the schedule of what that would look like.
So before you get to that one, let me just, the other option that I had talked to the clerk and to the city attorney was to put it out to a vote to remove the runoff but create a primary, where there would be a primary in August.
We're going to get there.
All right, you are
yeah,
going to get
we'll
there.
get
Okay,
there.
all right.
So this is, I just want to we'll go option by option.
Okay.
So option 1, keep things the same, change the runoff a little bit. Option 2, get rid of the runoff, keep the April election. November 3, third option, November election with what ends up being an early December runoff. So that looks like this. So we could either move up the election to November of 2024, which I don't know that anyone's eager to jump right back into campaign season, but that's certainly an option. Or we could push what would be the April 25th election to November of 2026 with a December runoff. That would result in this option B there, which is a 20-month longer term for those group members. And then the April 27 election would be pushed to November of 28, which would result in a 20-month longer term for groups 4 and 5. So that is permissible. We've looked at case law. We've looked at other municipalities. Extension of terms for the orderly transition is accounted for in state law. We've looked at other cases. There's not been a lot of litigation on this, and we certainly think it's permissible to extend or shorten terms as needed for that orderly transition. One thing to keep in mind, and this is why we mentioned term limits at the beginning, unlike other places that may say 3 terms or 4 terms, our charter says years, 8 years, 12 years. So you can imagine if you were a Group 2 commissioner and this was your second term and it became a 4-year and 20-month term, you would then lose the ability to run for a third term because you couldn't serve more than 8 years. So that would be something that we would suggest, if it's the will of the commission, could go to a charter amendment in November of 2024 for clarification that the term limits of those members that were extended via this ordinance don't count towards the term limits, or look at changing term limits, et cetera. But that would need to be a change done via charter amendment to restore those years of eligibility. So just something to keep in mind, that term limits get affected by this as we extend. So that's what that would look like. This would be what those dates would be if we did it in 2024 or 2026. I didn't go all the way to 2028, but you can get the general idea. It would be the first week of November and the first week of December. So ways to do that. We can do it via ordinance, like we mentioned. State law is very clear that we can. We could have it take effect in November of 2024, of November of 2026. There's no cost besides, mine and Billy's time. I guess we can charge the city for that. But that would just be an ordinance on 2 readings and adopting a change to the election date. A charter amendment would require a ballot question to be placed on maybe the November 2024 ballot. That would cost approximately $20,000 and would take effect in November of 2026. So that's the ways to do number 3. Option number 4. So this is sort of similar to you, Commissioner Fernandez, but that's number 5, so don't worry. Okay. Option number 4 would be to move to an August election and a November runoff. So move our general election to August and the runoff to November. That means we could piggyback both elections, $20,000 each ones, savings of $200,000. The turnout in August is not great. Our August 2022 turnout was 28.56%, not all that dissimilar from our April election. So I don't know that if our goal is to increase turnout, an August election makes much sense, but the timeline would be the same with a November runoff and a swearing in the first week in December, so maybe a week or so different than that option 3 timeline.
So August elections are primaries.
Yes.
So it's only voters that are registered in parties that are either Republican.
I think we could piggyback so that all of our registered voters would be able to vote as for our general election, not as a primary.
So sometimes the county might put on countywide items, I believe, too, in the August, but this is not our preferred suggestion for the reasons of the turnout. It would be a little bit lopsided where we'd have 3-4 time fold turnout in the November runoff than in the general election. And it's not a huge increase in turnout for an August election.
You would have a larger turnout in your runoff election than you would in your normal election.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a bit odd.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do think the increased gap between the election and a runoff being 3 to 4 weeks is helpful for voters because they have time to get their mail-in ballot, fill it out, and mail it in before they go on vacation.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. This is also a pretty big gap in time between a runoff and an election. So, but that's just, an option to keep there. Keep in mind, that's what this would look like. Again, not much different than the other one, November swearing in instead of December. But so 1 month different.
So we can't influence people to vote in August, huh?
Apparently it's hard. Again, we could do this via charter amendment or ordinance, same issues there. Option number 5, primary election in August, general in and the general in November. So I think this is what the commissioner was referring to. This would require a charter change. Our charter does not contemplate a primary and general. It contemplates a general and a runoff. So while they're kind of the same thing, 2 and 2, it would require a change to the charter. Even if substantively it ends up being the same, you end up with 2 people to choose at the end. A runoff is different than a primary system. This is like the county. They have a primary and a runoff. So we could piggyback again, 20,000 and 20,000. Again, this would be primary and general. Again, the same issues with turnout in August versus November and the same term limit considerations. This would have to be accomplished via charter amendment. We could not do it via ordinance, even though it's just changing the dates. The runoff consideration means that we have to do a charter amendment.
Which would cost
So
us.
that's the brief summary of what those options were. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know this was a ton of information. The clerk has a lot of experience doing these elections and working with the Miami-Dade supervisor of elections. So happy to answer any questions. We pulled some information about other municipalities, but the general gist of things is that there's a trend nationwide, Florida, to do this, to shift to November elections. We are allowed to do it via ordinance. The state law has been very clear in 2 occasions, which is not normal, that we can do this and accomplish that, and as needed for the orderly transition, adjust terms as needed.
Does the commission have any questions or ideas?
On the cost, there was actually a county official who I spoke with, and the belief is that when the supervisor of election becomes a charter position, they will have the ability to dictate what the cost of elections is going to be. And this will be their primary revenue source for their office. So the expectation is the $125,000 that we paid this time will go up, and probably substantially. So it's something to consider as well.
The 20,000 may also increase the piggybacking fees.
Right.
So again, those are the numbers that we have as of today,
Correct.
our cost for the 23 and our estimated cost for 24. But again, as you mentioned, that's going to be a big change forthcoming. So who knows?
So,
Who knows?
Mayor.
No, I mean, listen, my point is simple. Again, we're looking for money to do projects. We're looking for reoccurring money that we could allocate to sidewalks, traffic calming. There's a lot of things that we could do with this money that we save a year. And number 2, again, if you could get more people to come out and vote, why would we want to stifle democracy at the end of the day? So,
So I didn't
whatever
mention.
whatever my colleagues want to do is fine with me.
I
have
mentioned-
no issues with it. You guys
Chair?
recommend.
Knowing that this is coming up, presentation, every once in a while I bump into residents and I speak to them. I go, what do you think about? And 100% support among the residents, all ages, all backgrounds, all areas of Coral Gables. I go, it's about time.
Right.
So there's a overwhelming support.
So one thing I didn't mention, and we didn't have it here as an option, but there's sort of a combination between items 2 and 3, and I think would be the most cost-saving method would be a November election eliminating the runoff. That's the cheapest election we could do. Now, that would require we could do it via ordinance, and then the runoff elimination would need to be done via charter amendment, but that's the cheapest way to do it. So that would be the piggyback fee only and no standalone runoff. But even a November election with our own runoff is a savings of $100,000 at least every 2 years. So
One of the questions I asked the clerk, and he laughed at me, but I'll bring it up anyway, was the possibility of having the runoff on the same ballot, where you would have let's say, group 1, you have 3 candidates, you would have the race for 3 candidates as your preference for number 1, and then you'd have 3 different scenarios as to who the potential candidates are. So it's still a runoff system.
we looked at that briefly. I think that sort of veers into ranked choice voting, which gets a little bit complicated with the state legislature. And again, that would require a charter amendment. And I think we had some concerns about confusion to the extent that we have 7 candidates on one ballot. You imagine the length of combinations there.
I had 6.
Yes. We've had that before. So
Trying to get creative.
Yeah.
If you thought the permitting app was complicated, you're really adding on.
The voting app is worse, right?
Yeah. The dates we have control over, but we are generally preempted by state law when it comes to elections. And so there's some, the legislature had some thoughts on ranked choice voting recently. And I think we get a little bit in there because if you're indicating your first and second choices in one ballot, anyways, it gets a little bit complicated. Also, I just think we discussed some general confusion and length of ballot. So
So,
So
couple,
go ahead.
are you done?
No, I'm ready to
Ready to rock and roll? No.
No, if you have something to say, I was just going to quote an 80s band or 90s. Where do we go from here?
Well,
It's Asia.
let me throw the 2 cents in here and there. I've had the same reaction from voters that, number one, it just makes sense to do it all in November because they get a little annoyed with elections. You know, we just got done with one and, you know, do the November election. The cost savings makes it a no-brainer type of analysis. As far as the shorter or longer terms, my tendency is just go for the longer term and give a charter amendment for the voters to decide whether they want to change this to years. I don't have a crystal ball that big. I don't know if I'm going to run again. This has nothing to do with me, but just leave it in the hands of the voters and let it be the will of the voters. Runoffs, we might want to do the same thing and reconfirm whether or not they want the runoffs. You know, if we're going to be doing something in November, we'll have a good turnout and get a good temperature on the gauge as whether or not they want runoffs. I know you just went through a runoff.
Yeah,
You know how exciting it is.
very.
So,
Yeah. So Commissioner or Vice Mayor, as you mentioned, if we put anything on the November 24 ballot, we could certainly address other election issues at the same time. If we're looking at term limits, we can put on runoff. And if we do that, I think we are, like, we would do what is said and what the will of the voters are there, but we can put that on there as well as a question of, term
Yeah,
limits or not.
yeah, my tendency was to just lengthen the term rather than shorten.
So,
Why create anxiety? Or-
so we've seen the lay of the land. Why don't my colleagues work with the city attorney's office and the clerk to draft some sort of guidance for the forthcoming commission meeting?
You want to do a straw poll on which option?
Sure, we can bring back up the summary of options. I'm hearing November as the consensus with a 4-week later runoff, if that's
Via ordinance.
via ordinance.
And then come back via charter
Charter referendum questions, we can
on
bring
those
back
issues to clean it up.
with the second reading ordinance.
I would
We can direct
actually-
the clerk to put those on the
I
agenda.
don't think we should do the 4-week afterwards just because of the added cost. If we're really going to save costs, the only way to do it is really August and November.
Commissioner, but in order, oh, I hear you, but if you do in order to eliminate the 4 weeks after, that would require a charter amendment.
Yeah,
So the recommendation from what I'm hearing from the vice mayor is by ordinance, have our next election in November of 2026.
Okay.
And then in November of 2024,
Okay.
place 2 items
Yeah.
for charter.
Got it.
One, eliminating the runoff election, and the second one, addressing the term limits issue.
yeah. And so that way, if
That
the
makes sense.
runoff
That makes
was
sense.
eliminated, if the will of the voters was to eliminate the runoff, then that would apply in the 2026 election already.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's clean.
Yeah.
So with that being said,
So, Mayor, I would ask that we not bring it next meeting, just because this is very important legislation and very technical, so we want to
bring it
make sure we do
September.
this right.
August?
August.
We can do that?
We could do first reading in August, certainly.
Yeah, first reading August.
August it is.
Okay,
Yes.
sounds
I
good.
think that would give enough time for additional public comment.
Okay.
So you'll need a motion?
I mean,
think we
we've
have
got
the
direction
direction.
from the commission.
Okay.
Yeah, because
so
I still got to draft it, then we vote.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
You know,
just
just
give an
sort of like a
instruction.
discussion item, you know?
Okay.
I think we have consensus on the direction, so we're
So
good.
it's a 2-pronged approach, ordinance, and then we'll come back, and then we'll clean up whatever's loose ends.
And we will have to bring an item for your consideration, directing the clerk to put those items on the November 24th ballot, and we can do that to coincide with the second reading ordinance, just so it's clear to the public what the plan is.
That sounds fair.
Perfect. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Work. Item G7 was deferred. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Castro.
You're right.
G8,
That's me.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes. And since sidewalks is something that we've brought up and discussed many times, not only adding new sidewalks, but repairing, maintaining sidewalks, which is a recurring experience, because once you fix sidewalks in a few years, for even if it's tree roots or for any other reason, you sometimes have to fix the sidewalk again. So we've talked about identifying recurring revenues, sources. And I've mentioned in the past that through my work in government affairs with the city of Miami and Tallahassee, I was tasked with focusing on what's called the local option fuel tax, which is, if I'm not mistaken, Madam City Attorney, or the administration, there are tax revenues based on gas, the gas tax. And I think I spoke to Diana, our finance director, and the city received last year over $1 million in those tax revenues from the local option fuel tax. So I asked, because the statute is very specific, you can use those tax dollars for road repairs, street light repairs, and I asked, are sidewalks included? And thanks to Stephanie and obviously Christina and the team, legal team, they were able to show that indeed we're allowed to use those funds or some of those funds to repair sidewalks. And since it's a recurring revenue, funds that we get every year, it replenishes itself. So I'm not saying that we use those funds necessarily, or if we do part of those funds, but I want to bring attention to the city commission that there are recurring funds from state dollars that we are allowed to use for sidewalk repairs, even though we have a lot of other uses, but we're always looking for that source for sidewalks. It may be a drop in the hat, maybe not, but it's, if it's $1 million, you're saying, hey, $250,000, $200,000 every year is there for that kind of. So I bring it to your attention in case we want to discuss it further, or, have the administration give us an idea of how best we can use some of those dollars for sidewalks, because we're always looking for those dollars.
So I love the idea. I love the idea. When I was on the TPO, one of the things they told us was that as electric cars come more online and become the preference, we have 4 individuals on this dais that have electric cars. Okay, the gas tax is actually diminishing. What the cities are getting. That money is it's me, Billy,
Rhonda?
you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if Commissioner.
I know, we will.
4, yeah.
My car has a battery.
4.
Yeah, but
who would've
the starter
thought-
is the only one that eats.
Would have thought that 5 years ago you could say that.
Yeah.
So the point is that the gas tax is diminishing, and the issue there is that gas tax has been used for repaving.
Right.
Throughout the city. So it's kind of like, I'm with you. I think it's a great idea. I'm just saying we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're taking from like asphalt.
Yeah, I'm not saying we rob Peter or Paul or Ringo or John, but I'm just bringing awareness that there are funds there that are accessible. Whether it's like saying there's a bank, but whether we want to go there or not. But I think it's important because I didn't know if sidewalk repairs were an allowable use. And thanks to the law department, they found the statute goes, yeah, they are. So I'm just saying there are some funds there in case we want to go.
So maybe we can use those funds and make it up somewhere else through some sort of like a permit fee or anything I know that that's a little bit cloudy because those permit fees have to be used for certain items, and you can't deviate from that as per state statute, is my understanding.
Correct.
But I think it's a great. I didn't know that. I didn't know that potentially could be used for sidewalks.
There's
Interesting.
some flexibility or some option.
I like it.
So, Mayor.
Yeah, of course.
May. The other option is through the reality of the transition is free can no longer be free. Now, I've paid to charge my car after doing traveling, and I did the math using then existing gasoline prices, which were lower at the time, and how much I got per gallon of gas versus mileage on the charge. Came down about 25 cents per gallon, an equivalent electric charge. And my in-laws my brother-in-law was recently in. He rented a Polestar to check out. He was able to park in the city parking lot next door for $5 a day and charge his vehicle without paying. So we may have to start charging for the charge on the vehicles, just like we all have to pay for fuel sources, whether it be electricity or otherwise, and that may help make up that difference, as opposed to a fuel tax. Now we'll be recouping the electricity costs instead of paying them out of the city.
The security guards for Peter and Paul are at the podium, I guess.
Yeah.
And actually, what we're discussing was that out of the 1 point something change that we got last year, that money was diverted, that was actually placed into sidewalk already and traffic calming. So that money's
Do we know
only
how
used
much,
for
how much
traffic
went to
calm.
sidewalks?
So we get about 1.4 million. So last year, 426,000 went to sidewalks and whatever came, when 1 million something went to traffic calming.
Well, that's
So
something
it's
I
already
don't think
used
we
for
knew,
that, yeah.
but it's good to know.
Stretch
like I
the
said-
dollars. Stretch the dollars.
Yeah.
Make the sidewalks a little further away from the trees, maybe.
Well, that means there's still
Gander.
more money that we can tap into if we need to.
No, because it's already being assigned to traffic calming. So you have to take it away from traffic calming if you want to use it for sidewalks.
So here's a question. Are there other funds that are available to us that can be used for traffic calming, that can't be used for sidewalks, or funds that can be used for sidewalks, that can't be used for traffic calming?
So maybe, but it's already being used for something else, right? So it means taking away from something else in order to give it. So let's just say general fund dollars could be used towards sidewalks or could be used towards traffic calming. So do we give general fund dollars to traffic calming that was paid for with local option gas tax and then move that to sidewalks? Sure, but then whatever we were using those general fund dollars for now gets nothing. So it really,
I believe what the finance director is saying, that we're using up all the funds we can.
Exactly.
And all the money we have to get things done, whether it's asphalting roads, sidewalks, traffic calming, and dealing with issues where we can. Now, if there's money that's limited to that, we use it there. Of
course.
Because general funds are not limited to something
Correct.
else. So we use it as effectively as possible.
we use the most restrictive dollars to the restricted purpose for which it is
Exactly.
restricted for. Yes.
Because we would not want to place ourselves into using funds for something that we would have to return.
Yeah, because my biggest concern with sidewalks, more than traffic calming, sidewalks is that it's a never-ending battle. Like I said, hey, we spend all our money, we fixed every sidewalk in Coral Gables. 10 years later, whoever's here is like, hey, we got to fix the sidewalks again. And if we don't find a recurring revenue source, we're constantly just pulling money out and hoping that we can pull money out again 10 years later. It's wonderful to have a source that just keeps on recycling year after year. That's why
Sidewalk
local
fee.
option fuel.
Well, I
But-
mean, we did that with the parks.
Yeah.
We put 0.5% into a parks master trust, which is paid by, developer fees when they pay for their permits. That's why I said before, let's look at a sidewalk fee.
Yeah.
I know, I hate that fees is just a hidden tax, but if we really want to do something that regenerates and have another entity pay for it, but then we had that conversation, I think they weren't even on the commission yet. We had a conversation about you can't use those fees, like charge somebody a fee in downtown.
Correct.
There's a finance director, she's looking at me with that eye, she's like, be careful, because you're gonna say somebody's gonna get us in trouble. You can't charge somebody for a fee in downtown and then use it like in the residential neighborhoods,
Right,
right?
those are the impact fee restrictions, Mayor.
Impact fee restrictions. There you go.
So I'm going to add this question. How much
I'm
are
with you,
we,
let's do it.
how much are we
Not very
paying on
creative, but I'm with
electricity
you.
right now to charge electric vehicles?
That will be it.
Right now, they just pay to park, but it's free to use the charging stations. But we are moving in the direction of starting to charge in the next couple weeks.
How much are we spending on electricity right now? Just electricity, I'm not talking infrastructure.
I believe it's, the bill that we see from ChargePoint is around 3,000 a month.
A month, okay. There's some money there. Times 12,
36,000.
and it's going to increase.
Yeah.
Not, as my husband says, nothing's free.
Yeah, so we are in the process right now. This week, we're starting to educate the users for the ChargePoint stations that we have, that we're going to start charging in the next 2 weeks. We're looking at about 4 cents a minute. It will be the charge that's right at or just below market rate. And it's really to recoup the cost on electricity and the maintenance costs that we have ongoing with the stations.
And Vice Mayor, that includes city vehicles. So Mayor, if I may say, that
Which we're saving on gas at the end of the day.
we're saving
On gas.
on fuel charges. We are a Tree City, USA City. We have 41,000 trees in the right-of-way, which cause damage to sewers, storm sewers, sanitary sewers, storm sewers, and sidewalks. And that's something that we have to address because they're there. And it's beautiful canopy.
Can I ask you a favor? Can I ask you for a favor on behalf of Commissioner Menendez? can you come to the next commission meeting and ask your staff, just ask your 15 directors, in your next directors meeting, to bring ideas for some sort of similar fund dedicated to sidewalks, like we did with, number one, parks, the legislation that I wrote, that then later Vice Mayor Mena amended. Remember, to make it 65-35, with 65 was for parks acquisition and 35 was for current park refurbishment. And also like we did with, did I speak out of turn or no? Did I make a mistake? Tell me it's
No,
okay.
it's not out of turn. It's, the park impact fee, I believe, and I could be wrong, always existed. The legislation just told us where to put it, yes.
So
But it didn't generate new
No,
per se.
we did.
I wasn't, that's the part I'm not sure about,
Okay,
yeah.
we did. We had $500,000 a year that we had in the budget I asked the manager to maintain. That was in the budget. Then we did create, because we used to do 1% was for art and public places, and we
Yep.
added 0.5 to an arts, to a parks trust.
Okay, so that's a piece that was new.
That was the
yeah.
legislation that I wrote. So with the other similar thing that we did was to fund the underline, I wrote a piece of legislation that puts within 1,000 feet, impact fees could be used to fund the underline to the tune of $7 million.
Right.
So could we have, I would love for the manager and his team, all of you, when you're sitting down, just to think about a vehicle that we can come up with. Run it through, let Commissioner Menendez run with that. Let him run with it. I mean, I would love to have a vehicle in place. So when I leave office, that we can have a vehicle that's spitting out $1 million, $2 million a year for sidewalks. That doesn't mean that we're gonna stop funding sidewalks, because we have a $12-15 million need. I don't know the exact number. I think it's 11 million or something. I forget all these numbers. But I would like to have something that is taking a little bit of the burden, because I'm getting a lot of sidewalk calls. And you're coming to a lot of meetings with me, Mr. Director. You went to like 3 or 4 in the last 2 weeks. And, you know, like the manager said, 41,000 trees. The trees aren't gonna stop lifting up the sidewalks. So Commissioner Menendez has a great point. We need to come up with an idea. Like we came up with at Parks, we came up with a way to fund the underline. Let's come up with an idea. I know we can do it. I know we can find something that gives us a reoccurring fee. It's right there. We just gotta think about it together.
And we're gonna need your help. If he says for me to run with it, if the sidewalk's broken, I don't wanna trip and fall. So help me get there. Help us all get there. But you know what? We would love to have the day that we don't have to bring this issue up again, because we found a vehicle and we found a solution. It'd be something that collectively, the administration, the commission, the residents can sort of celebrate that, you know, we're making a difference. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you for laughing at my joke.
Thank you. I love it. G10.
G10 is a resolution of the City Commission setting forth a policy that the sponsor of a discussion item may determine whether public comment will be allowed on up to 3 discussion items. The Deputy City Attorney will explain what the proposed resolution sets forth.
Good afternoon. This item is sponsored by Commissioner Castro and Commissioner Fernandez. This resolution sets forth a policy providing that the sponsor of a discussion item may determine whether public comment will be allowed on up to 3 discussion items for each regular City Commission meeting, and that except as expressly set forth in the resolution, the mayor retains all authority granted under the city charter and city code.
Commissioner Castro.
Okay, I think she was pretty clear. When I go home, I actually review the YouTube video of the commission meetings, and I listen to everybody's input. And I heard a little bit of what everybody was saying, actually, and the worry that commission meetings were taking very long because of all the input. So I put this together thinking about each one of us, and obviously the residents. So hopefully we could come into agreement with this resolution.
Does your co-sponsor?
Anyone else?
Oh.
Just, I think this is a compromise to the policy, which basically prevents any public comment on these items. This will limit us to select 3, if we have 3 that we think that should have public comment. So a maximum of 3. So it's a compromise. It will still satisfy the requirement of trying to shorten our meetings a bit, but it still provides for the opportunity for public comment on items that may merit it.
Well, I'm gonna, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mayor, and then I'll.
I want to just add my comments, but go ahead. You had something else you wanted to say?
So the way this would work would be that before the agenda is published, we would choose which ones are going to be open to public comment so that the public can be ready to speak on
Yes,
it.
so I would ask if this is adopted, that it be limited to the prime sponsor or the primary sponsor, however we're going to word that, of the item. And then also that we would give direction to the city clerk to note on the agenda items with a little asterisk or a PH or whatever, that public comment would be allowed, so that ahead of time people know, so that they don't, if they speak during public comment, the time period, there's no duplicative comments made. Because they'll be, if they testify later, they know when they'll not testify, but come speak later.
All right, so I oppose this, obviously, and I'll tell you why very simply. The charter provides the mayor with very limited powers. It's not a strong mayor form of government. When I got into office, I wrote a piece of legislation that brought forth public comment, that allows 1 hour of public comment. If you're coming to the city, for example, like Ms. Cruz, who was here today, she came, she spoke during public comment. She came, spoke during consent agenda items, spoke during mayor's items. You can speak. You can speak through any resolution. You can speak at any ordinance. You can speak under city attorney's items. You can speak under the city manager's items. You can speak on items on first and on second reading. The purpose of the items that are under the commission is for the commission to have a conversation. And it is to have a conversation amongst us and staff to talk about issues that we're working through, so that we bring, for example, the sidewalk conversation that we're having now. We're bringing that forward. If a resident or a business owner or an activist or an interested party would like to speak on any issues that deal with an item that is set forth under the commission items, they're more than welcome to do that. That's why I put forth the public comment section here a few years ago. You can speak about any item on the commission during public comment section. And if you tell me I want to speak about 4 or 5 items, we gave Carelia today an extra minute and a half. I think it was almost 2 minutes. She can speak about the issues. Let me give you an example how lenient we are in comparison to other cities, okay? This is very simple. Look, Miami-Dade County allows 2 minutes for people to speak at the beginning of the commission meeting. That's it. You can't speak again. You can't speak during resolutions. You can't speak during ordinances. You can't speak during mayor's comments. You can't speak. You speak, you say your 2 minutes, and you have to leave. Mr. Manager?
Mayor, only at committee meetings.
Only at committee meetings, by the way. Excuse me, I apologize. Not even at the commission. Only at committee meetings. Okay, so that's number one. That's the way Miami-Dade County does it. Number two, City of Miami, you speak 2 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. That's it. You're done. Can't speak again on the item. Number three, Miami Beach, very similar rules. Number four, City of Doral has 2 options for public comment. One in the morning, during the morning session, and one in the evening at 6 p.m. after, if they have a 6 p.m. session. It's very simple. Members of the public may speak only at times designated by the mayor. Very simple. Or presiding officer. That's it. So to me, we're in line with all these cities. Every person has every opportunity to speak here on multiple items throughout the commission. If you would not like to speak at public comment, you can speak through a litany of times, opportunities here. The power, one day, one of you will be mayor, and you will be able to preside over these meetings. I give a lot of leeway for conversation. I ask people to be respectful. And if you want to put, anytime you've asked me over, hey, I'd like to put something time certain, I don't have an issue with that, as long as it works. Very, very easy with those issues. Somebody wants to take things out of order, if somebody wants to defer it, we're very, very easy. Now, I'm asking to respect my ability to run the meeting and to be as precise as possible. And if there is an item that one of your colleagues or somebody you're bringing here would like to speak, and it's under a commission item, just have them speak at the beginning of the meeting during the public comment section. It's pretty simple. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for anything that's not being already done at every major municipality and the county. As a matter of fact, we're being incredibly lenient in comparison to other municipalities.
Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor, yes.
I'm going to make the following suggestion, because, city prides ourselves in a transparent government and trying to involve the public as much as possible. We had discussed in our prior commission before you all joined, having evening meetings on certain topics of great public importance.
Like Miami Beach does.
And I think we can do a similar vehicle here. One of the hardest things, at least for someone is coming in, and even today for myself, is determining how heavy the agenda is going to be. You try to get an idea how many items are going to be on, because you don't want to put too much stuff on, because the wheels of us being able to make advancements is ever slowed. So I requested a time certain item. I understand it's your discretion. Mr. Cortada came in. I was trying to, get the scheduling down right. And if you were able to accommodate it, fine. If not, I would have told him to come in later or at another time. That's my suggestion, that we do it through the mayor. If we have an issue of great public importance, it's extraordinary circumstances where we need public comment, we can do that, because discussion to me is an ability as an incubator item. Let's start getting it going, and if it's something that we feel that has enough traction, we can, with the input of our colleagues, put together a draft resolution, a draft ordinance, and have better public comment at that time, better input from the residents. We all, our residents are very blessed to have every single member of the commission here with open door office hours, by appointment, without appointment. We give out our cell phone numbers. We're very, very accessible. We go on site, we do inspections. We meet with our county commissioners, each in our own way advocating for similar or identical items. So I think we do a fantastic job of being responsive to our residents. But that's my suggestion, because we're not going to be denying public comment. We're going to be providing a period of time for public comment. My only other suggestion is when we're going to do public comment periods, if we can be mindful that people work and look into whether or not we should be holding it earlier, 8:30, so people can drive to work. Let's discuss that a bit. What's going to work best for the public to be able to put in their comments? Remind them that they can email. Remind them that they can do e-comment. And sometimes the best time for them to make public comment is after hearing our discussions. Because sometimes, they'll come up to make public comment, but then determine we've already answered the question during our discussions, and there is no issue there at all. So by the time we come in with a draft resolution or draft ordinance, they've had a time to think deeply about the issue and have a more educated response.
And I think also the issue too has to do with the simple fact that if you have ordinances, resolutions, discussions at different levels here on the dais, the reason why there's a public comment section, which the city never had before, was so that individuals who have to go to work, who can't wait for that item to be heard, even if it is time certain, can put their comments on the record, go on to work. Their comments they can even have a discourse, positive one, with the commission, with staff, to address their concerns. No other commission that I'm aware of in Miami-Dade County has that type of back and forth with residents where we actually have a discussion. And if you look at items, for example, under the mayor's comments, I have 3 items that have been deferred for 3 meetings because I wanted to respect the fact that my colleagues had a lot of items that they wanted to talk about on commission items, and I wanted to make sure that they got everything in as much as they could on their first 2 meetings. So I deferred my items, knowing they were being already worked on: sidewalks, Valencia, and the swales next to the bridges. So all I'm asking is, this is simple. They have an opportunity to speak on every other item. They can speak on commission items during the public comment. This is a process that's been respected for a long time. It's in the charter, and I think that this is the right way to conduct business here in regards to running a meeting.
I will disagree with you on that. I do believe that residents should have every opportunity to speak throughout the process. I have watched these meetings for over 10 years, and I've seen how the commission has benefited from input that residents have brought up to the table, because we're not experts on every topic. We know a lot about the issues. We're able to study some of the issues. Staff advises us on issues. The discussion that we bring to the dais is obviously an educated discussion, but there are residents who can chime in on regional issues. Waterway, for example, none of us live on the waterway. So these are issues that we may put up for discussion, but as commissioners, we have no way to put items on the agenda that will have a public comment section. You have mayor's comments, which was created to provide the mayor with an ability to comment on specific issues, not have discussions. These should be discussion items in commission items. You're a member of the commission. So these items should all be moved to commission items.
I'll make it easy for you. Commissioner, I'll make it easy for you. I will remove my ability to have commentary from residents on the mayor's comments also, to be in line and to be, and you know how I'll do it? Very simply. I will strike mayor's comments, because that's what Mayor Valdez-Fowler used to do, and I will move all my items now to the commission. So there will be no longer,
So
be.
Mayor, as it stands, it's, public comment is not required under your mayor's comments. I know you've allowed it, but.
Yeah. But I'm saying I will follow the same guidelines that I'm providing for the commission's portion of the agenda. I'll put the mayor's comments under that also. It's simple.
Mayor, if I may
I'm more than willing to give. That's
Sure.
fine.
Commissioner Fernandez, I just wanted to note that resolutions and ordinances are public hearing items. So to the extent a commissioner is putting forth a resolution, those are public hearing items that always have public comment. So there's a distinction between those discussion items. So of course, a resolution that you put on is always
100%.
subject to public comment.
In order for one of my items to be or have public comment, I would need to put it up as a resolution.
That's, yes. So we've always taken the approach that before you take official action, we would allow public
I
comments.
have a question.
Or during public comments. Or during public comments at the beginning.
Or during the public comment section, of course.
But I'm trying to find a path forward. I'd rather talk about sidewalks, but this is what we're talking about now.
We could build a sidewalk in
Easier to
there.
find money for sidewalks.
It's simple. We're politicizing my ability to run the meeting.
I think I have a solution.
Nobody's politicizing.
I think I have a fair solution.
Mayor,
I know resolutions come in all shapes and sizes. Can a resolution be drafted in a way, for example, whatever, directing administration to do something? That's the resolution. Once it's a resolution, it triggers public comment.
I do want to make a distinction, because as the mayor mentioned, in many other cities, they just have the opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to comment for the public comment, and that satisfies the legal requirements. Unless it is a public hearing item, like a quasi-judicial item or other kind of item that does legally require a public hearing. Now, my understanding from what the mayor wanted to do was that make a distinction between discussion items, where certainly public comment is not required, and then resolutions or something where the commission is going to take an action and then allow public comment in addition to the public comment section, to allow public comment during those individual items, ordinances, and resolutions at the time that they are being considered and voted on.
My question is, can
that's
the
just a
discussion
distinction.
item be dressed as a resolution, therefore triggering the public comment?
If
Technically,
you put
yes.
on a resolution, as my understanding is what the mayor has said, is he will allow public comment on any resolution.
Right, but what I'm saying is, resolution could be framed
Correct.
as.
Right, that was my question. If
Yeah.
I were to frame
Sure.
my
But if he
discussion
frames a
item as a
resolution
resolution,
as directing the administration to take action on this topic, and it's a resolution, we vote, we may not vote on it, but it triggers public comment.
Sure, but I would, two things. First of all, the commission does, as by a majority vote, individually, on case-by-case instances, have the ability to require public comment on an item. So in other words, if the mayor says, no, I'm not going to allow public comment on this, and there are 3 votes that want public comment on a specific item, that will happen. Also, I would hope that we don't, ask staff in our office to draft resolutions that we don't think are going to be voted on, but, just to try to get the public
My
comment.
suggestion to find a solution that I think brings everybody to peace, starting with me, is that, let's say we have the agenda, there's a discussion item that's very important to you, and you know that's very important. It could, that one item could probably be written as a resolution, and you get the comment. And the way I say it is because I'm working to find a solution. I've stated on the record how important it is not to go into the whole charter situation, the powers that are granted. So I'm trying to find a way to see if the side door is open instead of the front door. We get in anyways, but, you know, I know.
So, Commissioner, if I may just add something to the Commissioner's point. You've been involved with government for a long time. You've seen the way things work in other cities and in Miami-Dade County and at the state. You agree that we're very lax in regards to public comment, incredibly lax, right?
Coral Gables is historically, compared to other places,
Now,
you know.
you do agree that if there is an issue that needs to be addressed, and you need time to discuss it, the intent of a public comment section that is written to allow 1 hour at a minimum of public comment, you can have that commentary there. And you can save everything else for a resolution, for an ordinance, for comments on the manager's items, the city attorney's items. But if you want to discuss an item that is a discussion item under the commission, you can provide your guidance and your input, whoever you are, during that time in the agenda, which is called public comment. That is what every other city does. And that is to make sure that there's order, to make sure that the rules are placed and that we move expeditiously when there's so much
I agree.
items on an agenda, so
There are a lot of
that
things.
my items don't have to be deferred at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night.
Right.
Or a resident who was here and says, listen, I gotta go, I can't be here and wait for this item, I gotta go. We could have that discussion on the record during public comment.
I'll wait, I'll reserve my comment, follow-up, and I'll let my colleagues
So-
speak.
Remember, my suggestion was to use the same procedure that we do for items of extraordinary circumstances or items of great public importance, and do it through the mayor's office, because we're going to end up with everything with public comment anyway.
So that,
So-
just so I
so-
understand
so
what that
we've
would be,
done
would
that.
be just like when you request a time certain for after 5 o'clock or 10 a.m. or whatever, that request would go through staff to the mayor to request public comment for an item. Is
Right,
that
so we might end up with,
for an item that might not otherwise have public comment?
so
On a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
on a case-by-case basis, because I might have one that's very important, you might have some that are very important, and then we can make a decision on whether we're going to do it this meeting or next meeting to avoid having too much on the agenda. I mean, I know that I pulled stuff off my first agenda, you pulled stuff off, you did too, because we just didn't really know what each other were doing, because we can't talk to each other. For, so that's why I'm suggesting go through the mayor, just like we do for time certain or items that we have evening meetings on because they're of great public importance. Because if it is a discussion item of that much importance, we're going to do a resolution or an ordinance afterwards anyway. And we will have public comment, and we will have the opportunity to have residents come in and help us tweak those requests somewhat, weigh in on it. How much of a fine, how much of a time period should we have? How much of a waiting period should we have on a blower ordinance, for instance? Go ahead.
Commissioner?
Mayor, you do realize this is not about you, it's about the residents, right?
Of course, I always do. I'm the one that wrote the legislation about the agenda item to ensure that we have 1 hour of public comment.
So it's not how you run the agenda. It's about giving a voice to the residents.
They have a voice. I'm the one that started doing open office hours, which I'm blessed that both of you also picked up on it 8 years ago. So it's always about the residents, but I think that there's also an issue about redundancy and also running an agenda in a way that you get everything done in the agenda, especially as you start writing more legislation, the commissioner starts writing more legislation, the agendas get more and more and more full of items that take a lot of attention and require a lot of discussion. Discussion items are meant for us, as the vice mayor said, discussion items are meant for the commission to have a conversation and then craft legislation and say, okay, bring this back and we'll have a conversation about it. And then we'll see how we can work on it together. For example, we were talking about it right now about finding a mechanism for sidewalks. I said a few things based on what Commissioner Menendez was talking about, and hopefully we'll be able, with the assistance of the manager, to come back with something that delivers on that mechanism to fund sidewalks. That's the point of discussion items under the commission.
So, back to sidewalks. Using the framework that the city attorney laid out. Yes, I'm bringing you back into the discussion. Last meeting, you said on any specific item, a member of the commission could ask for a vote to see if public discussion would be permitted by the majority of the commission for that particular item.
Correct, and the reason for that is because while the mayor presides over the meetings, he has procedural control over the meetings. It is subject to review. His control is subject to review by the commission.
So on a particular item that normally won't have our rules or regulations, our code, our charter allows for a member of the commission, who, let's say the sponsor, makes a motion, there's a second, there's a vote, that item will have public comment.
Correct.
If I may, I'm pretty certain if you ask me to speak on a certain item and have public input, because let's say somebody just walked in and they couldn't be here, or they missed the meeting, they missed the beginning of the meeting, or they missed the afternoon, I'm going to be lenient on the issue. The point is just to have things in an orderly way and push the meeting forward.
I'm not denying that. I'm just laying out the legal framework so that the folks listening and watching understand we're doing our best to work within the legal framework that's laid out for us. So we can request that on an item that is brought up, we can ask for a vote to allow, right?
So if the mayor denies public comment on an item, his ruling to do that could be overturned by a majority of the commission. So
that's-
it might be like an ask and then a no and then a yes,
And a vote.
rather than
Then
a
a
vote,
vote.
rather than a ask for
Motion,
a
a
yes.
second, and a vote on that item.
Of
Okay,
course.
that's one part
That
of
is
the,
already a part of the code and charter and laid out there. The mayor
But I
serves
want
as
people-
chair, subject to review by the commission.
I want those watching to understand that that's allowed. And then second part is, like I mentioned before, I wouldn't say every item, but if there is a discussion item of significance, community importance or concern, I know I've done it before. I've put one or two things as a resolution, asking for, requesting guidance or requesting the administration part, and that triggers the public comments.
So I just want to be clear about that. That's what the mayor has mentioned. There's a distinction between public hearing items as required by state law and then resolutions that we may allow public comment on as a matter of course, but are not required to have a public hearing under state law. So there's
But yes,
no.
but that has
yes.
been our practice.
That
and I
has
think
been our
that's what the
practice,
mayor
and
said
the
he would
mayor
honor.
indicated
Right,
that
so
would
if it's a
continue.
resolution,
Yes.
our practice is it triggers public comment section.
Correct. And so I think that
Currently.
it would be, the way I would envision it is it's an item that's of importance to a particular commissioner, and you might want to put on the resolution as the end goal, right? Beating whatever that
Yeah.
end goal might be, and then it would trigger discussion, and then maybe ultimately after discussion and public comment, you decide not to move forward with the resolution, or you revise the resolution.
So
But you
by
could put
putting it
to
on
kind
as
of-
a resolution, it triggers at least lately, or our
currently,
practices,
yeah.
public comment, and we can vote, ask for a vote to get it, because that's all within the legal framework of our city.
Yes.
So like I said, I'm torn because I want to find a solution. I want to compromise out of respect for all my colleagues. I respect, we all do, the sanctity, I don't know if that's appropriate, but of the charter, granting the mayor certain powers, but also realize that our charter and our code allows us some maneuverability to get the public comment to happen. I ask, would you be willing to work with the city attorney to find a way to have, those items that you find of public importance brought on as a resolution? And if that doesn't work, like I said before, you have the legal right to ask for a vote of us to get public comment on any one of your commission. I know it's not what you asked for, and I know it's what's not in the resolution. I'm just trying to find a balance.
So at the end of the day, if I want to put something for discussion, I could very easily make a resolution and give them a lot of work, which I don't think it's even fair. Or is it? Isn't it lengthy? If everything
Well,
I
it
would put for
depends.
discussion, I would make a resolution? It doesn't even make any sense.
So it depends on what it is, of course, but I think what the city attorney was mentioning is like a discussion item, like our presentation today on the elections. We didn't have a consensus on what to do yet, so that had to be a discussion item. There may be some things where there's a finite end goal, a direction to do XYZ for the city manager, to adopt ABC, whatever. So those are more,
Ordinances are very detailed.
Yes.
And it'll take a lot of research.
Yes.
Resolution is basically you have I'm trying to be respectful. There's certain standard language and then a paragraph that basically says this is what it's
sure.
about.
Certain discussion items lend themselves to resolutions more, I guess, is
So
what I'm trying to say.
why don't we do
but-
this? Why don't we do for the sponsor? Why don't you work with the city attorney to craft, the items that you think are of incredible importance in regards to city commission items in a way that, like our commissioner said, a resolution format for those items, and the other ones are discussion items that are handled amongst the commission. And we have a conversation like we did right now, for example, about the elections, and we're gonna bring it back in an actual an actual ordinance resolution, and we're gonna move forward in that direction where that will have public comment. By the way, that could have had public comment too. They could have handled it during the public comment section over 1 hour. They could have had a discussion. Could have been a packed house to talk about yay or nay, but that didn't happen. So I see us kind of like in the middle here. So if there's not going to be a vote,
I think the vice mayor had a suggestion that,
Well,
I think her suggestion, if I understood it correctly, was maybe creating a separate section where we can request that you grant public comment on a specific item.
I don't think it was a
And-
separate section.
That wasn't a separate
No.
section.
I think,
No, it was not.
she can explain, but I don't think she was suggesting a separate section. I think she was suggesting that through staff or through the clerk, if there's a discussion item you're putting on the agenda, you request that public comment be allowed. In advance, you can request
Correct.
that public comment be allowed on that particular item.
Right.
Right, and we had that debate on the evening meetings.
We did.
And we honed it down to certain items. But it still went through that vehicle where you ask the mayor, just like I do for a time certain item, can we get it done? Okay? Because at the end of the day, we can't have, a 50-page agenda. We're not going to get a darn thing done. And I think we all want to get something done. It takes a lot more effort to put together some of these ideas, and respect for the public. They're clueless of what's going through our heads when we put something on for a discussion item. We owe it to them to give them at least a brief outline of what it is that we're thinking about when we're putting something on for discussion. Do a memo.
I mean, I've been
Do a
doing
memo.
I've been doing
It
memos for
take-
years. My memos are located online. You can read them. I always like to write a memo before I present anything. So it's a way to communicate with my colleagues in the commission. It's a public record. It's a public document. And then that kind of gives a foundation or a kind of a map to where I'm headed in regards to a resolution or ordinance, and you can provide input.
But you have two staff members. We share through one and two halves.
I drafted the memos myself.
Again,
Okay,
but
I got the
also-
form, I drafted them.
It's not about staff. It's about the
It
fact
is.
that
It takes time to research.
It takes time to research, but I also, just by saying, I also worked 15-hour days. So my point is that, it's very simple. It's getting accomplished what you want to get accomplished. There shouldn't be an excuse of why something can't be done. This is very simple. Listen, I want to go to the gym. I go to the gym at 5 a.m. I don't go to the gym. I know that I can only go at 5 a.m, so I get up at 4:45. It's a priority for me. So the idea that, that there's no time or staff does a wonderful job, but at the end of the day, the ideas come from the individuals who are on the commission floor. And they're the ones that have to, how long did you spend on that memo that you did that was like 15 pages?
She was here Sunday night.
That one Sunday
Amazing,
night, I
though.
think I rolled out of here at 10 o'clock at night.
It's amazing, though, but
And
she
I
got it
worked-
done.
Then I worked on the evening because I needed data from staff.
And then I got 10
And-
compliments about how her memo was the best memo people have ever read from residents.
So on a Sunday, our dedicated staff gave me the rest of the figures I needed to crunch the numbers and put the chart together. City
So what is-
manager made himself available. I had him double check my math because I just,
So what is
I'm not the math wizard here.
What is the will of the commission?
I don't want to leave this item without all of us at least comfortable on the next step. I know we're polarized positions, but I don't want to leave this item until there's at least comfort. I'd be more than happy to welcome it back. for further discussion, but is there a path forward that we can test the waters to see if there's the way to get there? You know, I gave two options. You can ask for a vote.
Well,
I'll be more than happy to participate in that vote on any given item. I do request, obviously, we understand the scenarios. We've had 11-hour, 12-hour meetings, and by the end of it, you know, the residents are home and our brains checked out. So, but I know there are discussions that are passionate and important. So I'll be more than happy to help vote on those. And if you also want to explore, could you mind sitting down with the assistant deputy city attorney and city attorney on how to draft some of your discussion items as resolutions? And if it doesn't work, let's bring it back. Do you mind trying that approach?
you know, I'm going to ask you one other thing. Review what we did on night meetings. It was painful. I'll forewarn you of that. Even if you have to watch it, it went back and forth and back and forth. Did not get the majority on evening meetings on something, but we did craft something where we could have evening meetings on items of great public importance. Don't quote me on the language, but it was basically that provision.
We can pull that.
And by the way,
Pull that,
and I'm
review
also,
it,
like I said,
digest it.
I'm also more than willing to move mayor's comments to the commission. Commissioner Fernandez is correct. I am part of the commission. And we will not have discussion on those items either. Very
Because
simple.
otherwise, we'll have to make each section for Commissioner
I'm fair.
Fernandez's
I'm fair. You're asking.
discussion
You're
items.
asking.
we should
You're
have
asking.
comments
You're
too,
asking
right?
for. You're asking for a move. You're asking for a move. There you go. I made a move. Took my items, which by the way I've deferred for 3 meetings, so I make sure my colleagues who are new here to the commission could have their moment and speak about issues that I view at that moment as critically important to get in front of. I'm more than willing. No longer, Mr. Clerk, please, if my colleagues will indulge me, there will be no longer mayor's comments.
I like your comments, but
it's okay. But to be fair, I will be moving along and joining my colleagues in the same pool in the commission discussion items, and there will be no discussion. There will be no outside discussion items in regards to my items also.
That would also move up public comment, one
There you
section.
go. Done.
what happened?
And if G12 passes, it'll be the first section.
Well, how
Oh,
about,
yeah, understood.
Okay. So do you want to? What is your will? You're the
how about
sponsor.
if we move public comment after we have our discussion items?
So the way the ordinance was drafted for public comment was to have it first thing in the morning so that people could come, give their comments first thing at the meeting and then leave and then watch as the item comes up later or jump on the Zoom later. So having it first thing, the idea was that it was supposed to be heard right after presentations and protocols so that you had a sort of time certain for the public comment.
If you wait till after discussion items, it's harder to predict when public comments will be called.
I have a.
We would still not get be there.
So because I like to try to finish at 6 o'clock if possible.
Sorry. I have a suggestion.
Okay.
And I may be totally wrong.
You maybe.
I usually am, but it's okay. Nobody's watching. It's the truth. If each meeting we had a discussion item, we single out a discussion item, 1, 2 of major significant importance. If we were able to have that before the public comment, would that be helpful?
Before the public comment period of the agenda, the hour set
one or
aside
two
for public
discussion
comment?
items. Each party here gets to pick one. Of course, that I'm stepping on the toes of the mayor and the charter, and I apologize. Again, I'm
So-
trying to,
So the code,
The commission.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
listen, you know what this is? You know what this is like? We don't always get what we want at the end of the day. We don't.
Yeah.
And the charters afford me, if you'd like to vote in favor of her resolution, let's vote right now. We'll take a vote. And if you can vote against me, you can vote in favor of her resolution. It's perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with that. I just think we should move the meeting along.
No.
I'm talking about this for 30 minutes.
So
It's not about choosing sides. Let me just,
I'm saying
let
that-
me just clarify that, okay? And I don't know, maybe if it will make you feel better or more in control, if maybe you will approve whatever we choose to put on the agenda.
if he doesn't bring it up for a vote, bring it up for a vote. That's, you have to test the waters.
I never want anybody to feel like you need to choose a side. It's really about the residents. And I
We
just want to
are,
make
we
that
are
really
not
clear.
choosing sides. Each one of us has a belief on a path
What is your
forward,
will,
so-
Madam Commissioner? Would you like to vote on this issue? Would you like to?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
move a motion.
Second.
As written, or do you
Written.
want to modify it?
Do you want to modify it?
Because
Vice Mayor?
Friendly amendment?
I have sat and waited and waited and waited to speak at county commission meetings. It is utterly painful, okay?
So we have a,
So
so we have a motion, Mr. Clerk,
three.
Mr. Clerk, one second. Point of
3 times
order.
5 is 15.
Point of order. Let me, Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Can we get a vote?
I withdraw my second for discussion.
Okay, just to be clear, is the
Oh,
motion?
he has a comment, she has a comment, let's finish the discussion. Now,
as
now we're
written.
not blocking, just blocking residents, we're now blocking members of the
No one
commission
is
from
blo- no
continuing the
one's blocking.
discussion?
We can have a,
I mean, I don't get it.
What's your amendment?
Commissioner, no one's getting blocked. When you have a first and a second, you can have as much discussion as.
And
you
that,
like.
you just said, no, go to the vote. That's, your comments to the clerk right now are go to a vote.
We've had discussion on this item for close to 45 minutes already. We've been going over and over this. At this point, she has a motion, you have a second. If you have any amendments, anything you'd like to do, it's welcome at this point.
Yeah.
Please.
My suggestion was to make it as something of great public importance, just like we do for night meetings.
I'll go ahead and I'll put it to 2, just in case you feel, 2 items. 2 items per commissioner, if you have items, because there's a probability maybe you don't want public comment on your items. If you're worried that it's gonna be, 50, it could be like 15 items, then no, we'll lower it to 2.
I mean, you can always make public comment during a public comment period.
Always.
Always, on any one of these.
So are you amending the motion, or it was a comment about the motion?
My
So the
request,
amendment that she's recommending is to amend it where it would be an issue of
great public
great public
importance.
importance.
Basically that
Sorry,
language.
sorry to jump in here. We had a motion and a second. The mover of the item amended the resolution to be 2 rather than 3. I don't know if we have a second to that amended motion.
Well, there may be more to the amendment.
Well, that was not the Commissioner Castro's amendment was 2. So her motion was to move it for 2. I don't know if there's a second to
No,
that.
Rhonda was
But
making a
Ron,
recommendation.
Commissioner
I may-
Anderson wanted to say something.
Would you like to make a friendly amendment? Is that?
It's a
where we're
friendly
at?
amendment to make it something of extraordinary circumstances or an issue of great public importance.
Which
How do
is
you
not
determine
defined.
it? So how do you determine that?
Well, you can determine if it's great public importance. It's not the ordinary run-of-the-mill stuff where you need additional public comment at the time of the discussion item as well. And I'm still going to recommend that you do a memo so the public knows what you're thinking.
Yeah, that's what we've always done. Do a memo and detail everything you're saying, put it out there to your colleagues, and then bring back the legislation, and it's a little bit more refined. And then that way, that memo is a public record. Just like if you go to my website, on the city's website, you can say, Vince Lago, see all my memos there. If you want to read about the memos, you can read them there.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm
You willing to
clueless
accept
sometimes when
her
you're putting these
amendment?
up.
I feel that there was not a clear definition.
Okay, so if you don't want to accept the
and
amendment,
then it'll
that's
be-
fine.
yeah,
You
it'll be
just,
like a little, not very clear.
okay.
So,
So her motion as it stands, and please, Commissioner, correct me if I'm wrong, is this item, moving this item with 2 rather than 3 discussion items.
yes.
I don't know if we have a second for that item.
I'd like it narrowed.
So we have a first and a second.
I don't have a second.
Hasn't
You don't have a
seconded.
second.
Kirk
All
was
right.
making a comment.
The reason why you haven't accepted respectfully the vice mayor is because it needs more clarity.
It needs more
Right.
clarity.
I wouldn't know what is a significant, like, how do you define it exactly? If I think it's a significant difference, I mean, it's wishy-washy right
Can I
there.
make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Could you work with the law department? Could you work with Vice Mayor Anderson and Commissioner Castro on providing clarity to that segment that she wants?
So I'll make a comment that we've discussed matters of great public importance in the past, and typically they are ordinances and resolutions, something that will result in some action that has an impact on a particular property owner, on the residents, on fees, on certain different things. I don't know that discussion items have an impact of great public importance, a discussion item.
There's
I think
generally no
it's
action taken.
Arguably,
so-
sidewalks would be of great.
But it's, I think it
affects
kind of,
the entire
this
community.
is going to sound cyclical, but if we're talking about a discussion item,
Agreed.
it's a
Agreed.
discussion item.
It's
There's no
probably not a
action.
matter of great public importance.
Why can't we, look, let me give you an example. So we had a conversation at the last commission meeting where I brought up a piece of legislation that you jumped on board this time, and about having cars on sidewalks, excuse me, in swales, right? That was the discussion. One of my colleagues, the vice mayor, had concerns about the legislation. My response was not combative or trying to figure something out just to pass something. It was very simple. Listen, I defer the item twice. Madam Vice Mayor, work with staff, tell me what makes you comfortable, and we'll bring it back. It's okay. You can bring this back. There's gonna be another commission meeting next month. We've spent over 45 minutes on this. We have so many items left to discuss here. We have 1, 2, 3 pages left to discuss here. So my point is, bring it back, we can have this discussion, you can write a memo, you can circulate it amongst the commission, you can put a little bit of your feelings and your interests and what your reasoning is behind this, and we'll bring it back to the next commission meeting and we'll hear it again.
Can you work with with staff and the vice mayor on fine tuning the language of what would be allowed?
I would be glad to. I'll put my thinking cap on and come up with language that would try to bridge this gap. I know what you're trying to do. Do some memos, by the way.
She's the queen of the memos. She's killed
Just-
trees because of her memos.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we have to be parliamentarians here. I don't know if there was a second for that motion.
There was not.
There was not? Okay.
There was not.
Thank you.
So,
Can they work together?
so we
and
move
bring it
on.
back?
Next agenda.
So G11.
Make sure it comes back next meeting.
Moving on to G11, Commissioner Castro, Commissioner Fernandez.
You guys can't get rid of me today.
So
Yes.
G11 is a resolution of the City Commission directing that all commission memoranda for certain agenda items include a brief fiscal impact statement.
Again, this item is sponsored by Commissioner Castro and Commissioner Fernandez, and this requires that, directs that City Commission memorandum, so this front page to all our resolution items, include a fiscal impact statement, which will include a brief written financial impact section describing the nature of the commitment, the funding sources necessary for the item, and the fiscal impact to the city budget for the current fiscal and subsequent fiscal year. Obviously, some items will not have a financial impact. Some may have a one to be determined or an estimate, but this puts us in line with what other municipalities and counties are doing for financial impact statements.
Cool. Anybody have any comments they'd like to discuss? Any reasoning behind it? Any ideas? Any refinement?
Miami-Dade started this in 2010, and I think it's something that we can go ahead and continue to do in order to promote transparency and to see where the money really is coming from or the funding source.
It'll give us a better idea of what costs are when we're voting on an item. And I know there was concerns with staff about timing, whether they'll be able to get the studies done on time. So the discussion I had with them is they'll at least give us a ballpark at first reading and try to get us a final number by second reading of on the items.
So some items will obviously be much more specific and are easy to do that. If we are purchasing something, if we are like a procurement item, there's certain things that are very clear, certain things will be an estimate. And the funding sources may be to be determined depending on a budget cycle, et cetera.
So my comment, I think it's a good idea. I know that we won't be able to pin down the numbers all the time, but we at least have some idea what the numbers are when they're available.
Okay, perfect. Motion?
Second.
You motion.
Well, I motion.
I can't motion.
Okay.
Your items, you get to motion.
I move a motion, to move a motion.
Second.
You make
Just say I move it.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
And Mayor, if I can just take a point of privilege and thank we have 2 legal interns working with us this summer who worked on this for Commissioner Castro.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank
Thank
them
you.
for their hard work on that.
Thank you.
Item G12.
G12 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city clerk and city manager to schedule bi-monthly presentation and protocol ceremonies.
Again, hello. This is an item that, as discussed on the commission dais last meeting, that would move to have an every other month, not a meeting, but a ceremony for those presentation and protocol items that would be dedicated just to those items. The meeting would be noticed and sunshine, but there would be no action taken at those meetings and no other discussion items. And then, as you all know, circumstances may arise where we may need to still have presentation and protocol items on the regular city commission agenda once in a while, time-sensitive items, things that come up unexpectedly, but that this would schedule a bi-monthly ceremony in the mornings on a weekday for those other presentation and protocol items.
and this is just a way, again, speed up our meetings a bit, make sure that our public comment is at a time certain. And I think as a ceremony, sometimes pictures here are a little awkward. If we do it at the CMR, it'll be a little bit easier to do some of these photos and go through the process. I think it's also better for morale of staff that we're actually dedicating an opportunity to recognize them.
I think it creates flexibility for us, flexibility for the administration. There are times of the year that, there aren't that many items, things slow down, but there are other times of the year that everything gets compacted. So as long as we have flexibility, I think that's good. If we put it into legislation, even better.
So let me ask you a question. Why, not saying I oppose this, but why not just start the meetings at 8 o'clock in the morning and get it done earlier, start the meetings at 8, get the proclamations done? Because I know that, let's say you say we're going to, take up a morning. If we have 3 or 4 meetings in 2 months and we don't have any protocol moments and we push those all to a meeting 2 months away, we could have an entire day of, doing protocols and speeches and comments. Fire and police sometimes have 3 and 4 themselves, staff. We're honoring a litany of different entities and charities and, celebrating a bunch of different things. I just don't want it to be a situation where the commission can't make it for one reason or another. And it also takes away from like myself, I have to go to work. I have to, make sure that I deliver in regards to my business. So it's going to be another day where we're not going to the office, or potentially half day we don't go to the office.
Well, I don't think it should be that long, because remember, we're saying it's going to be every other month. So that means every other month we will have a meeting. So figure however long it would have taken to do protocol. Today it was probably 35 minutes. Last meeting was roughly an hour and a half. So you're talking about 2 hours for that, but you're removing it from
So it would
the
be
commission.
4 meetings worth though, because some months we have 2. So for
Correct.
instance, April and May,
Correct.
we'd have 1 ceremony for 4 city commission meetings.
Right.
If that makes
But you
sense.
don't, you're right, so, but in those cases, you only have 1 employee of the month. So you wouldn't have employee of the month two meetings. This past May, the issue was we hadn't had commission meetings in 6 weeks. So a lot of things just backed up.
But if you speak with the clerk, and the clerk can give you examples, and I don't know what months they were, but there's times that we've had 10, 12 items here for protocol.
So for the next couple of months, you will have a large amount of protocol documents because we only have one meeting a month.
Right.
So it's not going to be a morning. It's going to be past 12 o'clock. We're going to.
When, if we were doing, let's say, for example, September, October, it's 4 meetings that we're trying to fit into one morning. So yeah, it will take 2.5, 3 hours easily.
Right. But it's time that we're not taking away from the commission meeting and from, if we're talking about residents being here to do comments and staff being here to answer our questions, I think if we're ending our commission meetings earlier, it's better than commission meetings lasting until 7 or 8 o'clock at
What do you
night.
think about my idea starting at 8 o'clock in the morning? You give it an hour.
Some of us drop kids off at school early in the morning. That'd be really tough to.
It goes both ways.
And to me-
I have to block days to be able to make myself open for hearings, mediations, take my husband to the doctor. I've moved from that era of having children to drop off to having somebody that I'm a caretaker for. So it does become difficult when you're having to block too many days, because I'm not able to then get the scheduling for the doctor's appointments, aside from his doctor's appointments, my doctor's appointments. So I did ask the city manager to provide some input as to whether or not, department directors are available later in the day, and whether the employees are available later in the day. For some employees, the landscaping crew early works better than later. For others, it doesn't make a difference. So there's a lot of factors there, but to do another separate day when the department directors are needing to get their department work done is concerning. There's a balance there. So I personally have not been able to really weigh this out enough to make a clear vote and understanding that it's going to be a positive impact both in the balance of staff as well as residents. I do think it takes an inordinate period of time during the morning. We don't necessarily have to have quorum for those items, so we may want to look at doing it towards the end of the agenda and get the hard business done in the morning. Make sure we get the public comment in, instead of making the residents wait. So that, some of the things that I have been thinking about.
Commissioner?
I think it's a great idea. I love it. I want to keep in mind that that's every 2 months, one day every 2 months. And let's look at it from the other side. It's going to make it more special for the people being recognized. If we could provide like light bites or a little lunch and make it more of a special event to really recognize and reinforce whatever we're presenting to them, I think it would be a phenomenal idea.
My thoughts are, well, I'm co-sponsoring it, so I know what my thoughts are. Even if we started early, it's not a matter of what time we finish, it's how many hours we're here. That's what my thing just comes to, those accumulation of hours, that by the end of the 10th, 11th hour, the meetings just aren't the same as they were at 11 a.m. So I'm willing to at least, perhaps as a means to compromise, instead of doing, I guess, what it would be 6 of these in a year, maybe figure out which months to do it, maybe the busiest times of the year to take the pressure off those meetings, maybe do it 3 times a year or quarterly, that type of thing. So I understand.
I think that was my initial proposal, was to do it quarterly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quarterly or something,
I think when we
less
discussed
than
that
6, less than 6 a year. We can do 4 or some number that's less, so the impact, we spread out the impact.
So I would just note that that would probably result in some items still staying here on the city commission
Yes.
agenda item just because of timing. Obviously, you're not going to celebrate Arbor Day in January or, look at things like that.
So can the city clerk perhaps help us identify, we may need to bring it back, those months where historically we get, the agenda goes through the roof, and maybe we identify, when and where are the best times to have these things, to relieve the burden on the staff, relieve the burden on the residents, relieve the burden across the board.
I think that's May and September, right?
We can definitely do that. My main question was going to be, if the item passed, was those additional meetings, were they going to be primarily focused on staff? Meaning, we're celebrating Black History Month in January or in April?
It's month specific.
If it's month specific.
If it's month specific, we're going to do it here. If we're inviting residents or business owners, are we still doing it at the city commission? Beautification awards, green businesses awards, are we doing those at the commission
do those
meeting?
at the ceremony, because they're not specific to a month.
So you,
I think what we should do here is what's specific to, honoring a specific month or a specific day.
Black History Month has been,
Yeah.
those months, obviously.
Right.
But we've recognized employees one month and the other in the past.
no, that's
We've
fine.
done
We
that.
can, yeah.
So
Yeah.
we can do it here, or we can do it in the separate, the ceremony.
Correct.
Like there's certain recognitions we want to do it here, but let's say even if we move half of the items to those, let's say 2 ceremonies, it takes a lot of pressure on those months that, like, the agenda's doesn't stop.
So I think the clerk is asking for kind of a little more clarity as to which ones are going to be here and which ones are going to be at the separate meeting.
So my suggestion is that you sit down with my colleague here, make a list of those recognitions
And we have it, that's not an issue.
that make sense to move,
Right.
and those that make sense to keep here, and we can bring it back with an actual attachment, not with flexibility. We can move but at least everybody can see, these are the types of items that'll be here, these are the types of items, so that there's sort of a vision with more clarity.
So for instance, today, the item declaring June 13th University of Miami Day was a day that would be here. The driver engineer award would be at the ceremony.
And then the
Correct.
IT presentation of
IT
the awards.
presentation
Where would
would-
you want something like that to happen?
Well, that was a presentation. I don't
But
even know
it
that
was-
that should have been there. That probably
was-
should
it
have
was-
been-
I think it was-
We don't even have a section for that.
But why don't,
Label the presentation.
And they'll keep coming back.
wait.
It
Let's,
was in the city manager section at one time.
It was.
It was.
Yeah.
It was
For-
only
for two
moved because it
meetings.
had been
Yeah,
deferred
but you
twice.
deferred.
listen, just for the purposes of running an efficient meeting, again, let's run it through the chair. It'd be much easier. We get the meeting
But it's so
done.
much fun when it's in the joke
I
situation.
understand, but let's run the meeting efficiently.
Mr. Mayor, for a while there, we would start meetings at 8:30 and do proclamations outside. Not that I think outside is a good idea, but,
Oh, no, it's mosquito season. Come on.
but, 8:30 in the morning, and if you space it out between 4 meetings, it might help you guys out if it,
I think it's a great idea to start in the morning, at 8 o'clock, 8:30. I have children also, but I make accommodations to make sure that I can be here and do what I need to do at a certain time. For me, I have to be at work on these days, so I'm pretty sure that it's going to be another moment where I may not potentially be able to be here. So the vice mayor will step in for me, or somebody will step in for me. I probably will not be able to make those. I have to travel, or I have to work, I have issues, that I have to address. But again, it'll be run the way run. Let's do this. We have pretty much understanding there's consensus from the commission in regards to moving forward what they'd like to do. So I know, that's what I'm saying, it's a resolution. So if there's no other further comment, at the end of the day, let's move forward. Would you like to make a motion as a sponsor?
We'll just bring it back with the comments made. I don't think we need to.
Bring it back with comments.
Yeah, run a draft. We might want to do some tweaking.
No, because it's a resolution. I want to make sure that
Yeah.
we have that.
We'll bring it back.
So, all right, so perfect. Moving on to G13.
G13 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to implement a pilot program placing AED in additional city parks and a pilot program placing Code Blue smart emergency stations in certain parks. Mayor, it's my understanding that we use that term, but
It should be a generic term.
it should be a
instead.
generic term, not a specific brand or company for those smart poles.
It should be smart emergency stations.
So if it's adopted, we will revise that before signing.
Yeah, to make clear that there's not to the extent there's procurement regulations that apply, we will apply with those. It's not a waiver.
And what we're looking at is the pilot programs in Salvador Park and Rotary Park. And it'll be a budget item because that's probably going to be about maybe $200,000 to $250,000.
So, Mr. Mayor, the request that I had made from staff, and they said that it had been discussed here as one item, was if we could divide it into two, the AEDs and the smart emergency stations as two. Because I think the AEDs may be quicker to get versus the smart emergency stations. And I think I would like a little more clarity on the stations before I'm ready to approve them.
What I would like to do is very simply is do it right once. I don't want to have two separate orders. I want to do it right once. And I'd like for staff to tell me what they recommend. What does staff recommend? Do you recommend ordering is one piece altogether, or
Mr. Mayor,
or do you want to bifurcate?
I'm sorry, the resolution does say 2 pilot programs.
I understand that, but I'm saying, but what does staff recommend?
We were looking at a smart emergency station.
Yes.
And a AED station, too. Because as a pilot program, we need to see how it works. And by separating them, I think we have an idea as to which is going to be the most efficient way to go, whether with one or with two.
You already have the designated areas that we're
Looking at Salvador Park and Rotary Park. And we're looking at bringing this it'll be part of the budget for coming October.
Well, I think for the AEDs, we had talked about, and you had even said that you wanted to make sure we got them in all the parks. And then we were doing the smart emergency stations as an additional security measure.
I want them in all the parks. That's not my issue. My issue is, do we have funding available right now to get this done, or do we have to include it in the budget, Mr. Manager?
In the budget, Mayor.
Okay, so that's the issue. So that's what we're going to encounter on all these issues. We want a lot of things, but at the end of the day, the money's not there. You got to take it from somewhere. So,
Through the mayor. City manager, you had agreed last commission meeting to go ahead and do this in all parks. Correct me if I'm wrong. The AEDs.
No, not in all parks. We have 30 some odd parks. We were looking at a pilot program. And we talked about Salvador Park and Rotary Park as the 2 pilot areas.
I'm ready to do it in all parks. The only problem is
They're $1,800.
but I know that's a lot of money.
Mayor, it's a lot of money.
60. That's That's $60,000 plus dollars. We got to find the money and put it for somewhere. Do you have we looked at the budget and seen where we could cut from somewhere to be able to buy these items and install them?
We're going to have to make some choices in the budget.
Right.
So one of the items that we're going to talk about in the budget.
Just to be, through the ACM just noted, it's also, it's my understanding that the AEDs also still need to be electrified, et cetera. So it's
just the
not
1,800.
just the purchase of the item.
Well,
Is that
well,
correct?
There's some
all these items is not, as mayor, as you know, all these items.
Some
are not just
infrastructure work that needs to be done. Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to move forward on this, and my colleagues will indulge me. And I'd like to identify in the budget, if my colleagues are interested in finding the money to provide these in the parks moving forward. And we're gonna have to, again, make tough decisions to find the money. We just can't vote on things and say, hey, do it in all the parks, and then where's the money gonna come from? So that's what I'm saying, so let's start with a pilot program, and then on this budget cycle, we will sit down. We have a meeting tomorrow to start discussing the budget and projects and all kinds of things, and let's make this a priority for everybody in the commission.
So just to be clear, this would still be subject to commission approval in the budget. So
100%.
approval today is not funding it.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, quick question here. Each pole costs how much? The blue ones?
The blue ones cost about 75 to 90,000.
Okay, and each AED costs 1,800,
Well, you've got,
around an average.
well, you've got that's the actual unit, but you've got the actual system, and you've got to have it electrified and so forth, so.
Same as the poles.
Yeah.
So there's costs.
Okay, so if we wait to do both of them together, we're gonna have to wait to find funding for $75,000 to include something that costs a fraction?
What we're doing right now is, we're gonna do a pilot program, and we're gonna move forward in the budget to say, okay, how's it working? How's the pilot program working? Is it efficient? You know, are we satisfied with the products that we chose? We are? Okay, perfect. Then we will move forward to budget for next year to be able to buy the poles and all of the other systems required. And all
Mayor.
the infrastructure that's required.
That- Yeah, that sounds wonderful, but when would the pilot program start?
Our director's here. Director, we have a split cost. Could you split that cost, please?
After last commission meeting, we did a site survey to both pilot sites, Rotary and Salvador. We identified one of the parks has a facade, so the AED can be attached there, and there's electrical. The other one doesn't have it, so we need to do a separate, a small pole for the AED and the blue pole. Total cost, close to 100,000 per site, if we count both the blue and the red.
When can we get this done? This pilot program? If we give the green light today, when will they be installed?
The big deal now for everything like this is supply chain, ordering. So we're talking about 3 to 4 months of supply chain delay for this equipment as per the manufacturer.
So,
So if we get the budget,
The faster we can get started.
so Mayor, if I may, we can buy this computer today, but to run it out on a site at a park, you need to have power to charge it, and the AED has to have power to charge it. So some infrastructure has to be installed there to keep this AED running. It's just not going to reduce itself. So no matter what, we have to provide some infrastructure. There have been requests long-term at Rotary Park for a camera due to issues there. Salvador Park, similar issues, but different issues, you know, where residents have wanted some cameras there. You know, we're going to run into that from park to park. It's a big concern, but if we don't start chipping away at it, we're never going to get started.
Now, as far as the poles, we'd have to go to RFP, correct?
So depending on the amount of the cost, et cetera, we would follow procurement regulations. as
Right,
needed.
not necessarily RFP, it's a
necessarily
procurement
RFP.
process.
We go to multiple vendors to make sure that we have the.
Right. So if you get a
we're
green
going
light now, timeframe wise, how soon do you believe we'd be able to have the first
We have to
one?
look at the availability of the systems, and as the director said, it's probably 3 or 4 months just to get the equipment. Some of the equipment in construction has been up to a year.
How long does the
Over a
bidding
year, actually.
process take? Because if not,
It may not be a bid, and it's my understanding,
that's my
first of all, that
question.
this is going to go in next year's budget. So nothing could happen before October 1st when we transition to the 23-24 fiscal year budget.
Unless the manager has
Otherwise directed, yeah.
unless the manager has identified funding for the pilot.
Yeah.
But
We have not identified funding for the pilot. We would have to take funding for something else.
Yeah. That's
so
the thing.
So,
Go ahead.
so if the commission approves this today, is it directing to proceed immediately and for the directing the manager to find funding, or to put it into
The issue with providing projects without looking at this for funding is that we have to look at funding to make them happen. And so that's,
Right, so as drafted, it says that it's a direction to the manager to include in the budget process for the next fiscal
we
year.
have included in the budget process for next year.
So
To
we've already done
implement,
that.
this is to implement a pilot program to see how these two parks
Right.
do after we've been able to get this through the budget cycle, purchased, sourced, brought in, and installed. This is gonna take a year from the moment that we vote on it today to see it in Rotary Park. That's what's gonna take, a year.
So I would suggest
We
that
have
start the
infrastructure
ball
requirements,
moving.
we have.
We got, the budget starts October 1st. You don't, you can procure it, but you gotta pay for it. So how are you gonna do this? You gotta wait till you have money, and we don't have money in the budget right now. So unless you're gonna say, we'll take money from sidewalks, or we'll take money from a project right now that is currently funded, and we'll divert it to this project. I don't think that's the wise thing to do. I think it's wise
I
to
mean,
wait.
we have to be careful when we add these things. We just added, for instance, Burger Bob's. It's going to be almost seven figures. Where do we get that money from? So I think when we add projects very, very quickly like this, we have to look at that there's budgetary issues.
So we vote on this, we start the process for the pilot program for the two places.
So how many do we fund without having them in the budget? That's the question. Right?
Well, we have the budget meeting tomorrow. I do think we need to move forward with a pilot project. Mayor, is that a motion you think is?
Can I think we move forward with the pilot project? We can probably try to gather enough funds to do so. But we have to be careful when we do that. For instance, we talked about Burger Bob's. Burger Bob's is going to be seven figures,
No, I agree.
right? And so where do we get that money from? So we just have to be careful when we're budgeting, when we're looking at these projects very quickly, that we have the necessary funding in place. This is a small project. I think that we can get it. If the commission wants this project as an emergency, then we can look at that as an emergency basis.
Well, as written, it's to add a pilot project for the year 23, 24 budget. We can, subject to available funding, I think we can have further discussion on this tomorrow in a holistic fashion with the rest of our budgetary items.
Is it the commission's will to have this as an emergency funding for these pilot programs?
Well, again,
If it is, then I can look for that.
why don't we have that further discussion tomorrow when we're discussing the budget?
This just ensures that it's in the budget for your consideration.
But he
It's
said
in the budget,
it's
but-
already in the budget, he said.
It's in the budget.
So
However, if
I'll
we
move
want
the resolution.
if we want to do this as on an emergency basis, then I can look for that, $200,000, 150 to 200,000 in the current budget to see what we can do. We do have a lot of things but I think we need to be careful how we add projects that they are budgeted, because something eventually has to give, right?
So can you come back to us with the available funding
If
issue?
the commission wishes for this is a small project. If the commission wishes to do this now, I can try to find it.
Yeah, and you can come back to us at the
Yes.
next meeting. If we move this now, second it and vote on it up, you can come back next meeting, address the funding issue.
So it doesn't need two votes, excuse me, Commissioner, or Vice Mayor, sorry to jump in, but it's a resolution, so it only requires one vote, so it won't be coming back unless it's directed by you all
And
too.
what I would like to do also, Mr. Manager, is I would like to put together a schedule over the next 3 to 5 years so that we can fund these systems for the parks. And, let's tell us what the numbers are gonna be, and so that we can get everything funded in the locations that are required. I think you said 30-plus locations, I think you said?
I think how many parks do we have? 36? I forget how
parks?
many.
So
How many we have?
tell me what it'll take over the next 5 years to do 6 of those a year.
The smart emergency station has the panic device, also has the camera, and so it would not only service for a heart attack, but for any other emergency.
So we'll
So
talk about it in the
there are
budget.
benefits to having both.
We'll talk about it in the budget and talk to my colleagues about it and see if they want to schedule something out over the next 5 years to get all the parks suited with this technology.
And for the pilot program, if I know we did a bid waiver for Burger Bob's at one point. If it's needed, do we do that?
Of course, I just want to be, so right now, if we're not moving on anything, it's in the budget for consideration. The manager's already let that be known, so we don't need to.
We're gonna vote on this
If we don't move
resolution.
on this, it will be just part of the budget.
To answer
But
your
what?
question,
He's saying he's gonna
I
move on
found
it.
some
Okay.
online for less than $25,000. They even had car chargers. So there are less expensive
So there's
alternatives.
my question. If once, obviously, next meeting comes back, we say, let's save a little bit more time. We're gonna do a bid waiver. Can we do a bid waiver on the pilot?
The commission can, if it's in the best interest of the city commission by a four-fifths vote can waive the procurement process.
Mr. Manager, will you do me a favor?
Waiving, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Will you do me a favor? Commissioner Fernandez says that there's a technology out there that's 25,000 versus 100. Can you have Raimundo please look into this technology and provide us an email, basically saying, whether it's correct, quality, whether, warranty is 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, is it made in China, is it made in America? All these kind of things are important. So please, and also get the information from the commissioner. He says that there's another model out there for 25,000.
The cold blue pole that we installed 7 years ago is made in America, has been withstanding elements for 7 years. It's very good life cycle, very good ROI.
Okay.
It's very resilient, very reliable. Yeah.
But for the future, it was mentioned here on the commission floor. I'd like to compare and contrast these two models. It's a pretty significant price difference. So if you could just give me an idea of what you recommend and the pros and cons of each model. Okay. Thank you.
And Mayor, may I say something?
Through the manager, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. If we waive procurement, that doesn't do anything for the budget.
Okay.
Waiving procurement allows you to move faster, but you still have to fund it. Okay?
But faster's good,
All right.
sometimes.
So will anybody make a motion?
I already did.
A second.
So just to be clear, though, as drafted, it is just putting this in the budget. It's not telling the manager to just start it today or to go out and buy the equipment today.
Right.
Yes.
Correct,
Next
understood.
meeting.
That is correct. And plus, I wouldn't want to move, especially since somebody told me they can get it for 1/4 the price. I'd like to
Understood.
find out.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. All right, can we take a 5-minute break and then we'll finish up the H's and then move on to the I's. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
No, you haven't asked anything because you know why you didn't ask anything. You know. Mr. Clerk, we ready to roll? All right, let's commence with the boards and committee items. H1.
Mayor, H1 is a resolution of the Cultural Development Board recommending the exhibition of a sculpture by artist Leonora Carrington on private property at the Plaza, 2901 Ponce de Leon.
Good?
Yep.
All right. No worries.
Good afternoon.
World-class artists.
World-class.
World-class artists. The only question that I have is whether they'll keep it there forever.
You know, we are encouraging that. So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Specialist. So yes, the Cultural Development Board is making a recommendation for the Commission to approve the exhibition of the sculpture Rey de Tequila by Leonora Carrington. The request is coming from the Plaza, represented by Carlos Beckman. Mr. Beckman was previously on the Zoom. I'm not sure if he was able to log back in and would be available to answer any questions. And just for clarification, the funding for this project and maintenance is through the private developer and owner of the artwork, the Beckman Foundation. And the request is for approval to publicly exhibit the work and is not for any other required permits related to the project. We do have images of the piece if anybody likes.
We are blessed to have that work here. An exceptional artist.
Absolutely. So we have talked to him about the possibility of keeping it there long-term, if not in that exact location, which I think is a wonderful location, somewhere else on the property. And I believe that they are considering that.
Any questions, any comments? Nope. Public comment? No public comment? What a shame. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to H2.
Mayor, can our ACM introduce our new director for?
Of course.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'd like the opportunity to introduce to you Ana Pernas. She's our new Director of Historical Preservation out in Public Places.
How are you? Welcome to the City Beautiful. We're blessed to have you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I just want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to work with the City of Coral Gables and say thank you for all your hard work. I started yesterday, so it's been very interesting, and I'm excited to move on with my career here.
Congratulations. We're blessed to have you here.
Thank
You have
you.
you have a great resume, by the way.
I appreciate that.
Great resume.
And I thought you were the one resident still here, but it's happy. Welcome.
I'm very involved.
Okay, that's fantastic.
No, I'll be visiting more often, and if you ever need anything regarding historic preservation or in public places, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Love it. H2.
Mr. Mayor, H2 is a resolution with each of your individual board appointments. We're going to take one vote for all of the board appointments, and then I'll assign them individually after the fact. If anyone wants to add any members to their list that I either missed out or you want to add it at this time, please do so, so that I can make part of the resolution.
I do. I have to. Go ahead, Commissioner. Please.
No, I just have a question. Again, give me some guidance. The items that, the two items I want to pull for discussion, it's not this part yet?
It is. It is this part.
I would like to have a separate discussion. Are we going to have separate discussion? Just
we can have discussion, and then you can
the transportation waterfront. Just to
Yeah.
have that separate discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. Absolutely.
So I'd like to name Carmen Kaysen to the Mayor House Board and Sabrina Lacle to the Communications Board. I have their resumes if anybody would like to see.
Mr. Mayor, to your knowledge, are they Gables residents?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Not at this time. I'll bring more for the next meeting.
Okay, perfect. So with the exception of the Transportation Advisory Board and the Waterway Advisory Board, may I please have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes?
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Okay, moving on to H3.
No, Mr. Mayor,
Hold on, we got the tab in the waterway advisory.
Oh, okay. You want to talk about that?
Commissioner Menendez?
So I just, I know I gotten some emails, I think colleagues probably got some emails, and I think comment was made at some point today.
Mr. Santamaria made a comment.
So I'd like some clarification perhaps from the clerk or from the administration with regards to the concern was that on transportation and the Waterfront Advisory Board, at least it was a goal or a mission or written somewhere that the preference is to have a board member represent each zone of the city. The city has certain zones and have a representative, a board member from each of those zones. And I think my understanding is we may have multiple board members from one particular zone and so could you clear up that situation?
So, Commissioner, for the Transportation Advisory Board, the resolution reads that the board shall be comprised of 7 members to be each appointed on the 7 city traffic zones, with 5 members appointed by the city commission, 1 by the city manager, and 1 board as a whole. So with that said, the intent was to have each zone represented. As the appointments sit today, we would have 2 members from Zone 7 that were nominated by the commission. If it's the desire of the commission to have a representative from each individual zone, the way we could do it is assign it by the group numbers that the commissioners see. For example,
Mine is easy. I don't have anybody appointed right now.
not yet, correct. So we would have 2 from Group 7, 1 from Group 2, 1 from Group 5, and then if the commission as a whole appointed is reappointed, it would be from Zone 1. So the only zone that would have 2 members would be Zone 7, which in turn would mean one of the other zones will not have a representative on the board. It's up to the commission how you want to proceed.
So, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. And it's similar to the Waterway Advisory Board, where the creating legislation identified the different waterways in the city, and they wanted to have representatives of each of the waterways on the board.
So, Mayor,
Madam Vice Mayor?
I followed up with the clerk during our lunch period, to try to identify who has the overlapping appointees. And it's Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Menendez that have overlap in the same zone.
For the tab.
For the TAP, for the Transportation Advisory Board. I don't have clarification on the Waterway Advisory Board. I was reappointing the same person that I had before. I don't even know which zone number that is. I don't know if there is any overlap there, or if there's any.
So
issue
there
for
is overlap on that one as well. The overlap in this case would be with the commission as a whole appointees. So the commission as a whole appointees will overlap some of the board members that are being appointed by the commission.
On both boards,
No, on Waterway.
on Waterway, and
Yes.
which,
It would be
who are the overlapping,
the mayor and Commissioner Fernandez.
okay. So, that's something to think about.
So ours overlap, the mayor's and mine?
No, the mayor's overlaps with one of the commission as a whole appointments, and yours overlaps with the commission as a whole appointment.
Got it. So this is an issue that isn't current because my appointee was on the board last
It
term
is
as well.
not. It is not current, but it was brought to your attention this morning, and it's
Right.
being discussed now.
And I think the commission as a whole appointees served with yours, so that it's an
That is
issue that's
correct.
not a new issue.
That is correct.
The board has served to this point, both boards have served to this point without any issue.
I think
That is correct,
The
sir.
bigger issue was the tab, because at one point the tab had like 3 people from one neighborhood.
Right.
Literally from one block, serving on that board. And one of them was my appointment. So now, moving forward, at least at a minimum, the tab, we're talking about transportation. I'd like to see, I don't have an appointment, so I'm gonna look for a person, and I'm willing to wait till everybody fills their appointment to find, a hole in the donut. I think we should try to find individuals who will serve on this board and bring a little bit of an understanding of the area that they are serving. not just have 4 people on a 7-person board or 3 people on a 7-person board that are from one neighborhood. I don't think that does. I think Mr. Santamaria was right on that front. Give him credit.
So if everything stays the same with the Transportation Advisory Board and those that are vacancies or that will be filled with zones that are not currently represented, you would still have 2 individuals from the same neighborhood, from the same traffic zone. It's up to the commission.
That's my colleagues, that's up to them,
So-
what they want to do. I'm going to try to fill the purpose of the board, is to have as many people from different areas.
So I'm going to make this suggestion. If one of you can select which one you want to move forward with, at least we can
I mean,
get
that's
some
a
of
hard,
this.
I'll tell you, that's a hard choice. Mine is a former chair, and yours has been serving there for a few years as well. So I think it would be unfair to both these individuals to say, you've been serving on this board, and now we've decided,
It's tough. I know it's tough.
agreed.
But, I wasn't aware of this issue before. I don't think you were aware of this issue before.
And
But
we
it-
asked,
it's a
I did
good
ask
point.
about the zones, and I was told it shouldn't be an issue.
So,
So-
another resident brought this to my attention as well, and, I think we need to vet it out, because there is a problem. Which area, City Clerk, is vacant? It's not represented?
So there's 3 areas that are vacant currently, but at the same time, there are 3 appointments yet to be made. So it would be Zone 3, 4, and 5. Zone 3 is from Red Road to Douglas Road, and from Bird Road to US 1. Zone 4 is from Red Road to Irwin, and Old Cutler East all the way to US 1. And last one is bounded from the Coral Gables Waterway to Lejeune and the city limits to the east and from the south. So we can defer the items if you wish, and we can
I think we have no choice.
Try-
If we
to-
want to do this the right way, I think.
try to meet with
Have
the
anybody for
commissioners and see if
appointment
they,
And the people that are currently serving, they stay until somebody else. Correct.
that is correct, sir.
And what if one of our appointees has been appointed to another board and therefore can't be in 2 places?
That is correct as well, ma'am. And it will affect the quorum for the board, so
So we won't have a meeting for 2 very important boards of our city.
Correct.
we would,
Besides
I mean, it would,
2020,
I haven't checked yet, but I don't know that you have many people who would have been appointed somewhere else. I believe it's 1 or 2.
Do we have anybody,
on
Mr.
this-
Clerk, Mr. Clerk, who has shown interest in serving on the Transportation Advisory Board, as I have a vacancy there?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sure we have. We've sent you each the resumes that we've
Just asking,
received.
I don't, okay.
I'm sure we have. I don't know off the top of
I'll
my
take a
head.
look at it.
I think there was one, and he lives in the same zone. I believe that's the only other person, and he had spoken to the manager, I believe. And we still don't have the manager's appointees either.
Commissioner, I wait until you all do
Okay.
them so I can.
That's the way that's.
Got it.
So we'll move on from those items, from those 2, and we'll try to get them addressed by the next commission meeting.
Understood.
Okay?
So
So the next set of commission items are the commission as a whole appointments. Those that have a name of the current member, our staff has confirmed with the current member that they wish to continue to serve. However, it's up to the commission to reappoint the person.
Yeah, so I have,
I have one question, though. Would we be able to defer these, just in case some of these conflicts that we have in waterway and transportation are interested in one of these other boards? So that we can at least have options of another board to appoint them to?
It's up to the commission.
Just a request that I'm making, since we are having to move people around who are interested in serving, to have options of where to appoint them to, because I know, for me, I'm only down to 1 board.
I just have openings.
Okay?
But anyway, the city attorney also suggested, since I don't have a conflict for the 2 appointees that I have for Transportation Advisory Board and for Waterway Advisory Board, that I could separately move for those to be appointed if you all have no opposition, and that way we start to make quorum.
That is correct, ma'am.
Yeah, I think the zones that we definitely need to fill, this should move forward with their appointment, and the ones where there's a conflict or a redundancy, those perhaps we defer until we find a solution.
So I think what the vice mayor raises that one of her sitting appointments to the tab has been appointed to another board. So there would be a vacancy there, whereas the other members will continue to serve until replaced. There is a vacancy. And so her proposed appointment to the tab is not in conflict, doesn't overlap with the zone of another proposed
Right.
appointment. So she would like to just individually move on that one.
So I would move to have Mr. Nestor Menendez appointed to the Transportation Advisory Board.
Okay.
Yeah, may I have a second, please?
Actually, before you do that, is there anybody else who has an appointee that we can move forward for the transportation? That way.
I think the concern was that she knew that there'd be a vacancy with her prior appointment.
The other one just stays until.
Everyone else stays
someone's
on
new.
until.
But hers
there's a
is
new-
leaving.
Got it.
Correct. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
So we're gonna defer H3 through H11? That's the plan, Mr. Clerk?
If that's the will of the commission?
That's what again,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
Thank you. I
gonna
appreciate that.
just suggest that on H6, I looked over the resumes of the folks that had applied for Historic Preservation Board, and the only one that seemed to have an architectural background, I'll point out, is Alejandro Silva. So take a look at that resume.
I have an opening on that board too.
Okay, now, on
I don't have many
Waterway
openings, but it
Advisory
happens to be
Board,
those are the openings that I have.
Waterway Advisory Board, my current member will continue to serve, so that's not an issue at this point.
Correct.
Till we vet this out.
I know of someone that was interested in that position, but I don't know if they submitted, I don't know if they knew that, about submitting their resume on the Historic Preservation Board.
Well, on Waterway, we don't currently have a conflict.
I'm sorry, sir?
On Waterway, we don't currently have a conflict about the zones, correct?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do.
No, only if we appoint the commission at large, you said.
Only if you reappoint the commission as a whole
Right, so we
appointment.
can appoint the ones that we have selected. We just have to find 2 new people for the commission at large.
It's up to the commission.
So I'll make a motion to appoint our appointees to the Waterway Advisory Board. And I think that'll be easier now to find 2 commissioner at large, because we can always run those names through the clerk, and he can verify the zones.
So H11,
No, I'm saying back in H2,
H2.
we voted to appoint your appointee. We did not appoint the Waterway Advisory Board either.
Commissioner, we're H11 is the one we're talking about, yeah.
Yeah,
Bertram,
so he's
Chico,
going
and
back.
Johnson.
So I'm going back and making a motion to appoint the Waterway Advisory Board. The conflict would only happen if we were to reappoint the commission at large.
That is
If we do
correct.
not, there is no conflict with our appointees.
Correct.
That's fine. All right, so moving on.
So wait, so can I have a motion to make the appointments to the Waterway Advisory Boards for the commission?
So moved.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Something really quick, between now and the July meeting, you now have a list of vacancies that the commission is going to have. If you can start sending me names between now and the July meeting, so most of these can be filled by the time the meeting gets here.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
H12. Okay.
H12 is a resolution appointing members of the city commission to serve as ex officio members on Coral Gables Bar Association, Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, the Community Foundation, the Museum Board, the Beacon Council, Advisory Board of Trustees, and Green Corridor Task Force.
So colleagues, who has an interest in serving on these boards?
Okay, so, Mr. Mayor, the first board will be the Coral Gables Bar Association.
Commissioner Menendez?
There's only 2 of you.
Commissioner Anderson?
Coral Gables Bar Association, there's only 2 of you.
Have you been attending any of the meetings for the Bar Association?
No, I've been to Duffy's. It's close enough.
You want to flip a coin on it? One of us will take it?
You can have it.
Thank you.
I technically am retired, my status.
I'm still alive and well, and
Yeah.
a dues-paying member of the Florida Bar.
So is that an acceptance speech?
That's an acceptance
There you
speech.
go.
All right.
The Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce,
I do.
Okay.
Coral Gables Community Foundation.
You want to
I-
serve on
like-
that? You want to serve on that, Commissioner?
I've been asked to serve.
Oh, okay.
And I accepted that one.
Oh, that one?
Foundation, Community Foundation?
Oh, okay.
They reached
I
out to
wanted
me.
it. Okay, well, that's good.
It's okay, there's other land for
I
you
could
to
do my scholarship somewhere else.
That's okay, we'll still take your money.
Kind of.
The Coral Gables Museum Board.
That is correct.
I'll serve on that.
Okay.
The Beacon Council, I serve on that now.
Would you like to continue to serve, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'll serve.
And the Green Corridors Task Force, I believe Commissioner Anderson serves on that.
I do.
And also the League of Cities, correct? Don't we have that too?
I don't see it listed here. Am I going blind? I'm due for an eye exam, so.
I don't see it listed either, but I'll double check on the League of Cities.
You check whenever you can.
So, Commissioner Anderson, will you continue to serve on the Green Corridor?
Yes.
And then if I do have an appointment to the League of City?
I think Commissioner Menendez wanted to serve on that, he told me.
Okay.
Damn, he's psychic.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
No, I knew you did. And since I took the Bar Association, you have to take the League of Cities.
Hey, I didn't get anything.
Oh, we can come up with something for you.
All right.
All right,
So-
so
Make a motion.
may I have a motion on the
So
resolution?
moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
we have after-hours duties, service duties that we can have for you.
City manager items.
I-1 Mayor is a resolution of the City Commission accepting a grant from the State of Florida Department of State Division of Historical Resources for financial assistance in the amount of $750,000 for the restoration and reconstruction of the historic gondola building and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement with the state for said financial assistance under agreement number and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year annual budget to recognize the grant funds as revenue and to appropriate such funds to cover the cost of the grant expenditures.
Let me tell you, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
it is good to see hard work
Yes.
come to fruition.
Fruit has been born.
This fruit has been born. This $750,000 was a labor of love, and I'm super excited about this coming and getting this project done. Mr. Manager, one item that I asked you to please have a conversation with my colleagues on the commission is moving the gondola building. I know it's a very touchy subject, but at the end of the day, there's no way to get to it with a car. You get hit by golf balls, and the best thing to do is put it in a location where some organization can use it. Who could that be? The garden club.
Well,
Who could that be? The Girl Scouts. Figure somebody could use it. Who knows? You know who could use it? Who would love to use it? Rotary could potentially use it. Maybe we could have 4 or 5 different organizations here who could use it in one form or another. But I think having it in the middle of the golf course serves no purpose.
Mayor, I think parks can can use it very well, placed by the Kurt Egg Tennis Center.
I love it.
And our Parks Director says he can certainly use that building for a number of events. And as you mentioned, the building there, it has issues. There's utility issues, right? It's very dangerous because golf balls are flying around all the time, except at night. And so, by the way, we've had to wait until the grant came in, so we can contract the architect. And now we could have lost funding for the architectural services. But we've already solicited the architect, except it has not been awarded. So I think we're ready to go. I think the big issue is where is this building going to be located so it can really be used by the public and by our residents.
Okay. So that's what I would love to have a conversation with my colleagues. Maybe they can come up with something. Think outside the box, a new location.
We're going to bring this back to the commission with certain alternatives. And the design can proceed because we can simply design the building and do the foundations and place it wherever it goes as far as the site plan is concerned. So we're going to move forward with it and then bring it back to the commission once we find various locations. I do think that Parks is very happy to have it by the Kurt Egg Tennis Center, and it's got to stay within the Biltmore complex. they built more golf area.
All right, sounds good to
Can't
me.
be placed outside the golf area.
All right. I need a motion.
I'll move.
Who seconds it?
I think it was Commissioner
Ladies
Menendez.
first, go ahead.
That hand movement was the second.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Perfect.
Maria Cruz is on Zoom.
All right.
Ms. Cruz?
Thank you, thank you.
She is not unmuting, sir, so
I've been,
All right, well, then what we can do is, if she comes back, we can have her speak at the next item.
understood.
So we have a motion and a second.
before
Commission-
we
Oh,
vote,
go ahead.
before we vote, I have to amend the motion to include the amount of $750,000 for the restoration and reconstruction of the historic gondola building.
By the way, before we vote, again, thank you to our state leaders, our state representatives, senator, and thank you to the governor for making sure that we land this great project.
All right, we're ready to vote?
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to I2.
I2 is a resolution of the City Commission supporting the rights, freedoms, equal treatment, and inclusion of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer individuals in our community, encouraging cities and states around the country to take action to ensure equality and inclusiveness in their own cities, and supporting efforts to ensure that the city remains a beacon of hope for the equal treatment and inclusion of all individuals, including LGBTQ+ individuals.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Manager. Today I'm Jose Rodriguez, Assistant HR Director. I'm filling in for Raquel. Raquel is our DEI officer for the city. So this was her item. I'm presenting on her behalf. So with this presentation of this resolution today, the city reaffirms our support of the rights, freedoms, and equal treatment of all the LGBTQ community. The city supports efforts to ensure the equal treatment and inclusion of all individuals, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity in all areas, including employment, housing, and public accommodation. The city strives to make all members of the community feel welcome, accepted, and affirms their ability to fully participate in all city activities. In addition to this resolution, as a further sign of support, later this month, the City Hall building should be lit up in the rainbow colors in support of the LGBT community. So that's it. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you for stepping in.
Thank you.
Any comments?
No, sir.
Any, can I get a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving to I3.
I3 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the petition language for an amendment to Coco Plum Phase 1 Roving Patrol Special Taxing District to expand the scope of services to include additional security measures, including but not limited to security cameras. Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos will present the item.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. So before you is a petition from one of our special taxing districts requesting a change to the original district itself. What does that mean? So those districts have to be created by the county. We do not have the authority to create the districts. Once they are created by the county, they can go through the process. If they are wholly within the municipality, be transferred to the city. This one was transferred years ago. And one of the most important things that we need to realize is once it gets transferred to us, we are limited to the original creating ordinance. So the original creating ordinance in this case was only for a security roving guard district. This petition is requesting to expand the district to include additional security measures. That may be cameras or anything else they believe is appropriate, maybe even lighting that the district thinks is appropriate. As part of the amendment process, once the district becomes part of the city of Coral Gables, we've created this process. It comes to you for a petition. The petition gets approved and then gets circulated by the petitioners. At that moment, we'll find out what the level of support is, and then we will take that next step. But this is the first initial step to approve the petition. As I stated before, the purpose and the proposed changes to expand the scope of the district to include additional security measures, such as security cameras, and allow future related security measures to enhance the security guard district. If you have any questions, please feel free.
Thank you. Commissioner Menendez, your item?
Yeah, on this matter, I had residents approach me, and we quickly realized as technology evolves, and especially in the security field, it was sort of prudent or wise to expand the what are limited uses of those funds, to expand a little bit, give some more wiggle room, so that every time a new technology comes up or an updated technology comes up, they don't have to continue coming back to City Commission because it's time consuming and tedious. This gives them a little bit more wiggle room within the parameters of security to be able more on a more expedited, more streamlined way to address the needs of their particular area.
Perfect. Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Is there any comments? Public comment?
No, sir.
All right, we have a motion, a second?
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Now it's my pleasure to go back to I-2 1 second. We have Mark Trowbridge with us on the phone, who would like to make a few comments in regards to I-2. Mark, I hope all is well. Good to hear from you.
Thank you very much. It's so great to be with you all today, even virtually. And I apologize for getting on a little bit late to speak on I-2, but I just wanted to thank each and every one of you for your unanimous vote in support of June, which is Pride Month, and just let folks know that we'll be raising the Pride flag for a second year, a collaboration between the City of Coral Gables, of course, our mayor and commission, and the chamber this Friday. It'll be at 8:30 a.m. the 16th. So if you're interested in joining us, we'd love to invite you. I want to thank the mayor especially because we began this last year together as a group, and we continue to see great strides in the city to continue to support gay-owned businesses and members of our community who contribute so greatly, as was stated in the resolution. So just wanted to say thank you very much, and it's wonderful to always partner with our commission. And a special welcome back to Commissioner Castro, who'll be joining our board in just a few days. So thank you all very much.
So, Mark, first off, just a personal point of privilege, and let's make sure that this year we bring the right flag. Last year we didn't have the exactly perfect flag, so I want to make sure that we bring the right flag this year when we hoist it up there in the city. And the second thing, it's great to see you. I had the privilege of visiting Mark in the hospital. And you're in our prayers. It's this is I know you're battling hard, and everybody constantly asks me about Mark and how you're doing, and you're an integral part of this community for the last 20 years, and we're excited about your return, not only to the chamber but to active duty here in the city, being one of the great things that makes the city beautiful. So. It's a blessing to see you. I look forward to seeing you on Friday, my friend. We love you, and you are in our prayers. Keep kicking ass, okay? You're doing a good job.
Yes,
doing
sir.
a great job.
Thank you all very, very much.
All right, my friend. Anything else for the good of the order from my colleagues on the commission?
Yes, I distributed to all of you something that I shared with Commissioner Regalado that is a bit timely. As the incinerator site out west in Doral has now been decommissioned, not willfully, but otherwise, and that land can be opened up to be repurposed for something that I don't think the city of Doral is going to allow anything that burns. I had an individual approach me, or a company, I should say, approach me a number of months ago, and I asked them so that I could share information with you all to put together a pitch deck. And I pressed them to include some pricing that we can start, looking at for the purpose of lack of better terms. I brought this to Commissioner Regalado's attention because that land out west needs to be repurposed somehow, and we lack the ability and the space to do anything of this nature, whether it's to do the char process or for doing a mulching and turning it into soil process, which this is about, with the ultimate goal of reducing the cost to our residents, because I believe we're paying, City Manager, you can correct me, $45 to $48 per ton.
Yeah. It's only getting more expensive.
Yeah, so we're looking for something less expensive. So far, this initial number, which of course we can negotiate, is less. We're trying to do something that's going to benefit not only the residents, but benefit the environment. And the material that is repurposed here can be turned into soil for farmland. It can be turned into soil for landscapers. I think it's something worth taking a look at and for the county to take a look at. Commissioner Regalado shared with me that they have purchased in various areas out west parcels of land, and that ideally what would happen is we stage areas all along for these alternative repurposing facilities, depending on what can fit in the area. Take a look at it. We can revisit it again later. I also talked to her about she brought up to me their composting idea, having a couple locations where compost can be picked up by the county. So it's something that we might be able to fit into our model later on. And I also talked to her about the education process for the septic to sewer and funding as well, where the county can come in with some matching dollars for residents to do the hookup. I know our plan is not supposed to be ready for us to roll out until September of 2024, but this is going to take a while to get the education process done with residents, so I'm hoping to move that forward and be ready to start educating residents in about 6 months.
Vice Mayor, I asked Matt Anderson to be here this afternoon to take a look at this and see if we can do a deeper dive and get more information in that. So we will be looking into it and see what we can do, especially considering what happened to that site in Doral that may not come back.
Yeah, may not come back as a incinerator site, but maybe we can make it into something else that's more useful. So that was that one. I'm done. That's it.
Commissioner Castro?
I had a resident, actually the resident spoke today about lack of communication when it comes to sunshine meetings, and I was wondering if maybe we could incorporate an extra step of maybe putting door hangers in the immediate neighbors' doors, or forming a campaign to better inform all the neighbors surrounding the sunshine meeting. Yes? No? Anybody has any opinions on that?
I think our Parks Department does a lot of that work already when they're doing sunshine meetings as far as parks. Do we want to do that in every sunshine meeting? I mean, there's some meetings that are just sunshined because multiple commissioners may go. Right? But meetings of substance, we go ahead and do that, and put as much information out as possible.
Well, the commission in the past tried to get a system where we would be able to geofence the email addresses.
Correct.
What ended up happening with that?
That system was actually generated by the IT department. They created the system, works, it's been tested. However, we weren't getting the residents were just not registering.
Right, so maybe we can start promoting that again, and then try to send out a special email just to those who live within that zone, I guess.
So we will be trying the same thing that didn't work already? You want to try it again, see if if we get a different result?
Correct.
Mayor, may I ask a question? What email addresses are we feeding in there? Are the people signed up for e-news, or are we having a separate sign-up process?
That's the issue. So right now, we have a sign-up process to receive the commission meeting agendas. We have a separate sign-up process to get e-news, and then it would have been a third sign-up process for you to register, and then we can, using GIS with IT, we can geolocate, pinpoint where the meeting was taking place, and then all those who had registered within a 500 or 1,000-foot radius, we would notify them. We were not getting traction when it came to that.
Why don't we, the commissioner wants to do it, let's do it again. Let's try it again. I mean,
But the system is up. It was Commissioner Force's idea. The system is up and running, and we can definitely put it out there and see,
Try it again.
Yeah, or maybe we can just send out an email to our current e-news asking for more information. Birthdays would be a good information, their addresses, phone numbers in case we need to communicate, and anybody who wants to provide that information, we'll have it in our database.
Well, I was going to suggest something like that. Use the e-news list. Send out a separate email It says if you would like to have GIS notification of projects, et cetera, in your area, you need to sign up here,
Exactly.
a separate sign up. People don't know that, so they need to be told separately.
I mean, I was pretty connected. I never knew that it actually was implemented.
Mr. Manager, will you do me a favor so we can show Commissioner Castro the door hanger samples that we've done before, for example, like for a parks discussion. If we're considering buying a piece of property in a neighborhood and we want the neighborhood to come out, I remember Commissioner Slesnik, she expanded the outreach in regards to individuals that we want to notify about a public meeting. I think she got it to like 1,500 feet, which is the largest of any, the largest span of any municipality in Miami-Dade County. So maybe we can get that information and send it to the commission
believe anybody-
as a refresh. Which I think we actually did a presentation where we compared what we do as a city versus other municipalities in regards to outreach. And oh, here's a copy of the door hanger right there. There you go.
Wow, talk about efficiency.
Look at that. So that's an example of a door hanger public meeting that we did. It's right there for you. And but I'm up for anything that gets more people out to the meetings. But we have a Commissioner Slesnik at that point. She wanted to do over 1,000 feet. I think it was 1,200, 1,500. I don't even. It's far because I know there's some municipalities that only do 200, 300 feet. We take it to a different level in regards to outreach for hangers, door hangers, mailings to homes, notifying them of a public meeting. Mr. Clerk, can you get us that information?
Yes, sir.
It's probably going to come through you and just send it in an email through the manager and to the commission.
Comp plan issues 1,500 feet, nobody does that.
There you go, 1,500 feet.
Text amendments 1,000 feet.
Nobody does that.
Nobody does that.
Nobody does that.
So the concern that the resident had today was about the sidewalks on Alhambra, that there was meetings and he didn't know.
Well, I'll tell you, the meetings that I had, that Commissioner Fernandez went to the meeting while he was campaigning, and I think Commissioner Anderson, Vice Mayor Anderson was there also, was a meeting that we sunshined and just to talk amongst ourselves with the director about things that were happening on that street, because we wanted to get the lay of the land. Like, we wanted to understand what we were going to do, what were our options, how were we going to connect the traffic calming that was proposed, the bridge, the sidewalks, the swale, how are we going to work on that? And then we said, you know what? Let's notify residents who have been in conversation with us, and they want to come, And we knocked on the doors. I knocked on the doors with the director and Melissa on 5 or 6 doors to speak to those residents instead of just mailing them. Why did we do that? Because we send them mail, the mail gets lost, they don't open it. I wanted to have a face-to-face conversation with people to tell them, listen, don't say no to the sidewalks. Let's work on this and let's get it done for the first time in 20 years. So, and then I imagine you had a meeting there with some residents. So there hasn't been really a public meeting where we've actually noticed that, hey, there's a plan, we want to consider, there is a public meeting, correct?
Right.
A public meeting, but there hasn't
There's
been.
no community meeting.
There hasn't been a community meeting, thank you for correcting me. There hasn't been a community meeting where, like, for example, there's a plan. There's a plan for Caledonia Park, we're gonna exhibit it to the community, they're gonna vote what they like, what they don't like. This was just more meetings that we sunshine, just to kind of have the commissioners understand how we're gonna coordinate. Because this piece of this area in our city has like 4 or 5 things going on. The embankment project, the bridge having issues. Portion of the bridge collapsed. We had issues with the asphalt. We had issues with traffic calming that we were finalizing, that we were about to implement. We had sidewalks. We had trees that needed to be relocated or removed that were in consideration. So there were things that it wasn't really a meeting. What they're talking about is what we talked about before. We're going to do a community meeting where everybody's going to get in a room and we're going to talk about all the issues at hand, and then people can say, I like this or I don't like this, and this is the direction we want to move in. So, but if you want to do door hangers for other things, I'm down for it. As many people want to come to meetings, I welcome it.
I was just thinking the immediate neighbors,
Yeah, of course.
like letting them know we're going to be in your neighborhood or we're having a meeting in your neighborhood.
Yeah, we could do that.
They should have.
In that case, I knocked on their doors. We knocked on their doors.
Yeah, no,
we actually knocked on the doors and said, "Come outside and join us. We want to tell you what's going on, like to show you a survey." And that's how we knocked on that gentleman's door, the gentleman who was here before, the civil engineer. And I haven't to know him for a long time.
For the dog park, I knocked on every single door facing the dog park.
Yeah.
With plans, proposed plans.
Anything else, Commissioner?
And dogs.
No, I didn't take the
Commissioner
dogs.
Menendez.
Yes, no, Billy, I have IT have it. So does communications have my poster?
I have it, sir.
Well, no, they have a better one. So Saturday, June 24th, my seniors movie series, anybody 40 and older, at the Gables Art Cinema, showing a classic romantic comedy with Gregory Peck and Audrey Hepburn, 1953. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 95 at the critics and a 96 by the residents or by the people. And it is a fantastic movie, a great summer movie. If any of you want to join, bring your significant other. By all means, I have some seats for you. I had scheduled the Monty Python's Holy Grail, couldn't get that one, so we went with actually, we're almost sold out. I was told we only have a few tickets left, so whoever's watching this and you want to go see it, go to playgables.com and get your tickets to this lovely romantic comedy, and we'll be having more movies after the summer, but I just wanted folks to know it's a great movie, classic.
That's it for me. Commissioner Fernandez?
Just one item. I've had conversations with many staff members over the last couple of months, and there's been something that's been coming up in conversation quite a bit, and I thought this is something that as a commission we can tackle. And I started doing some research, and I found what Miami Beach is doing in this regard. It's whistleblower protection. There's concern among staff about bringing up issues and retaliation taking place against them. Miami Beach enacted this in 2017, I believe it was. And it basically creates a process for any issues that staff believe should be brought up to somebody's attention, and protections for retaliation that could be taken against them. I do have some suggestions on things that could improve this, because right now it's limited just to the city manager. The city of Naples has a similar thing where they create a separate board. I think that would be a little too much, but I think we can do something where the complaint can be brought to the attention of the city manager. If they don't feel comfortable doing it within the city, we can recommend that they bring it up to the Commission on Ethics. So I thought this was a positive step that we could take as a commission to alleviate some of those staff concerns and give some protection to people in staff.
That's such a great idea. Very good. I love it.
City Attorney, I have a question, because I know there's federal whistleblower laws.
And state.
I'm pretty sure there's state
Yes.
whistleblower laws. Do those not protect our city employees?
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I will review them and I can review this, but generally, yes.
Okay, so could you
And
give us
this
a
references
report?
those.
So this would be, if that already exists in those protections, would this be just more of an educational campaign to notify people that if they have concerns, that they can go this route to address issues?
I apologize,
mean,
Mayor, I haven't reviewed this.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with
All
this.
right. Okay, well, would you like to review it and then maybe?
And we can bring it back at
I
the
can
next
come
meeting.
back next meeting, yeah.
I'd like to know more.
Yep.
I really like this. Good job.
But I mean, I'm happy to know that this already exists, though, that these laws are already in place protecting employees and ensuring that if there is an issue that needs to be brought to the attention, that their rights are protected, both by the federal level and at the state level. So it's important.
I've done whistleblower cases, but the employees are not aware of it.
Correct.
So it might be
Gotta
just
make 'em
simply an
And I'll tell you,
educational piece.
even with the protection laws, there has to be more at the local level. I've seen it myself, where there has been retaliation at local levels, even with the state and federal, and it's kind of fallen through the cracks. So I think by enacting something here within the city, something we can do to kind of protect our own employees.
Well, it might be that we need to have a separate process whereby identity is protected.
Correct.
So,
I like that.
and I've done that type of work as well.
Mhm.
We won't get into the weeds of it, but that's my suggestion, because we already do have the state and the federal laws, but still, that's not going to make someone feel protected unless their identity is protected, just like any other individual who brings forth information that's concerned about their safety or job, et cetera.
So I can share the few that I've found, which is Naples, Jacksonville, LA County, New York City. That way you have different versions of what the other municipalities have done.
No, I understand, but it's different when you're identifying somebody versus
Correct.
not identifying somebody, because you can have all the paper you want written up, but it
Absolutely.
won't make a hill beans difference if you don't have protection.
Correct.
Anything else?
Oh, well, I just wanted to thank our park staff for on Sunday's event, the Cars and Coffee event. Had over 140 cars that came out. Unfortunately, we didn't do a very good job of communicating it. Parks did it, but wasn't on the e-news, wasn't shared on our social media accounts, and even some members of the commission, I believe, weren't even informed that the event was taking place. So I think that's something we can work on internally just to make sure that we're getting the information out to people, because we had a really good turnout despite the potential rain, but it probably could have been a much bigger event. We had great reviews from the car folks who were there. I mean, it was a really nice event.
I wish I had known it was there.
Yeah.
My husband would have totally loved it. Had it been
Yeah,
one day
exactly.
earlier, his brother and nephew would have been just drooling over the cars.
So it was great.
So I have one item that I want to bring to the attention of the commission. I have some pictures that I'd like to show you and kind of give you a little bit more detailed understanding of something that I wanted to test today. I did not give any formal warning to staff, neither Ms. Cabrera, neither the manager, anybody in staff. So this morning, I decided to show up at 7:30 to submit my own plans for a renovation that I'll be doing in my house. So I submitted plans this morning. I walked in at 7:40. I used the kiosk. The kiosk literally took me about a minute to input the information. Within 3 minutes, I was notified, it's your turn. Please go to the BOA desk, and the following staff member will be with you shortly. They jumped the gun. I wanted to show you another screenshot. This is me sitting down. There was probably about 5 or 6 people in the lobby, being helped by different employees. My name is up there along with the other 3 individuals who are in the queue. Then the next slide shows that the person who's coming to help me, literally 2 minutes later, was the following individual. They came to help me. I left, submitted documents, signed. Obviously, I was prepared. I had the copies. I had the CD, not the CD, but the jump drive. I had all the documents filled out. I had done everything online, followed the procedure. I was in and out in less than 15 minutes. From the moment that I got there, filled the kiosk, it was probably like 12 minutes. And as you go back to the first slide, no, the second slide, excuse me, that is the end result. Thank you for visiting the Coral Gables Development Services Center. To fill out a survey, please go here. I haven't filled a survey yet, but it was a very pleasant experience, simple, and I spoke to a few different individuals that were there. They were mostly permit runners, and I asked them, because they kind of asked me, well, why are you here? And I said, I'm submitting something for my house. I'd like to kind of get your opinion on the matter. And they all gave rave reviews in regards to the new system, how quickly they're in and out, and how efficient. And when you compare it to other municipalities, it's something that it's a breath of fresh air. I didn't contact one employee. I wanted to test it myself with my own project to see how the process will go through. And I wanted to congratulate the commission. I wanted to congratulate the manager, Surami Cabrera, and the whole team for doing a wonderful job, because it was delightful. I expected to be there 2 hours. I had enough time to go have breakfast at Sucre and come up to the meeting. So,
Mayor, what was your test though? Because you could do all of that online. What was it that you were testing?
I wanted to engage and test it myself. As a person who's in the construction industry and a design professional, I wanted to walk in there and be able to work the kiosk, understand the kiosk, walk in there, sit down with a staff member, have them come down the stairs as the BOA, sit in the queue, present the documents, do everything, because you have to do it in the BOA, as you know. You have to submit actual hard copies for the BOA, because it requires 2 hard documents to be reviewed through the BOA along with the other necessary documents. So you can do it online, but you still have to provide 2 hard documents.
But what did you accomplish in those 15 minutes?
Oh, those 15 minutes, I submitted all my documentation. I scheduled my BOA appointment. I made sure that I had everything was properly taken care of. I went through the checklist with the employee. First time I met her, very nice lady. We went through the checklist of every single item that I had to make sure that I had everything addressed. She double checked, I submitted the documents, and I walked away. And now I have a BOA appointment forthcoming in the next 2 weeks. And I look forward to going before the panel, to getting their recommendations and their reviews in regards to what my plans are for my backyard. But I wanted to bring it to your attention because I thought it was refreshing, having never gone myself in regards to my own personal capacity. I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and really witness it myself.
So it was user friendly.
Oh my God, it was amazing. Amazing. And trust me, I go to City Miami, I go to Doral, I go to the county, I do all these kind of things when I have to go pull permits for clients and I have to go do things for obviously construction projects. And I deal with those kind of situations. The ability to walk in and have employees come. I'm in the city of Miami every single day, and I don't want to talk bad about any other city, but it's a completely different experience than going to the city of Miami or going to Miami-Dade County. Here you walk in and you're literally at a moment's notice, you're addressed. Simple as can be.
So you're going to the BOA for your backyard?
Yes, ma'am. I have to go to the BOA for my backyard because I'm building a structure. And building a summer kitchen, and I'm also building a back wall to enclose my side entrance with a gate. So I have to go to the BOA. And plus, as you know, if you're over a certain threshold in regards to a project cost, you have to go to the full.
85,000.
No, it's actually 75. If you actually go to either the full board or 3-people board. So those are things that I didn't know. And I learned those things today, and she told me, you have to go to the following board. So I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. It was a very pleasant experience. I wanted to commend staff as always. Awesome job, and it's only getting better. So if there's nothing else, I hope everybody has a wonderful week. Enjoy the summer.
See you tomorrow.
Enjoy the summer. I know, but I mean, some people may not be here with us. Enjoy the summer. Enjoy this time, Get out there, stay dry, and God bless. Thank you.
We'll see a movie.